But the point is, you agreed that that the mountains are formed by the tectonic plates, pushing each other. That's how geology works.
That's right. That's just it didn't take millions of years.
And you turn around and you say this happened in a flip of a switch.
It took place in a year, pal.
To do that.
1 year.
1 year.
That's right.
I know people who live up in the mountains for 20 years and they haven't seen the damn thing move because you can't see it move because it takes
that's
too long.
the rate at which they're moving today. That's the rate at which they're moving now. They weren't always moving at that rate, and the mountains are proof of it. You got they're comprised of bent and folded strata, twisted and contorted, filled with rapidly buried creatures too, fossils. How do you get the heat to bend the stone without distorting the shape of the fossil that's found in it?
Yeah, I tell you what, I can follow Nadia around for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week straight, and this, as long as you're here and as long as a couple other people are here, these conversations will never be scientific.
The rock is not metamorphosed. The rock is not metamorphosized. It would do that if it were exposed to that kind of heat for that long.
Okay, mate. So I put a link in the side there. I put a link in the side there which clearly explains the physics.
I think that was diss to us, Neff. I think he just tried to diss us.
We're not trying. Listen, I put a link in the side there for the physics concepts of stress and strain and how bodies can bend even if they're rock. Okay.
Not at the temperature you're sitting at in your bedroom right now.
Well, if you look at the clip, it's only a short clip. Okay, you'll at least understand how stress and strain work. Okay, that's going to give you a lot better understanding about.
I understand how stress and strain works.
Not in physics, you don't.
Yeah, but rock doesn't bend at the temperature you're sitting at right now. It takes heat.
It can, yes, or pressure.
No, it won't. It won't bend at this temperature. I'm sorry.
I'm afraid you are completely wrong.
No, it breaks.
Not necessarily.
Well, okay, so if what you're saying is true, why are the fossils found in the strata, the folded strata of these mountains, not metamorphosized? Why are they not bent?
Because the layers were laid down over millions of years.
Why are they not bent?
Quite straightforward. Well, they wouldn't be bent, would they, if they were laid down over millions of years?
If they're inside rock and the rock bends, why didn't they become rock?
If they're inside rock and the rock bends,
what a fossil is?
They will bend.
A fossil is minerals.
Yeah,
they will bend inside a rock.
Why are they not bent like the rock?
They are bent like the rock.
No, they're not. We don't
find
have
fossils in rock which isn't bent.
We do not find bent fossils in bent strata.
Yes, we do.
No, it happened in a flip of a switch, but it can't happen in a flip of a switch, so therefore it must have happened overnight, and therefore God did it.
No, the fossils are not bent like the strata. They are not.
I don't understand why the picture I posted is not worth the picture that you posted when my picture actually came out of a physics book. And I can actually even quote you, Halliday and Resnick, Fundamentals of Physics, 3rd edition. And I could read the ISBN number, but the lights are turned out in my room.
Well, I think the challenge that you have a lot of times with your books, as I've seen with physics books and every other type of book, is they get it extremely wrong, and 5 years later, 10 years later, they have to rewrite. The challenge with science is they get it wrong, and they got to rewrite.
But Ermine, these marble cylinders were actually compressed under the temperatures that the picture caption says, or the pressures. They didn't put them into a kiln or an oven or anything like that. They simply applied pressure and then compressed them.
Right, but that you're basically what you're saying is solidifying the Great Flood. The fact that you said that leads me to believe that there's no reason that the Great Flood didn't happen.
Well, okay, I was trying to prove
supporting the Great Flood. I do. So
I was only trying to prove that rock will flow like a liquid under sufficient pressure.
And that's
all I was trying to do.
That's the whole point. There's only two ways that mountains look like that: is a flood or a great flood by that, or lava.
No, that's not the only two ways. There's like a half a dozen ways.
We've concluded that it couldn't be lava, then it has to be a great flood. You're making Nephilim's point.
How does it have to be?
Yeah.
How does it have to be?
I mean,
I'm making Nephilim's point for him.
There are more than two ways to bend rock. Your assumption that it's either one or the other is incorrect, I believe.
Sorry, that's a dichotomy that's very simple.
It's not a dichotomy at all.
It is absolutely.
That's the problem. You're making it a dichotomy when it's totally not. It's
no, the evidence supports
like 500
the flood.
Different things that can go on at the same time. You're talking, no, it's got to be this, or it's got to be that. So therefore, God did it with a flood.
I started cooking at 9:20, and you agreed with me that it could happen from lava or water. Now you're totally switching your position. You guys.
No, what I said was, it looks like lava, but I'm no geologist. That's what I said.
I'll shut up so that you guys can just go ahead and add more fuel to my fire, because the reality of it is you've already stated that.
Yeah, thank you. We said at the beginning that pressure is the key component. When I said the plane melted, I thought you were going to shut up for a moment so I could say the point and add more
pressure happens from a flood.
That's not the only way pressure can happen.
Is that the only way pressure happens?
That. According to your timeline, yes.
No, it's not my guideline. It's Nevin's straw man. He brought up 2 hours ago.
Are you wearing any diamonds?
South African diamond mine.
Buy diamonds. Diamonds are not the way to go.
Trust me, those walls are.
Oh yeah, diamonds.
Problem with diamonds is we find.
Sorry, Nadia's sponsor is speaking.
Yeah, this is the junk food I'm eating apparently.
I'm just saying that another. You want to take another commercial break, Nadia?
Yeah,
that's all right. Sorry.
A word from our sponsor. Nadia's advertising chimichangas, frozen chimichangas.
Junk egg rolls, yeah.
Okay, yeah, but.
So here's the evidence. The Earth is covered with an average of 1,800 meters of sedimentary strata formed by moving water, filled with rapidly buried creatures. That's the only way you can have a fossil. And mountains are comprised of folded strata.
Strawman number 3.
Where's this evidence that it couldn't have been a flood?
Nobody in here would even.
Hermine made a point. Show us evidence that it can't have been the Noachian flood. Hermine made an excellent point. Where's your evidence that it's not the flood of Noah? How are you going to prove the strata are millions of years old?
Hang on a minute, Evan. If you would accept evidence, then that you're looking for evidence, presumably, so you would expect all cultures in the world to all have a flood myth. Is that would that be correct?
No, that's a bit of a straw man. I would not expect necessarily everyone, but the vast majority do have a legend of a flood, and the majority of those excuse me.
It's inconsistent.
In the majority of those, the flood is global. In the majority of the culture legends.
Right, so it's not a global flood then.
Yeah, well, I've already told you it's a global flood.
So there was a global flood. Yeah, a few people survived. They populated the world, but some of them forgot that they were flooded, and then most of them forgot the name of the god that did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. What a ludicrous story.
Right. Well, let me explain to you why what you just said is pretty silly. Okay, get 100 people in a line and tell them the first one this. Jimmy is going to the store to get chocolate ice cream for his mother because she has an upset stomach. Okay, and by the time that gets to the end of the thing, Jimmy's getting chocolate ice cream because he has an upset stomach. Right. So don't tell me history. Every cultures around the world record accurately what everything that they learn, because you're up against every historian on the planet.
No, I'm saying they don't accurately record it.
Exactly.
And the proof is the Bible.
No. How so?
I knew that was going to go there as soon as you started. As soon as Neff brought in the gossip thing.
Yeah.
Someone's going to relate this to oral tradition, and then it's going to be over.
Yeah, well, if he could support his assertion, that'd be interesting. I'll tell you what I can prove.
What he's talking, your gossip, the gossip example that you brought up,
I can
related back to the Bible coming from oral tradition.
I can demonstrate the Bible is historically correct, and actually is the only ancient historical text in the world that tells us, that proves itself to be so. Because it provides what's called the Table of Nations in the book of Genesis. And this table of nations in the book of Genesis is verified by the writings of other ancient historians and the names of peoples that live on this planet to this day, which show that Shem, Japheth, and Ham were the father of all mankind. I can prove that.
Might I object a little bit that
I could probably talk about that for a while, but I'll defer to
and historians, of course. I can throw a few anthropological books at you that strongly dispute that.
I can prove to you my case. The Bible says 6:10 Genesis, and Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Right now, these are the first 3 men that lived on the earth after the flood: Shem, Japheth, and Ham. All right. Now, if that's true, we should find those people's names would be mighty important to everybody that was born on the planet for the next several thousand years. They are the fathers of mankind, if that's true. Just as the table of nations says, so-and-so begat so-and-so, and he lived X number of years and died, and so-and-so begat so-and-so, lived extra number of years, and he begat so-and-so, and then he lived another so-and-so years. So-and-so begat so-and-so years. We have the table of nations in the book of Genesis. What I'm telling you is, we can take the names of the tribes of man that exist today, and the ones written about by other ancient historians outside the Bible, which verify that Shem, Japheth, and Ham were the father of all mankind. And I'll give you one example. Shem, the ancients wrote of a people named the Shemites. Today we know these people by etymological change. The name is no longer Shemites, it's Semites.
Nadia, that's a link to some kind of download.
So the Semitic peoples of the world were the offspring of guess who? Shem. Okay? Now, could we do the same thing for Ham and Japheth? Well, you bet we can. Ham is the father of the Hamitic peoples. I'm going to paste some information for you in the text here, in the chat. Right there. Shem, he was deified by the people that he begot. They called him a god. This is called ancestor worship. And they made him a god. They called him Kemet,
I'll go back.
one of the first gods of Egypt. According to the ancient historian Plutarch, this god named Kemet. Okay? Now, and the ancient people that founded Israel, there were 2 tribes. One were the Mizraim, and one were the Hamites. So we've got Ham as recorded as a god.
I get a little paranoid.
In history. Okay? Now, what about the Mizraim people?
Is this the same one, or is this the second one?
I think that's the second one.
The Mizraim did the same thing. The Bible tells us that Mizraim moved off to the land we know of today as Egypt. To this very day, the people of Egypt call themselves the Mizraim people. They named themselves after Mizraim, you see. And many of the ancient tribes of the world did the very same thing.
Well, that's open and shut, mate. Open and shut.
It sure is. And the list of this goes on and on. We can find the names of the following people in the ancient tribes of this world written about by ancient historians: Shem, Japheth, Ham, Gomer, Ashkenaz, Riphah, Togarmah, Magog, Meshech, Uz, Elam, Lud, Eber, Gether, Mash, Mizraim, Calushim. This goes on and on. And that verifies the table of nations in Genesis is real history. It didn't happen by evolution. We didn't come out of Africa, you see. The Bible's giving you the true account of the early history of mankind.
Well, it's only one book, though, isn't it?
All right.
I can provide a lot
I'm kind of bored of this conversation, really, because it's going nowhere. He's just going back to the Bible and round and round.
Well, prove anything I say wrong, then. Well, this is a debate, right?
I have 6 times.
No, you said something about the Bible being false.
You produced 6 straw men.
You said the Bible is false.
I shot them all down. Patrick helped. He shot down 2 of them. Nadia shot down a couple. Even Airman shot down one of them.
I really want to refer him to a source.
Well, if you said the Bible,
to fully discuss it.
You said the Bible is wrong, but you haven't made any argument.
Yeah, I said it was one. This is the same argument we've been having for 3 days.
No, you haven't made any such argument. You just assert that it's wrong.
When I wanted to talk about science,
that doesn't prove anything. Just saying the Bible is wrong, that's not a case for anything. Sorry.
Sorry, Patrick?
That won't work.
Yes.
You can't get anywhere with that.
Yo?
Whatever you were going to say, carry on.
Oh, So I was just saying that it's been the same argument for 3 days, and my clock is striking 12. I'm gonna have to shut my mic off for a minute.
Ermine, did you want to add something here?
Nope. I'm gonna have a nice glass of wine and chill. Listen to you guys argue about stuff that's fun.
Cool. Okay. Nadia?
Hermine, I want some of this wine right now.
I know,
I'm gonna
right?
get some wine too.
What
kind is it, wine?
Simon,
or red?
if you sound like I was talking over somebody or somebody was talking over me, it's because I have that guy muted, and I might be talking while he was trying to talk.
Patrick,
Yes,
you
good
probably
idea.
need to unmute him so you know not to talk over him.
Hermine, is it white or red wine?
It's a red. It's a Cabernet Sauvignon tonight.
Oh, it sounds nice.
Yes.
Oh, I like that second only to Merlot.
Yeah, no, I'm a Merlot guy as well.
Melback.
Yeah.
My favorite is Melback, but sometimes
Fair enough,
I do whites a lot too. It's a great flavor. A great on the nose. Smells. It tastes a little fruitier because I do like mine a little sweeter when I do them, but they're just a great grape.
Wine is really good for you. Actually, it's got tons of antioxidants.
Yeah, I belong.
It's good for your digestive system too. The Bible even.
These are some cool PDFs that you sent us, Nadia.
So I belong to a wine club, and they send it once every 2 months. They send you that. And, I give them to friends.
Oh, you get it mailed to you? Oh, you're so lucky. In
That's
Pennsylvania.
actually really awesome.
I highly recommend it because they bill you once a year. You get the wines. They're from some of my favorite vineyards. They have this California one and Vinyasa, all these places that you can go drive to. So here's the trick I'll give you guys. If you ever want to get someone great presents and you want to take a trip, you take a trip to wine country in California in October. And they have these huge box wine sales. And they sell a $20 bottle at shelf for $3.
Wow.
So for $36, you can get an entire case. So what I do is I spend $200. I get 4 cases. Some of them are higher end, some of them are lower end. And then I give them to my daughter's teachers. I give them to my best friends. And they look at it and go, whoa, you spent $20, $30, $40. Little do they know I spent $3 and I got a vacation.
A good, cheap gift.
It is.
Wow, that
financial advice.
I am totally down with joining this this little group now.
Yeah.
That's a bargain. I thought you were throwing money hand over foot on wine. I'm thinking, man, you got a lot of expendable income tied up in this wine, but you're making a killing on this.
I am making a killing, and all my friends love me. Her teachers love me, or they love her, and it's like $3.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'd love you too, big time.
Man, at that rate, you could become a retailer, man. You could buy it at that price and turn and sell it for 10.
You're not allowed to buy any more than 4 cases from any vineyard because.
Oh, I know they probably. I figured they put some kind of restriction.
Rules. Yeah.
But here's the thing with Pennsylvania, because of the blue laws, nobody, literally nobody, is allowed to mail it to you.
Yeah, it's got to be transported and taxed and stamped and all that crap.
Yeah, I have to go to a special store to buy wine.
Wow.
Yeah, welcome to Christianity, blue laws.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
I don't get it.
Blue laws are from Christian affairs, yeah.
Oh, well. Well, there's got to be some restriction to things in this world.
And nothing's more beautiful than San Francisco. You can go have tea at the great tea house. You can visit Nadia in Oakland. You can ride your bike across the Golden Gate Bridge. I mean, you can have a good time for a week, and you'll save more money doing this than you ever will going Christmas shopping for your family. I guarantee it.
I have a cousin who lives in San Francisco, so it's there's other reasons to visit, but yeah, and her husband is actually a wine connoisseur, so he knows the stuff to recommend. Because typically when I buy a bottle of wine, I go for roughly the $20 range, because Any more than that is wasted on me because my palate, is not super refined or anything like that. But the cheap stuff, well, you can start to tell it's cheap.
In the morning, I know.
And I don't like wine that has sulfites in it, preservative. That gives me a headache.
You mean you don't love box wine? Box wine is...
Yeah.
I couldn't say that. I couldn't finish that statement.
There are actually...
It hurt too much.
There are actually some cheap wines that actually I think are pretty good, like some $7 to $10 bottles that are really not bad. I mean, I wouldn't consider them a fine wine or anything, but they're not junk either. They're certainly pretty tasty stuff. I don't drink wine anymore. I don't drink alcohol, but I've had a number of those, and I find that Riunite is actually a reasonably good table wine. I wouldn't call it a fine wine, but it's certainly not something you'd take a sip of and say, ugh. You'd say, hey, that's pretty good.
This is how I'd stage my wines. I have cooking wine, I have sangria wine, I have drinkable wine, and then I have occasion wine. Now, the cooking wine, we all know that's the $2 chuck. What was the next one? Apparently I had some that wine's getting.
You said.
I've got so many different kinds of wine, and I got one. I don't know what it is.
But
the rest.
You have the cooking wine.
Mario Andretti has a winery.
Do you guys ever make sangria?
No.
Okay. That's great. It's just rum, wine, and fruit. Boom. Put it in a bowl. Add some juice. Add some.
I can't stand wine. I can't stand rum, and I don't like tequila. I think it's vile tasting. But if you were to swap that out with vodka, I'm in. That would sound great with me. Fruit and vodka, that goes good.
You can do white sangria with vodka or with white rum. It doesn't matter. You can really use any type of liquor. But, it's absolutely delicious. And I do that for the holidays because I'm tired of people drinking all my wine.
Doesn't it have grapefruit in it? Sangria?
Yeah, grapefruit, pears, peaches, anything you want, any kind of fruit.
Neff, if you love vodka...
Well, I don't, actually.
Well, if you ever fall off the wagon, I have a bar for you. Vlada in around 52nd Street, Manhattan.
Okay. The reason I don't
infused vodkas, they have all the rainbow fruit flavors and all that sort of thing.
I've heard of those. The reason I don't like, I never liked when I did drink. The reason I never liked vodka is it made me feel. I didn't like the way it made me feel. So, it's funny. Different alcoholic beverages can make you feel different ways. It's really weird. I really don't understand the science of that. I don't know why that is. But vodka will definitely make a person feel different. They put them in a different mood than, say, gin or bourbon or something else like that. Vodka made me feel, I don't know. I felt like it made me feel aggressive and loud and, just boastful, not boastful necessarily, but just a loudmouth. And I didn't like the way it made me feel, so I never, even when I did drink, I avoided vodka. Yeah. I like gin though.
Mario Andretti, the famous race car driver, has a vineyard, and I tried some just out of curiosity, and it's actually not bad.
Neff, if you ever start drinking again, I have some of the best gin recipes for you.
Gin was my drink. Gin and tonic with lime. I still love the taste of those.
I do this one with simple syrup, gin, grapefruit juice, Campari, and lemon juice. Oh my gosh. People are like, that's dynamite.
Yeah, that sounds good. Gin with carbonated water and almost any kind of fruit is really good. It's got to be good. If you lived in England in 1840 and you were a drunkard, your preference would probably be gin. Gin was the poor man's bottle back in the 19th century.
Yeah, they had higher quality gin too, but still.
I love Scotch to this day. Oh my gosh, a good Scotch, that's my favorite by far.
Glenfiddich.
I'm a Lagavulin girl.
12-year-old Glenfiddich is very
No. You got to go with an 18, and it's Highland Park. 18 to 30. Oh my gosh.
Okay, now you're hitting like $75, $80 a bottle.
Try 100 to 400.
It's been a while.
Wow.
Well, the 12-year-old
Too steep for me.
expensive enough. 18. Last time I bought whiskey, 18-year-old was around 75 for Glenfiddich, or the Glenlivet, same price range.
I could do a lot of things with that money.
Yeah, me too. Ammo.
I have a different take on good liquor. I will buy it. I won't buy the $400, no way. But I will buy the 18 once in a while. And my take is on it, if you go out to drink, you're going to spend $10 on a shot or a drink or anything anyway. The 750 milliliters is technically, I think it's 17 or 18 shots, right? So you can have one shot at home. You can sip it, you can baby it, whatever, for a couple of hours, and it's a great relaxing thing, and you just spent $5. And that's just the way I look at it.
Yeah. A while back, my grandfather, with a group of his friends, went into purchasing a batch of whiskey prior to it being put into the cask.
Uh-huh.
It was I forget how long they had to wait for delivery. It was at least 25 years. And I think a couple of them died beforehand, but it was basically the surviving members of the group, once the whiskey was fully aged, divvied up the stuff. And he let me sip some, and it was absolutely amazing.
I believe it.
But it was an interesting way to purchase whiskey, I thought. Going in and having, can you imagine waiting 25 or 30 years or whatever it was exactly, I don't remember, for delivery? Because you pay up front, and then you have the long wait.
I tried 50 one time in my life, and I thought my mouth was going to be on fire. That is the strongest thing. It might as well have been drinking moonshine. I couldn't believe it.
State of Delaware sells Everclear, 190 proof.
Hey, can you imagine being 30 years old and spending a couple of $100
without a gallon of water to put into it?
Hang on, Patrick, unmute Neff so you know when he's talking.
Can you imagine spending when you're, say, 30 years old?
The guy I muted?
Can you imagine when you're 30 years old spending like $400 on bourbon, saying this is a great investment, I'm going to enjoy this? Then, you're 55 years old or something, and your kids have moved out of the house, and, your wife comes and says, there's a man at the door with a delivery for you. You go sign for it, and he's bringing you a case of bourbon that's 25 years old, and you think, what the heck is this for? And then you think, oh, yes, I remember. It'd be party time. Get your friends to come over and try some 25-year-old stuff, man.
That's unreal. And that's what I love about their mixes. If it says 18 years old, that nothing inside of it is less than 18 years old. That's what it means. That's the mix. Nothing is younger than 18 years. A 12.
You can buy 25-year-old bourbon right now off the shelf at liquor stores. That 20-year-old stuff. What is that brand? They're famous for it. Jack Daniels, or is it some other brand? You can buy 25-year-old bourbon. It's probably pricey.
I used to get Jack, but not the high end. I was getting
Black Label. Okay.
Yeah. Also, I've only drank single malts, not the mix. So I've never tried Johnny Walker, for example.
The only a bourbon type drink that I ever enjoyed was I never really liked bourbon itself, but Scotch was pretty good. Scotch and soda.
What it is about that peat moss that they make it with, it just has a nice flavor, especially on the back of the throat. Oh my gosh! I'm sorry.
Peaty stuff. The peaty stuff is good.
It is.
Lagavulin was my favorite.
Yeah, back in the 90s, one of the famous, I forget which ones, but one of the famous Scotch makers what they had done was they had purchased used casks that were used to age red wine in.
Oh.
They were French oak. They had been pre-used for wine, and they aged their whiskey in it. And because this was a minimum, this was a one-time shot deal.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning this. What would that do to the taste of the bourbon, though?
Well, no, they were making traditional Scotch whiskey, not bourbon.
I mean, well, what would that do to the Scotch? The wine
well,
in the
it came out pink.
Flavor it?
It came out pink. It had red wine odor to it, as well as the French oak. Anyway, they basically sold it at auction, and it was going for, as a minimum, something like 175 pounds per bottle.
Wow.
Because, there was this finite supply, never to be done again unless someone were to bother doing it.
Yeah, that would be a rare thing, all right.
It was super rare. And I was like, wow, I would love to taste some of that, but...
Now, when were these kegs used?
And if it did, it would have, the exchange ratio would have been killer, because, you'd pretty much be almost doubling the price.
When were these barrels used to make wine? How long ago was that?
They did it... I don't remember. Because I read about this in the late 90s.
So
when they sold it, but it was like either 18-year-old or 25-year-old when they decided to start releasing the casks and bottling it.
So the they were 20th century, right?
Yeah, 20th century.
Okay.
But
probably less than 50 years old. So.
That sounds delicious. Oh.
Yeah. I never actually read any reviews on it, but it made them a lot of money.
Man, if you could just have a place to properly store it at the right temperature for all that time, too.
Well, they were a traditional company. They had all that.
Yeah, you would have to have a warehouse somewhere to put this stuff, and some guy would have to inventory it every so often to make sure the employees aren't running off with it. And, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to look after that stuff, man.
Yeah, and so but it was just an amazing. I was like, that is a brilliant idea. Wine, take old wine casks and use them to make the whiskey, because that whiskey, when it comes out of the still, is clear like water. It gets its color and flavor from the wood in the cask that it's aged in, which is why oak casks give you, a certain flavor. French oak gives you a slightly different flavor,
I've seen them starting to do that with a lot of beer now. A lot of the microbrews will use casks from various wineries, and I mean, it's just amazing the stuff they make.
Wow, yeah. What would that do to beer? That would do the same kind of thing.
We were fortunate enough. We went to Breckenridge Brewery in Denver, Colorado, and they did that with a stout. Oh my gosh, it was like a coffee. I don't know. It was incredible, but it was like 15% alcohol by volume for a beer. Or maybe it was 14%. I couldn't believe it. It was like knocked me on my tail. But it tasted so.
I know people like to say that Imperial Pale Ales are the Budweiser of microbrews, but in Delaware there's a company called Dogfish Head.
Yeah. And
they have a 120-minute Imperial Pale Ale. It is just shy of 20% alcohol by volume, and currently going for over $250 a case. The 90 is around 14% alcohol by volume and much, much affordable. It's less than $60 a case.
I'm telling you right now, I'm not buying a case of anything.
But the 90, it tastes like water next to the 120.
Yeah, that's stout.
They have a 60 as well, which is really cheap, but that really does taste like water.
Maybe that explains why Beowulf ripped the arm off that dragon.
Oh, you're so funny.
Maybe the Swedes the Danes had a recipe for stuff like that. I'm just kidding.
The reason I know so much about liquor and taste it so much is because I'm a big old fat drunk. But I used to market liquor, so I used to do it for all multicultural markets, for African American and Hispanic, for Coors Light, Remy Martin, a bunch of brands, and I decided one day, like, got a conscience, and was like, this is not what I want to be doing for multicultural consumers, and ventured out to do something else. But it was fun.
Yeah, another nice thing about the Dogfish Head is it's not pasteurized. So you can, if you've got a nice cool basement, you can buy an extra case and stick it down there for a year, like people do with the Sierra Nevada Bigfoot ale. And it will continue to ferment in the bottle because it's bottle conditioned. Pretty much all the bottle conditions you can do that with, obviously, but some work better than others.
Speaking of wine, I remember they found at the bottom of the Aegean some Greek, some kind of transport ship, merchant ship, and there were dozens and dozens. I don't remember how many. There's gobs of them. Must have been maybe 100 or more wine bottles down there at the bottom of the sea. They were clay, of course, but of course over time the wine had permeated out, and the seals were broken, and the wine had come out. But wouldn't it be interesting if ancient wine could be found sealed properly in such a way that it wasn't infected in any way with the atmosphere or anything?
I think that actually happened with a shipment of porter.
It would taste
wasn't
like
found
shit,
in
though, if it was wine.
Mediterranean or any of its inlets, but I believe there was a ship discovered that had bottled porter from the 1800s, and they were able to recover the yeast and figure out what hops was used in it so that they could reverse engineer it and, brew that recipe of porter. Porter, if you are not familiar with it, is similar to a stout, but not quite as dark.
Right.
Wouldn't it be awesome if somebody bought a house that was built in, say, 16 or 1700s or earlier, and discovered a chamber up under the basement, and they went in there, and there were just wall-to-wall bottles of wine that were still sealed, unadulterated, that was 400 or 500 years old.
You realize
vinegar?
Sotheby's thing.
Yeah, I was going to say,
you run straight to Sotheby's and say,
they'd be rich out of their minds.
To auction.
Vinegar, anyone?
I mean, yeah, wouldn't that go? I mean, it wouldn't be drinkable.
Might pay for your house.
It wouldn't be drinkable.
Yeah, what would happen to it? It probably would decay to the point where it would not be palatable anymore.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be drinkable, but there are people who collect, never to drink it, never to crack it open. There are collectors.
Yeah.
So those would be your market.
That's
true. Right. Yeah, it's interesting because, I mean, biological molecules, they just decay quickly. You could buy a can of soup and put it in your cabinet for 10 years. And even though it's been sealed and there's no living bacteria in it, no oxygen has gotten in or out, it's still crap. And it'd make you sick because the molecules themselves are decaying. They're breaking down. And so what you get when you open the can is not really what you had when it was put in there. It's all breaking down. The protein molecules are breaking down, and it would be very
well, it's not a perfect vacuum either. I mean, if it was in a vacuum, it wouldn't actually decay.
Yeah, it would, because biological molecules, they're not 100% stable. They break down over time.
But the can is not completely. I mean, it's vacuum packed, but it's not.
Well, the can is sealed. I disagree with you. A can of soup is it's airtight, man.
Yeah, it's airtight, and it's actually got some vacuum, but it's not so
That's
it's
how
not
the
completely
started.
evacuated.
No, I don't believe any bacteria are going to get into the can from not sitting the
Maybe that's how the Big Bang started. It just waited.
All right. Well, you brought up the subject. So what do you think
Well,
about?
I'm just saying the biological molecules break down.
Biological molecules? Come on, that's what molecules are. They're biological.
Right.
No, that's not true at all.
They break down.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I meant to say the soup molecules. That's what they are. They're biological because they're food.
Right. Well, they're biological. They're potatoes and carrots and peas and beef and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you were to depressurize the can to 0 pounds per square inch, the can would just crush. But there is a vacuum.
It's irrelevant. There's no bacteria gets into the can when it's sealed. In factory, I'm sorry, no bacteria is getting in.
It's never perfectly clean either.
Not until that sucker rusts open and a hole is rusted through it. It's going to be sealed for all time.
Yeah, there are chemical half-lives. So
right.
I don't know how they apply to canned foods.
Mm-hmm.
No.
There are chemicals that do have half-lives.
Right. Biological molecules have, they break down over time, just naturally.
I think, though, these half-lives have to do with stuff that's exposed to the elements.
Even DNA has a half-life.
Well, I mean, for example, NASA has, in fact, Neil deGrasse Tyson tasted some like 20 or 30-year-old steak that was dehydrated and vacuum packed, completely sealed, and it,
That has to do with it being dehydrated.
I'm sorry,
you won't find a wine that's dehydrated.
The biological molecules are not perfectly stable. They break down over time. Proteins disassemble and whatnot. Even if it's perfectly sealed hermetically. You could take a glass bottle, and fill it with soup. And you could heat that soup up till it's way beyond 180 degrees. Make it 225. Put it in that glass bottle, and heat the top of that flask and seal that soup inside glass. Now, there's no bacteria going to get in there, and the heat from the soup is going to kill every bacteria inside that bottle, because bacteria cells burst at about 180 degrees. And so you could set that bottle of soup aside, come back to it 10 or 20 years later, open it up. If you could open it without getting glass in it, maybe a glass cutter, do a perfect job of it, and try eating that soup, you would not like the way it tastes.
I would note that plastic is a biochemical, and it seems to have a very, very, very long half-life, if it has a half-life at all.
That's right.
But it does. Plastic gets brittle and dries out and cracks.
Really?
Yeah. Won't last forever. Neither will the proteins that are found in a chunk of beef that's been sealed up in a can for 12 years, 30. It's breaking down. And you're getting chemicals that weren't in the soup because the breaking down of the materials are forming, they're bonding, creating other molecules. And it's not going to be good. Half-life. DNA has a half-life of about 521 years, they believe now. That's what the latest research is. Under the best conditions.
My understanding of half-lives has to do with radioactive decay, which most isotopes are not radioactive.
Well, DNA has a half-life of 521 years under they think. Under the best possible conditions, it can't last forever. It'll break down in only, thousands of years.
Well, now they found a Tyrannosaurus Rex that still had DNA in it.
It was incomplete, though.
It's impossible if it's been millions of years old. Could be no bacteria, no DNA in it. None.
Well, I think it was in special conditions, and it was a very, very difficult, tiny bit that they were able to possibly extract. And I don't remember the whole story, but it wasn't like it was fresh DNA that they could just scrape up.
They had the entire femur. The femur had broken, so they were able to use lots of it and repeat the test over 17 times. This was 20 years ago that they started this. We also found
too. It's not a palladium. I can't remember the name of the dinosaur, but there's been a few dinosaurs, and what they were testing, they found out that this dinosaur was pregnant and was a female. Like, it was fascinating what they were able to pull. Fascinating.
That is interesting.
I just pasted a link to a science paper about proceedings of the Royal Society about the half-life of DNA in bone. And it's a problem for their belief that these dinosaur bones are millions of years old, because they found also bacteria in a salt inclusion that they believe, because the salt inclusion they believe has to be about 250 million years old because of where it's found in the geologic column. So going by their uniformitarianism, where it's found in the column, they believe has to be roughly 250 million years old. That's unarguable. It's got to be, because otherwise they have to throw out their geologic column idea. Problem was they found bacteria. I mean, these in that salt inclusion that had DNA inside. They extracted the DNA from the bacteria.
So that's a very specific type of preservation where it's in salt, because by definition the salt extracts all of the water. All of the moisture is gone.
No, if you read what they say about the half-life of DNA in the best possible conditions, one scientist says in a recent article, you're going to get it's possible to get maybe 6 million years. They think, and of course I disagree, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, maybe 6.8 million years, like you said.
Yeah, but let me tell you something about fossilization.
The problem is they believe that salt inclusion is 250 million years old.
Evan, without going into a long discussion.
Let me finish. The problem is then the salt inclusion can't be 250 million years old. See?
Okay. I just want to say something, Hermine. The fossilization, the only way they were able to get the DNA out of a dinosaur bone is because somehow the bone didn't become fully fossilized. Because fossilization is literally a calcification of the bone. In other words, it's not calcification, but it literally becomes not the bone anymore. It becomes part of the rock, and it's just like it changes completely material.
Yeah, that's not
the dinosaur bone that they did find that DNA in. Apparently, part of it somehow didn't fossilize, and it was actually part of the.
That's not it. If you go back to the article, and it's on I put a post with a bunch of links on it on the page, and people were going back and forth on my profile. The person who discovered it, her theory is right now is that it was potentially trapped in a heavy iron place, but that doesn't speak to the second discovery, which was very similar. So they're trying. So now they have a whole bunch of new theories in terms of if different types of fossilization or different environments will allow things to be presered longer.
Well, one of the theories is that the iron comes from the blood, and it's to do with the way that the animal died. And
I'm sorry, was I still talking? There's a multitude of reasons. They have.
I don't think you were still talking. No, but
there was a bunch of theories, and so they're still working through it. But there's nothing solid on it, and that's all.
Well, that's what I basically said. In other words, it got preserved. Instead of completely fossilizing, part of it actually got preserved.
For hogwash, if you read the article, it gives a lot of ideas, but nothing's solidified yet.
I'm saying that the only way you can get DNA is if it didn't actually fully fossilize.
It did fully fossilize.
Then it wouldn't have been the DNA.
Yes, it fully fossilized. But the trick was, well, the components that were fossilized were soft tissue.
I agree.
So, things like DNA, with the mineralization for the fossilization, aren't actually there, or not there in proper form, whatever.
Here's a link in the text to an article I think you should consider. See, now they find these dinosaur bones that are 65 million years old, right? Because they believe the dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years old.
I'm still looking for
the problem. The circumstances, this is what's going on with these dinosaurs and finding DNA in them. What they'll admit, hey, this is a problem we don't know how to solve, but future discoveries will fix it. They just have to leave it that way because they can't solve the problem. The problem is they can't find The problem is that the DNA can't be millions of years old. And let me read for you just one sentence or three from this very article. And this is according to what the scientists say. They say, Alan Toft, Bunce estimated that DNA's half-life can be up to 158,000 years, meaning the last remnants would disappear around the 6.8 million year mark. Okay, the last remnants. In other words, at 6.8 million years, according to this scientist, and he's using all the data and that the current scientific community is able to provide. He's saying, okay, this is what they say about DNA's decay. Now, here's what I have to say about it. And he's saying 6.8 million years max. That's it. At 6.8 million years, no DNA. And I don't mean, when he says no DNA, he doesn't mean, a strand of DNA that's got 1,000 base pairs. He means no DNA. Not 10 codons stuck together in a strand. He means none. No DNA molecule at all. It has all been broken down into its constituent molecules. Okay, it's gone. Totally gone. So the problem is, if the dinosaur bone is 65 million years old, there can be no DNA in it. But they do find DNA in it. That's the problem. Now, how does mainstream science deal with this? Because what the obvious inference is, well, if the science about how DNA decays is right, if we got our facts right on that, this bone cannot be 65 million years old. It has to be at the max 6.8. That really screws up everything we believe. Our geologic column ideas, the evolution theory about when dinosaurs went extinct, that affects everything in the whole evolution theory and uniformitarianism. It messes it all up. So they can't admit that the dinosaur bone is only 6.8 million years. That screws their whole worldview.
Can't admit bullshit.
Right? So they can't do that. So the only thing they have left is to say we don't know, but we'll figure it out in the future. The thing is, it's a conundrum for their beliefs, and it can't be solved.
Hermine, if you had a link, I don't see it. I wish you would post it.
I put a link. It's just on my profile. It's like the fourth. What's it called?
On your profile.
Yeah. So it's you check the profile and you'll see, and go ahead and read the comments, because in the comments on the page, and you'll see it's an obvious one, which it is. The comments on the page will show other links. So the reason, it's something about like this guy got. Oh, I said something like, "How could this be?" And so it was really interesting. And there was a lot of activity on that post.
Yeah. If you're talking about the T-Rex, I thought they found protein remnants, not DNA.
That's right.
Like a collagen protein or some such.
You're more than welcome to go to the post, and you can read a bunch of articles about it. Adam Pugh put some links in there. I put some links in there. James North put some links in there. There's some really good stuff.
I just pasted a link, in fact, in the text a minute ago from New Scientist, an article dated 2012, just 3 years ago.
I see it. I'll have a look at it.
In which they quote secular scientists from Murdoch University and Copenhagen University about this very subject. It's very interesting.
Well, there's a quote here that says, they even found chemicals consistent with being DNA, though Schweitzer is quick to note that she hasn't proven they really are DNA.
Oh, that was that article. You got to check the dates on them, and that's why I gave the supporting articles throughout the comments. That was in 20 years ago when she initially gave it. And so you'll see updates every 2 or 3 years throughout additional articles. And that's why I did it like that, is because people were giving and getting more information, and we just put it in the comments section.
Well, the way I understand it, and I have to disagree with
this is from 2013.
It's actually completely fossilized. Then it is no longer the actual dinosaur material. It's actually the material like rock and stuff. The soft tissue they found, there was some. It was the way it was buried, the way it was, part of it was fossilized. There was some small amount of soft tissue that actually survived, and they were able to extract some DNA from it. That's the way I understood the story.
Nadia did a good job of explaining it earlier.
No, I mean, I had a paleontologist explain to me what fossilization was, and of course, not me being an actual scientist, I couldn't repeat what he said. But basically, he's saying that if it's actually completely fossilized, it's no longer the bone; it's actually rock or whatever. It's fossilized. A fossilized tree, for example, is like a rock. It's no longer wood.
Well, yes, we already covered that the chemical composition is not what it originally was. The important part is that
especially in terms of structure, I mean, one can go and dissect it and see that the bones had similar channels, cavities, whatever you want to call them. It's what we expected and so on. Blood vessels and muscle fibers and so on had similar structure to what we expected and so on. And that's the kind of thing you get out of soft tissue preservation. You don't so much get any kind of chemical affairs like DNA connections or anything like that.
Let me read to you a paragraph from an article at creation.com on this Institute for Creation.
Creation.com.
Alrighty, let's go for it.
They say this.
Does anybody want to talk about that picture?
They're talking about the what the scientists, the secular ones, did. In their quote, they state this. They also applied an antibody that binds DNA packaging protein called histone H4. Bacteria do not have H4, but vertebrates do. The antibody bound its target, identifying yet another kind of original vertebrate protein, and the histone was sitting in the same nucleus-like central region within the cells. The stains and antibody did not bind to other parts of the cell, nor did the sediment that surrounded the dinosaur fossils. In short, this study strongly supported the presence of original dinosaur proteins and DNA. In other words, the tests that the secular camp guys did on demonstrates the test proof positive. Just like if you were to get a blood test and they put a drop of a chemical test, see if a guy's got, if this is actually crack cocaine, the cops bust somebody, they put a tad of it in a little thing and they shake it up. If it turns blue, it's real cocaine, right? Well, they can do that kind of thing with proteins, and if it turns a color or binds, they know that's a real protein molecule there. If it doesn't bind to it and make the chemical change, it's because there's no protein present. The test proved positive for protein. The problem is, protein can't exist if it's 65 million years old.
I wouldn't be so sure of that.
The proteins have a half-life. Biological molecules have a half-life. Even DNA has a half-life of 521 years now. And under best conditions, I gave you a quote, best conditions possible, 6.8 million years max. That's all you're going to get. That's under the best possible conditions. The molecule's still completely gone. Every stinking bit of it gone at 6.8
until this discovery.
It was really interesting. So they looked at it, and there's a multitude of things that could be not wrong, but wrong in science, and they've got to figure it out. The question of dating, they have to figure that out. The question of can things last this long, and half-lives, and all those different things they have to figure out. They have to look at so many different things. Is this actually DNA from this, and we don't even know if they were reptiles. We don't know if they're warm-blooded or cold-blooded. But we're soon, this type of stuff can help out. There's a lot of things that they're going to have to rethink because of this discovery, and just why it gets put down.
That's right. They have to rethink everything, Ernie. The problem is they just won't get on board with what the physical evidence is because it argues against the uniformitarianism and the evolution theory. And they can't let go of that. They don't want to let go of that because it's...
argues against evolution is because evolution had to occur over this many millions or billions of years. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the molecules can't be there if they're 65 million years ago. Oh.
Well, I guess the challenge is, do we know that the Earth today is similar climate and atmosphere that it was that many of years ago. Because someone could simply argue that that million years ago we had a different climate, a different structure.
I understand, but see, remember I gave you a quotation from a scientist who says under the current research, knowing what we know today about it, he says under the very best possible conditions, 6.8 million years is the maximum any of the molecule will exist. It'll be completely and totally broken down by 6.8 million. So, I mean, if you say you're going to freeze it in water and the water's going to be buried in the earth a mile, so there's no radioactivity, somewhere it's buried where a place where there's no radioactivity is sealed away, you put it in a container and shoot it into outer space, whatever. Best possible conditions you can imagine. It's completely free from any environmental influence. 6.8 million years, it breaks down on its own.
So your problem is that science has made a new discovery.
I think I could make it last longer.
Well, I don't know that it's a problem that science made a new discovery. That's the job of science. I would hope they would. My only contention is let's get on with the science now and let's wipe away any of our preconceived notions and let's figure this bad boy out. Because this is really cool.
And there's a lot of things like that, that are problematic, like carbon-14 found in diamonds. How can that be? Carbon-14 has a half-life of about 700 years. There can be no carbon-14 in a diamond if the diamond is millions, much less billions of years old.
But if you're wiping away your preconceived notions, surely top of the list, given the mountain of refuting evidence, would be the Earth is 6,000 years old. That's got to be top of the list of things you're going to abandon. With all due
respect, I don't know your name. What is it, Gimp? Gimp?
Jem will do.
I'm sorry, Jem. I don't believe in a 6,000-year-old either. So
okay, well that's cool.
I believe that, and other people do. So I can't speak for that. But I think there's a happy medium. There's something that's right. I don't know what this means, but just something doesn't sit right on both sides for me, and I'm trying to learn a bit more. So the more information I get from all sides, the better I can understand. And I'll never be a scientist, right? And I'm never going to
me neither.
The brilliant.
I'm a happy medium.
I'm never going to be the brilliant Christian apologist either. Like the ridiculously well studied. But I'd like to think that I, given enough information, I can make a really good, understanding of where I believe what I believe and really balance the two.
I can provide evidences that the Earth is only thousands of years old. In fact, there are evidences not just in geology and in these kinds of things that we're talking about now, but also there's evidence in genetics. The rate at which the human genome is accruing random mutations tells us man can't have been around or millions, hundreds of thousands of years. And life can't have been evolving for any creature on this planet for millions of years, because if that were so, that continuous intake of fixing of mutations in the genome, what I mean by fixed, I think you understand, it becomes a permanent one, and it's in there. It is too high for organisms to be sustain it over millions of years. It would destroy the genome and kill the organism.
Just too high.
Yeah. The only challenge that I have is I don't believe the Earth is only 6,000 years old.
I know you don't. I wish you did.
No, here's the challenge. If I bet that humans were on Earth, if you want to tell me that maybe humans, as we know them today, are 6,000 years, I might be able to buy that. But I know it took them another 6 days. It's got to be at least 12,000.
Well, you see, I would argue with you and say that's not true either.
So I'm just from what the civilizations that I know about.
Well, you know how they date civilizations. Here's one of the primary way they do it. They'll dig up pottery, and they'll see pottery of a certain style, right? And then they'll dig down another 6 or 8 feet below that, and they find a different style of pottery, and they think, oh, this pottery style existed 1,000 years before or 2,000 years before, and this culture was built on top of that one. They're presuming that the pottery they find 6 or 10 feet down below the first is thousands of years older.
That's not quite how it's done.
That is one of the primary ways in which.
There's another thing. They can carbon date anything that they find that's made out of wood.
Carbon dating has problems, though.
No,
I gave you one
not
example.
the ones that you're talking about.
I gave you an example. Wait, let me give you an example. Carbon-14 is found in diamonds. If a diamond is millions of years old, there can be not one atom of carbon-14 in any diamond. And yet we find
not all diamonds are millions of years old.
And let me give you one more example. The Earth's atmosphere, the sun, creates and destroys carbon-14 at the same time in the upper atmosphere of the Earth. Over time, this would eventually create what's called carbon-14 equilibrium for the Earth. In other words, the rate at which it's being destroyed would be roughly equal to the rate that it's being created, and there would become a stasis for carbon-14 levels across the Earth. The problem for the uniformitarianist camp is that process would take only 30,000 years for the Earth to achieve carbon-14 stasis at the rate at which the sun is destroying and creating carbon-14 in the upper atmosphere. So this tells us that we have an upper limit for the age of the Earth. That's 30,000 years.
No.
Because the Earth has not achieved carbon-14
Listen, do me a favor. Somebody question.
Wait, let me finish.
No,
the Earth has not achieved. Wait, here's the punchline. The Earth has not achieved carbon-14 stasis. The level is still continuously rising. Thus, the Earth can be no older than 30,000 years.
Somebody question my picture.
As far back as 10,000 years ago, we found the atmosphere would not have had any carbon-14 in it.
I just demonstrated the Earth can't be more than 30,000 years old.
Yeah, by a straw man.
No, there's no straw man in that. It's just evidence.
Loads of straw mans in there.
I don't think you understand what a straw man is.
No idea. Be straw manning.
Apparently, you don't know what a straw man argument is.
Oh, I think
even if he's completely wrong, he's not straw manning anyone.
Right.
Straw manning? What radioactivity?
You don't know.
He might be wrong on what radioactivity is, but he's not straw manning anyone.
Right. I'm not straw manning. So, but here's another thing. The thing is that the coasts of the continents, they erode. You know, the ocean laps at them constantly. And in California, they truck in tons and tons of sand in dump trucks, and they dump it and they spread it out on their beaches to save their beaches, because the ocean is stealing the beaches, and they make millions of dollars in tourism off
Hey, I'm not stealing any beaches. You fuck off.
So
someone's stealing the beach.
The thing is that the rate at which the oceans are lapping at the continents and eroding the continental shores of the continents is very profound. It's happening at a rate way too fast for uniformitarianism to be true. And
unless it's not.
If we were to do the math and go backwards,
if you do the math, you find out that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old.
If you do the math and go backwards at the rate at which the oceans are eroding the continents, the shores of all the continents on this planet, the continents cannot be more than 20 million years old. It would.
Goes from 30,000 to 40 million.
We're up to 20 million.
Guys, Nadia has something to say. Nadia.
For a more elaborate articulation about Neff's argument about the accumulation of mutations or the detrimental mutations, putting a cap on the duration of evolution and so on. John C. Sanford, the inventor of the gene gun and such, wrote a book called Genetic Entropy.
Yep.
Put a link to it in the sidebar text chat. You can check the argument out in a bit more detail in that book.
Thank you. I have it already.
Yeah. And secular scientists are on board with. Now his conclusion is that the Earth is young, but what he states in that book is what the findings are, and the finding is that this rate of decay cannot have been going on for millions of years. And here's a quotation from Stanford. He says, "The decay of the human genome due to multiple slightly deleterious mutations each generation is consistent with an origin several thousand years ago." Now, he's not saying in that statement that man has only existed thousands of years, although that's what he believes because of this evidence. What he's saying is that this rate cannot have been going on for more than just thousands of years. And there are other secular scientists that agree with that conclusion.
Secular scientists.
One of them writes a paper that says, "The decay of the human genome by slightly deleterious mutations. Why have we not died 100 times over?" That's a white paper on a journal. So when the conclusion he's coming to is, this rate of mutation cannot have been going on for millions of years in anything that lives on this planet. It would be extinct. How do we solve this problem? And his conclusion is, we don't know how to solve the problem. So it's a problem. It's a problem for the idea that plants and animals on this planet are millions of years old.
And so there's a problem, and that proves that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Yeah?
No, but it's evidence that it's not millions. It proves the rate of decay in the human.
No, it's not millions. It's billions.
The rate of decay, the rate of genetic mutation occurring in human genome indicates man has only existed thousands of years.
I would completely refute that on the basis that one genome in the female.
How do you refute that?
Well, because they take on average 25,000 years in the female genome.
But the problem is, even the secular camp is on board with this. Do you not understand?
One beneficial mutation.
Well, here's the thing.
25,000 years.
Secular geneticists agree with Sanford.
Right, we've only
this
had
rate of mutation cannot have been
five or
going
six in
this rate of mutation cannot have been going on more than thousands of years.
Evan, the
so
iron in your
only way to
blood
solve this thing is to believe that the rate of mutation was great.
So that's 250,000 years minimum.
Well, if
just
secular camp, okay,
just for our species.
Yeah, so secular scientists believe that the rate at which the human genome is occurring mutation indicates this rate of mutation cannot have been going on millions of years. The only way to solve it
not millions
is to
of
believe.
Years, because our species is not millions of years old.
Excuse me. The only way to solve this, is to know the genomes are. You're not understanding. We evolved from a common ancestor, right? They accrued genomes. We got our genome from them. Okay. Hello, McFly. All right. So the problem is you have to believe that the rate in the past was vastly smaller and always was throughout the vast majority of the existence of life on this planet for billions of years. For some crazy reason on the Earth, all the living things of this planet were experiencing a really tiny mutation rate, right? Then for some reason, just thousands of years ago, all of a sudden, boom, the rate goes through the roof. Boom. There's no thing in science which could give us any reason to believe such a cockamamie idea.
Yeah, that's completely false. I mean,
right.
There are many ideas.
So the problem is the rate indicates living things have not existed on this planet.
If you were to let me answer your question rather than going off on another tangent, a straw manning something else.
There's no straw manning.
So, there's the Cretaceous period, okay? So this is a period...
Simon, I think you need to learn a little bit more about what a straw man is.
Yeah, maybe. I can't be bothered to actually work out what
a straw man is basically when somebody takes your argument and then completely misarticulates it and knocks it down.
Right.
I think he's doing that to secular scientists, actually.
But there's no secular scientist in the room.
Yeah, but he keeps claiming there is. He keeps claiming there is. He keeps speaking for them.
Well, no, but he's...
I quote what they state. I'm giving you what they state, okay?
Yeah, I dispute they think the Earth is 6,000 years old if they're a secular scientist.
Oh, okay, well, you disagree with
straw manning. You mean they're straw manning you. And that's not what's happening in the room. He might be misrepresenting other people, but he isn't straw manning anybody.
I'll say misrepresent from now on. I apologize, Ocean.
Right.
Okay, so before you misrepresent any more of mine or anybody else's opinions, as far as I can see, so there are many reasons why that could be the case. Okay, the point about it is early evolution is very slow on the basis that there are very few life forms to evolve. Okay. Plus, the number of the length of the genetic molecule, is considerably shorter. So it has less mutations that it can make. So of course, in the evolutionary model, you would expect there to be very slow evolution at the beginning, and then as more and more creatures formed, the evolution process would become faster and faster.
That's not what the fossils.
We've only been around for the last 200,000 years.
No, that's not true. That doesn't support the fossil record. The fossil record shows life was highly abundant on this planet for what you believe are hundreds and hundreds of millions of years. So what you just stated is scientifically false.
No, I just said 3 billion years. I said for the first 3 billion years there was only single-cell organisms.
But for the last 500 million years, there's been goo boogles of creatures living on the planet, according to secular people.
So, what about the first 3 billion, which is my point?
But the evidence is...
You're going to ignore those first 3 billion of
the evidence is that genomes cannot have existed.
If you're just going to ignore it, you're going to misrepresent it, aren't you?
So the evidence is that genomes cannot have existed on this planet more than thousands of years.
I made the point, which is
I just pasted a link.
Years were single-celled organisms.
I just pasted a link.
As you would expect under the evolutionary model, as the organisms became more complicated, then the rates of genetic change increased and the number of species increased. That's what evolution predicts over billions of years, and that's what we see in the genetic and the biological and the geological record.
No, it's not. There is nothing that we know of that could change the rate at which mutations are occurring. Nothing. Environmental factors.
Just explain what those factors were. If you want to address what those factors are, I would be glad to talk
environmental factors do not explain it. I just pasted a link to a science paper in the Journal of Theoretical Biology. The scientist states, this is the title, Contamination of the Genome by Very Slightly Deleterious Mutations. Why have we not died 100 times over? And the last statement in this journal, in the abstract, is this: this paradox cannot be resolved. He calls it a paradox. Why? Because it's not solvable. You say it's solvable. These guys are real geneticists. Now, wait a minute. You say it's solvable. They say it's not.
Might be a straw man, but
so
I'm not certain.
What you've done here is you've done what evolutionists always do. You'll attack the evidences, the arguments made by your own camp in order to hang on to your precious theory. This is what the gentleman says at the last of his abstract. This paradox cannot be resolved by invoking beneficial mutations or environmental fluctuation. So, I'm sorry, but what you just said about the mutation rate changing because of changes in the environment... I didn't say
the mutation rate changed. I just said the rate...
is not supported by the current
of mutations that could happen would increase.
It is not supported. It is not supported by the scientific community. They have
if you don't listen to the argument, then you're not going to respond to it, are you?
I just did.
I just said to you, for the first 3 billion years, there were single-celled life organisms. As these organisms evolved, then more organisms became on the planet. As there are more organisms on the planet, then the number of mutations, the whole of the species will change. Not the rate at which they'll change. Not the rate, but the number. There's a difference.
Right. It's irrelevant. You know why it's irrelevant? Your whole argument is completely irrelevant.
Why this is irrelevant? Because you think the Earth is 6,000 years old.
No, it's irrelevant, and it's going completely over your head why it is, and here's why. Because the evidence shows that this rate cannot have existed for beyond thousands of years. Regardless of what you just said, it's completely irrelevant. Because they believe dinosaurs were abundant on the planet. Excuse me. Dinosaurs were abundant on the planet 65 million years ago. But this, and man evolved from a common ancestor a very great long time ago.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you agreeing with me.
But the rate cannot have been going on more than thousands. So your argument about the first 3 billion years of evolution that took place billions of years ago is completely irrelevant and went clean over your head. You're not even in the ballpark here. Do you know where we are?
Yeah, I know where we are.
Because you're like a guy in a car lost in a city he's never been in before.
We're on the internet.
You don't know where you are.
We're on the internet. That's where we are. That's a scientific discovery.
So they can't solve the paradox because the paradox says there should be no living thing on this planet because the rate at which organisms, it doesn't matter if it's a human being or a mouse or a mole or a moose, the rate at which there's genomes of these creatures and man or accruing mutations tells us that rate cannot have been going on more than thousands of years.
Well, it tells you
millions,
that. It doesn't tell anybody else that. It doesn't.
So that means if you believe
correct conclusion.
So that means if you believe moose have been around for 1 million years and the fossil record says they have to have been, that can't be true, unless you can. There's no solution to the problem, and this is hard evidence for a young Earth creation.
It's totally false claim,
just like the Bible.
Hard evidence. You see, science is with creation, and refutes everything about this false evolution theory. The idea the Earth is millions of years old
really was
invented by men.
Excuse me, Evan.
Was invented by men who lived in a time before modern scientific investigation.
Evan, how can you sit there and agree that the dinosaurs are 65 million years older,
I
and then turn around and say the Earth is only 6,000 years old?
I don't agree.
How can
I don't
you
agree.
Do
I'm telling you what they believe. That's what they believe. I'm using their argument.
It's madness.
They believe it's 65 million years old.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe they are.
No, I think billions, not millions.
Well, you got to solve this mutation rate thing, man.
Yeah, well, only to your satisfaction, which isn't going to happen in a hurry. Fortunately, I don't actually. Because
in fact,
where we have the Royal Society.
Not just the genetics thing, but you've got an awful lot of paradoxes to solve. Like, why is the carbon-14 equilibrium not would take 30,000 years for that to form in the Earth, and it hasn't happened? Why is there carbon-14 in a diamond when your secular camp believes those diamonds are hundreds of millions, if not billions, of years old? Why is there DNA and soft tissue and collagen? Why is there DNA, soft tissue, and collagen found in dinosaur bones?
If you said that you had
the list of these things goes on and on
you might have a bit more weight. He's making the same point he's made a million times. I don't see why.
Because the scientific evidence says the Earth is not millions.
Well, you keep talking for people who you readily admit have a different worldview, and then you say what they think.
Right, I give you the evidence as they argue.
How can you do that when you don't even share their worldview?
Because you're not. This is going over your head. You're not understanding.
It's not going over my head. I can assure you.
It is going way over your head.
Right. Yeah.
It's going over your head.
I mean, you can always patronise, and I can patronise.
Well, it is going over your head, sir.
Neff, I have been. I mean, I'm not arguing with you over those points. All right. I think your view is completely naive.
Just like the guy who said, "How can I agree?"
I think your view is very naive.
I don't agree with that.
And I don't think it's very educated either.
I don't agree. So, I mean, see, that went over his head.
So don't speak for scientists who you have nothing in common with their work.
I'm providing the evidences, the arguments that they make.
No, you're not.
It's a paradox.
It turns out to be a theist, or the evidence that you're providing says something different.
It's a paradox, he says.
It's a paradox.
It's a paradox. That's what the secular camp says, pal. It's a paradox.
It's a paradox.
Anyway, I have to get going, but you guys need to get on board with the truth now. The Bible's telling us the truth.
You need to get on board with reality.
Yeah, I think you need to get with reality. Yeah.
The Bible says man was created 6,000
whatever the Bible says, whatever the Bible says, okay. So we don't need to hear about the Bible just after that, okay? Thank you very much.
Yeah, talk over somebody constantly. It changes
facts. I will if you do the same thing, and that's what you have been doing in the last half hour, so I have no apologies for it.
Okay. So I provided secular evidence that say these things cannot be more than 1,000 years old.
Well, please stop calling it secular evidence, okay?
Right. Anyway, get on board with the reality, folks. Anyway, have a good one.
Atheism is true.
God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
God bless you guys.
Bye now.
Have a good night, Evan.
Take care.
See you, dude. Good night.
I want to apologise to a couple of people straight away, if I may. Nadia, it's your hangout, all right? When somebody does that to me, I do tend to do the same tactics back to them. I really appreciate you not slacking me down too much for that. Apologise to Amy. Because I said something in the middle I regretted, and I'd like to apologise and say thank you to Ocean for correcting me on misinforming people about straw man arguments. Thank you.
Hey, before you leave, let me ask you a question. Before you.
Yeah, go.
No, he already left.
Oh, damn.
His leaving made the spot for you.
How ironic.
Simon's still here.
I was listening to his talk. I was curious what his what this paradox was that he was talking about. I didn't understand it. I think I missed it too late. Or I came in too late.
It was something to do with the half-life of DNA, and oh no, it wasn't. It's to do with the mutation rate of DNA.
Can you explain it to me?
Well, half-life of carbon-14, he was saying, was too short for the amount of time the Earth has been around.
What was the DNA one? I didn't quite get it.
Well, the DNA one was slightly different, which is a biologist has said that we can use the term half-life with DNA because DNA decays at a particular rate. Not that half-life is radioactive.
Wasn't he making an argument about mutation rate?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he was trying to equivocate radioactivity with DNA.
He makes so many arguments. I can't.
It wasn't really an equivocation, but it was, I think, the misapplication he inherited from sort of the paper itself. So it's kind of hard to attribute to him. The trouble, of course, with the half-life affairs is that that's basically the conditions, right? Because it's basically chemical interactions that'll do it, and then you avoid putting it in. Putting it in with the wrong chemicals, and it won't break down anywhere near as fast, or if at all. I think some of the expectation might be that it reacts with itself in a way that causes it to break down, and I don't know that that's actually the case.
Well, if it came down to it, I could guarantee that DNA would last more or less forever if it was stored in liquid helium below 4 kelvins in a lead container that was sufficiently shielded to prevent cosmic rays from getting in. Obviously, that's a rather artificial environment.
And in a vacuum.
Yeah. Well, the liquid helium and the vacuum are mutually exclusive, but the idea is there's insufficient energy for chemical reactions of any kind to take place.
Yeah.
As far as the diamonds are concerned, with the C14, C14 is made from nitrogen, and when it decays back into nitrogen. So in a diamond that has had C14 in it, it's got nitrogen trapped in the lattice of the crystal. If that nitrogen gets clobbered by a cosmic ray, like say maybe it's, or high energy beta decay, like it's near a uranium seam, it can get converted back into carbon-14.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you don't. Now that doesn't imply that there's going to be anything like the carbon. I mean, there's still going to be a sequestering effect, like with marine life and whatnot. That is, the carbon-14 levels will be lower, but it means that there doesn't have to be an absolute complete absence of carbon-14 either, especially when you consider where diamond mines are located.
Yeah. In your mom.
It's nice to have somebody who actually speaks science for a change in here.
Well, you can also do the experiment. I mean, take a diamond and let's assume that it has had carbon-14 in it, but doesn't anymore. All you got to do is put it in a nuclear reactor, and you can. Well, I guess you do a bunch of diamonds. You need to do it with a bunch of diamonds.
There was an atmospheric carbon-14 affair in there too somewhere.
Yeah, because the reason nitrogen and carbon-14 are easily converted back and forth is because the mass of the two elements are those two isotopes. That is, nitrogen-14 and carbon-14 have almost exactly the same mass. It's the difference between a neutron and a proton. So it takes a little bit of energy to bump a proton up to a neutron, and and the neutron gives up energy when it decays into a proton, because it also shoots out an antineutrino, a beta ray, that is an electron, and a gamma ray, high energy photon. So putting that energy back into it is more difficult, obviously, because you're pushing a rock uphill. Anyway, That's essentially as far as I can go there. As to all the other things, too complicated. I'd have to study a hell of a lot more.
No, that's cool. That's good. I didn't want to go into science with him. I really didn't want to start saying any of the technical details because I just felt it'd be a waste of time.
He's just way too smart for all you guys.
Oh, that must be it. Yeah, that must be it. 6,000 years, he says.
Yep, and he can prove it. So.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, Fudd. You were talking about being bumped up to a neutron. I didn't know that earthly processes can change a proton into a neutron. I thought that necessarily needed pressures like you find inside of stars.
Well, uranium-238 gets turned into plutonium-239 in fission reactors. So
okay, yeah.
That's a specific practical example I can give you.
Yeah, in other words, it has to be like a specific reactor or
well, it does require a high energy input.
Okay.
Not anywhere near what you get in the hearts of stars.
No, I mean, okay, all right. I thought you were referring to some natural process.
Well, yeah. The natural process of carbon-14 creation is the bombardment of the Earth's atmosphere by cosmic rays, mostly from the sun, hitting nitrogen and converting them into carbon-14.
And that process actually does make a neutron or two every now and again?
Well, yeah, you're turning
protons into neutrons.
You're turning nitrogen into carbon. So actually, your nitrogen has an atomic number of 7, carbon 6. So actually, what you're doing is you're taking the nitrogen and you're knocking some of the energy away to make the carbon-14.
Okay, I'm just a little confused. So you're saying that in that carbon-14 there's an additional neutron as opposed to nitrogen? Somewhere along the line a neutron got formed?
Well, nitrogen-14, it has an atomic mass of 14. It has 7 protons, 7 neutrons.
Okay.
If you convert one of those neutrons into a proton, or wait a minute. Now I'm getting
confused. I'm a little confused. No. I don't mean to be a pain in the ass.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Carbon, atomic.
Nephilim's right. Just move on. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm getting confused. Yeah. Yeah. I'd rather just move on. I mean.
Okay. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was just.
Because I'm beginning to screw up the whole damned explanation, and that's not going to help anyone. So.
All right. No problem. I'm sorry. It just got to me, because I'm used to talking about stars and high mass stars so heavy that they end up turning into neutron stars, and the way that happens, they literally compress the electrons orbiting the protons into the nucleus, which takes an enormous amount of gravity to overcome the strong nuclear force.
Yeah, it's a strong nuclear force. Yeah. I think only the weak nuclear force is involved in this case because you've still got 3 quarks in a neutron, just like you've got 3 quarks in a proton. It's just that in one of them you have 2 ups and a down, and the other you have 2 downs and an up.
Yeah.
I forget which is which.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, anyway,
you have a slightly higher amount of mass in a neutron than you do in a proton.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to cause trouble. I just I was literally curious, and you sounded like a really intelligent. You sound like you knew more than I do, so I was asking you because you're the expert.
I'm not an expert.
More expert than I am. Anyway.
A few little things. I basically like to talk about my knowledge in this way. N is what I know. D is all there is to know. N over D equals 0. I do a little bit of rounding down, but not much.
So, alrighty then. Well, I'm glad I
Can I change the topic or ask an unrelated, absolutely unrelated question?
Sure.
Go for it.
Has anyone ever heard of eyeball tattooing?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you guys think about
it? Looks so gross.
I think it's pretty awesome if you're into it.
Sounds bloody painful.
I'll stick to, permanent makeup, cosmetic tattooing.
Can't that damage your eyes and like make you never see again? And it just looks really bizarre.
If you fuck it up.
My son has alopecia and he lost all of the hair on his head.
Well, my eyes have been cut open 3 times each.
So we got him a tattoo of hair, so it looks like he's got a really short, like crew cut.
Well, that's different. That's different. But I'm talking about really like cool. Getting like eye tattoo, where you like.
I don't think I'd want to do that.
No, no. Anyway, my eyes have been cut open 3 times each already, so I'm not going to be doing anything else to my eyes, including no more wearing contacts.
Yeah. I cannot wear contacts because it means sticking something on my eyeball. I'm totally phobic about that. LASIK.
Well, I have a medical reason not to.
Multiply that by 1,000. So I'm not a candidate for LASIK psychologically, unless, of course, Valium is really, really, really good. So really, I'm going to be getting a really strong prescription of glasses when I can afford them, and as soon as I can, because my long-distance vision, I think I would fail the driver's eye test if I was to do it with the current glasses I'm wearing. So I got them back in 2006.
Wow.
I would, strongly recommend investing in medical technology. Repairing your body is something that I don't know, has impacts on quality of life so extreme that I would almost say there's no reason to invest in anything else in one's life. And well, I of course denied that for the remainder of my life, and that's going to torture me until I'm dead.
Yeah. I think LASIK is still around $5,000. Might have come down. I know there are.
Yeah, it's LASIK.
Yeah, LASIK, whatever. Yeah, I know there's a LASIK clinic not far from me, and literally that's all they do.
But like what I was saying was, there's people who get these tattoos where they basically their skin is a little bit paler or whiter, and they get like all black eye tattoo, so their eyes look like a solid black mass, and it's really like I don't know. I mean, I think it might be cool for like a day or like a month, but then after a while, how could you not regret that?
What do they tattoo? The lens in your eye, then?
Pardon?
What do they actually?
How to tattoo the iris without completely fucking it up?
It's the whiteness of their eyes, like the white points.
They inject it with a little syringe.
Yeah, into the eyeball, into the white eye.
Right.
Well,
that's tattooing in general. That's tattooing in general.
Yeah.
I mean,
not like a tattoo gun. It's like an actual like syringe. Like, looks like a diabetes style one.
Ew.
Well, it doesn't actually matter that it's a different style of syringe.
Yeah, it's.
And does this not affect your vision in any way?
Now, if I was going to do an eye tattoo, I would want a bioluminescent ink that I can learn to control so that I can make my eyes glow brighter green or...
You just want robot eyes.
And that I can...
I would get that. If I could turn it on and off, I would get that.
Yeah, I would so go for something I can turn on and off.
Well, it's not eyes, but... I don't know, I'd probably give up a fair number of years, lifetime or whatever, to to see my own reflection and not be horrified by a man's face looking back at me, and to speak and not be horrified by hearing a man's voice. So, and those are both available, but for prices I can never pay.
Sell your pancreas. Just don't let them test it ahead of time.
Can you guys see this guy's face on my screen?
Yeah, I just saw this guy actually.
Yeah, look at his eyes.
Those are real job killers.
Yeah, that will kill your job. That will kill more than your job.
Wow, that's freaky.
Well, there is a picture I saw of this guy. He had this really fancy tattoo on his arm. He was featured in one of the tattoo publications because, you know, body art has an entire culture around it. And anyway, the picture was taken, and at the top it said, "Tattoo, forget it, you're not getting a job," or something to that effect. At the bottom it said, "Landed on a fucking comet," because somebody's echoing back at me. Anyway, he was the guy who landed the lander on, landed Philly on, 67P.
And offended a bunch of women with his shirt.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
so.
I think he had a shirt on. I don't remember what the shirt he was wearing.
I couldn't hear you. You're echoing really bad. Somebody's.
Yes, I'm echoing, but I don't know why.
Right. No. Okay. You're not echoing.
If you can hear
Sorry,
it,
I think it's mine if I'm not muted. I'm on my phone.
Phones usually have echo cancellation, but try. Yeah, I think it was you. Okay.
Yeah, it's Digi.
Yeah, I mean, where I used to work, when I did work, there was a not very enforced rule of tattoos. That is, that you weren't supposed to be able to see them. But there was a couple of people there that had tattoos on their lower arms, and the shirts that they wore were short sleeves sometimes, and they expected you to wear a long sleeve shirt. But it wasn't well enforced. It was, it was just I don't know. I don't know what the reason was, but
I've never
deal
that guy
with
looked,
customers at all.
the way that guy looked, he would never get a job there.
I've never once in my life seen a tattoo that wasn't like really small that I thought people would not regret like later on. I mean, let me take that back. Like when I see like body art, like full body tattoos, or more than just like very small, I think I've never seen one that looks good. It always looks bad to me.
Have you seen like sleeves? You don't like sleeves?
I think they look horrible.
Yeah.
Like
I like sleeves.
I
will probably get one at some point.
I mean, just if the artist is good, I think
That's another thing. I'm looking for an artist now.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a good artist, and I think sometimes even if it's full body or large portions of, I think it looks good, but it's not always, it's not always that way. In fact, it's hard to find good artists.
I've never seen a tattoo of full body thing. Like when The Rock ruined himself when he tattooed himself.
Also,
I would get permanent. I would get permanent lipstick of I don't know, a color that actually looks like lipstick instead of like normal lips. Because what I got looked like normal lips, basically, still there. I'd probably get something that's like actually red.
Yeah, my lips are unusually red and have been all my life. And people have accused me of having lipstick, but I don't. It's their natural color. Because I'm redhead,
Important
light
thing
skin, freckled.
is you can get your lips tattooed to be quote unquote permanent lipstick.
Yeah, I should get my lips tattooed to be less red.
I don't have any tattoos yet.
They can't make them lighter.
I don't have any.
I got a
tattoos yet.
sleeve and then 14 in addition.
I don't have any tattoos yet, but the only thing I would get is like an atheist tattoo on my arm or shoulder or chest or something. That's about
An
it.
atheist tattoo? God.
I will.
Quite the religious atheist, aren't you?
I will never be able to get another cosmetic tattooing in my life. Those were the last I will ever see.
Yeah, my sleeve's a cover-up of some satanic bullshit that I did when I was a teenager.
My friend, she has She has parrots and stuff on her legs, and you know the artwork is good, but I don't know, a parrot on your leg. I mean, and it's bright colors, but I don't know.
What do you guys think about facial tattoos?
Well, I got them.
You got them?
Yeah.
Where?
Permanent eyeliner, permanent lipstick.
So I actually, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I wasn't talking about like, okay, so there's this girl who had like a facial burn, and her skin is like really discolored on her face. A couple of actually I've seen them, and they'll get tattoos that are to make the skin look more of the normal color. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about things that like, you know, what I'm talking about like.
You're talking about getting like a dragon tattooed across your face or something.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Or like Mike Tyson, what he did.
Like the New Zealand
Hell,
guy.
there's this one rapper has a giant ice cream cone on his face.
I've seen a guy with a spider web right across his face.
Like when I see tattoos like that, I wholly accept that person because they've got to be pretty cool. If they have an ice cream cone tattooed on their face, that's awesome.
So am I the only one in this room that thinks like tattoos on your face look terrible?
No, I mean I agree with you. They're probably not the best idea. I don't necessarily think they look bad though.
I've seen some cool tattoos, but I've never seen one that I would like forever. That's my problem.
I think it depends. It's like I said before, it depends on the art.
I'm sure I would grow bored of it, or it would feel out of fashion.
How do you remove tattoos other than like by burning them off?
Laser.
It's really expensive and long process. It's way more expensive than getting it in the first place. They use like some sort of laser and they burn it out of underneath your skin. They like dissolve the ink with the laser.
And it leaves a trace as well. You've kind of got like, you know, lighter skin where it was.
Yeah, you're still gonna have a version of that tattoo in some sort of way still showing up.
Yeah, like a sort of a shape of, you know, the outline kind of thing.
It's like if you tattooed a penis on yourself when you were drunk or something like that, you can get the procedure done. A lot of people will cover up tattoos, though, with other tattoos.
Well, if the technology catches up, what I would like for face art is Borg implants on my face. I want the eye with the laser rangefinder.
Okay.
At least, well, and the other eye to look human, but also, well, to be Steve Austin style bionic eye.
But how long would that be cool for? Like,
so I got the one that's the Borg eye for the laser rangefinder, and the other one that's got the zoom, and that they can coordinate with each other, and yeah, Locucius of Borg. Resistance is futile. But they'll have to put me under for that because, like I said, I am scared to death of shit touching my eyes.
I am very, very able to handle my eyes. I'm not sure if you're aware of what scleral contact lenses are. They basically are like, well, almost like sucker cups. They form like a half sphere, and you have to get those around your eyeball. You put them in, and I
guess they don't.
They're very thick, and they cover the whites of your eyes. So things like covering up the whites of your eyes so that it looks black, or other patterns and such are done with scleral contact, used for creature effects like movies and stuff. And I had a few of those. Was able to put them in, take them out. Thickness kind of doesn't let your eyes breathe, so you will start graying out after a few hours. I think. Actually, it's more like a day, but anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to fall asleep in those.
Yeah, that's how I found out. You gray out.
Yeah, one thing I don't like about contacts is the fact they do cut oxygen flow, but they do have more modern contacts that let more oxygen through, like the 7-day extended wears and such.
Well, nowadays they got all kinds of contacts for cosmetics, you know, turn your eyes blue, and, and Hollywood uses them too.
I'm talking strictly corrective.
Anything they will sell you at like a eye doctor place is going to breathe somewhat, and scleral contacts don't. Yeah, they just don't sell the things that don't breathe anymore.
The other thing, I had asked this a long time ago, but I think they've since come out with a solution, was I have an astigmatism, which means my lenses have to be lined up appropriately because my eyes are asymmetrically, there's an asymmetrical distortion. Anyway, apparently they've come out with a contact lens that has a little invisible weight in it, so that if your head is upright, it corrects for the astigmatism. But if you turn your head, the weight will rotate these lenses on your eyeball. So
your head's sideways like that, you mean?
Yeah, and so you lose the astigmatism correction. But I mean, it's like, okay, I know these things are floating on liquid, but still, they're turning on your eyeball. It's gives me the willy.
The scleral ones don't rotate like that. For whatever reason, even though they don't have weights and such, you will. They actually have to be made to account for asymmetries in your eyes and such, and they'll kind of like fit to it and kind of cup toward it and so on. So I actually have some asymmetries, but they don't cause visual issues, and that's kind of what I noticed when I put in the scleral ones. They, at least on my right eye, I think is the one that had the asymmetry, which is odd because my left one's the one that's damaged. The right eye would kind of twist and turn a bit.
Yeah, if I could bring myself to get LASIK, the other concern I have is that maybe they'll have to remove too much cornea material for structural integrity.
No. What they do is they cut a flap and glue it back together.
I didn't think there was any of that cutting. I thought they just mapped out the eyeball and then laser, just basically vaporized away corneal material from the surface.
No. Or at least, it's all they did for me. They actually cut a flap.
Are you sure that wasn't what they call a keratotic,
radiokeratotomy, yeah.
Yeah, keratotomy, because that's another corrective surgery.
I'm not sure, but whatever it is, gave me eagle eyes better than 2020, and it's still better than 2020. Good. I don't know how many years later.
Yeah, because the one other thing I'm worried about, of course, is over time my prescription continuing to change.
Well, I was in my. I would have been 28, 29, and I've had issues since. I think they say the 20s is when I'm guessing it has to do with facial cartilage, and at least in men. Women's probably less of an issue because, well, not as much testosterone, not as much facial cartilage, not as much change in shape of the bones around the eyes, pressure them into shapes otherwise. So the real eye doctors might give a different explanation or a better explanation or something, but I'm kind of winging it. Even so, the age cutoff they gave me was about 30. That's kind of close enough. So.
Oh, well, I'm over 30, but now I know people who were over 30 that got LASIK, and they were very happy with the results. But they weren't.
Well,
their prescription was not nearly as strong as mine.
The cutoff's the floor. Right, your eyes are still changing until you're 30. That's what,
okay, I see what you mean. Well,
and again, your eyes are supposed to change as you get when you're older because of presbyopia.
Yeah. The other thing I'm worried about, of course, is assuming, because of the cornea thing, I mean, I may be, if I'm wrong about that, that's fine. But the other thing is, if they're structurally weakening the eye, and this might not be at all appropriate on a live stream, but like if for some reason you have a severe case of constipation and you're trying to push it out, and blood pressure goes up to the head, and I have this bizarre fear of my eyes literally popping.
No.
So you're afraid you're going to shit your eyeballs out?
Yeah, I know it's totally irrational.
That is the best fear I've ever heard in my life. No. There needs to be a name for that.
Yeah, that's complete bunk. I know that Air Force pilots I think are banned from having had eye surgeries. I think and real doctors I think don't actually make any such claim or demand on the structure of the eye, like scleral contacts, because I'm like literally manhandling my eyeballs to the point that like talking that flaps I got glued back on. I'm like really rubbing at it and stuff, like really directly touching the eyeball.
Oh, I got peanut butter and Doritos and salt on my eyes. Got to rub it off.
Well, naturally, you have to wash your hands before, but still, doing that is kind of an attack on the structure of the eye, especially quote-unquote vulnerable structure involving the glue they glued that flap back on with. And doctors, like actual MDs that work on eyes and stuff, have not bothered telling me not to use the scleral contacts. All right, they don't think that's a serious risk.
What did they use?
Even that kind of, what did they use for what?
The glue. Did they use cyanoacrylate or something else?
I don't know.
Bonds the skin instantly. Maybe it works with eyeballs. If you blink too soon, you can't open your eye again.
I don't know what they use, but it held up to quite some manhandling the eyeballs with scleral contacts. And the blood pressure stuff is kind of like, totally sounds irrelevant.
Yeah, I know. It's an irrational fear of mine. I admit that. Unfortunately, I mean, the whole point of a phobia is it's bloody difficult to overcome. I mean, it's one of the what do you call it? It's one of the reasons why it's a phobia.
Yeah. In principle, that'd be a good thing for health insurance to cover, especially since it would reduce the, lifetime cost of things like glasses and quite a number of vulnerabilities, disadvantages, and so on associated with them. I wonder, does the NHS cover it, Jem? Or Simon?
What, sorry?
The laser eye surgery?
No.
No?
I think
probably an elective, so no, yeah.
It might in certain circumstances.
Do they cover glasses?
Yeah, they do. They subsidise them.
Oh.
But if you're unemployed or a pensioner or someone like that, it would be a complete subsidy. You wouldn't pay at all.
Because my blanks alone were over $250. Actually, I think they were over $300.
There's a set scale here, but you can only have. You wouldn't get designer frames or anything on the NHS. You'd have to pay for that. But
yeah, cheap plastic frames. I got good frames.
Well, they're not horrible, but then they're not going to be top of the range. Sorry.
Yeah, but I don't want the U.S. Army's what do they call them? The birth control devices.
It's rather cheap surgery, right? So, for instance, at $250 a pair of glasses, then it'd only take 12 replacements before the surgery pays for itself, right? And over a lifetime.
Over a lifetime. Yeah, that's true. Financially, it makes sense. Also, glasses are a fucking pain in the ass. You got to keep them clean. I've stepped on my glasses at least once. I've fallen asleep in my glasses, which, you know, knocks them out of adjustment, so they got to be readjusted. The paint is coming off of them now. That's not exactly comfortable.
Well, the NHS is covering them, so...
It says
yeah,
here,
they can.
Yeah,
What's that?
Laser surgery is available on the NHS for eye conditions that without treatment can lead to loss of vision. However, it is not available for conditions that can be treated successfully in other ways, such as refractive focusing errors.
Well,
sorry, go on.
Yeah, but the argument is that it should be covered because the surgery would pay for itself.
Right, sometimes it takes the NHS a bit of a while to catch up.
Yeah. The surgery's gotten cheaper and glasses more expensive, so...
Right.
Yeah, so the NHS is screwing themselves on both ends there, the front and the back. And I'm kind of doing it to myself, too, because I really do need to get new glasses, and...
Well, the question is, are they secular trends? Or are they cyclical? I mean, if it's...
Well...
If the relative prices of, you know, glasses and surgery are, you know, changing in less steady ways or ways that don't show this trend toward more expensive glasses relative to, you know, progressively cheaper surgery, then okay, maybe it's good to wait. On the other hand, otherwise it just kind of seems...
Yeah, I don't know the ROI for myself. All I know is these glasses, I got them in 2006. And they've, you know, and it's only recently that I've been noticing that seeing at distances has gotten rather more difficult. So I just need a stronger prescription. The other thing, of course, that's annoying about glasses is I like riding a motorcycle year-round, as long as there's no ice on the ground. And the glasses fog right up, where the visor doesn't, but the glasses do, which, of course, effectively makes me blind.
They took an interesting decision in Parliament today about they're now allowing research into a technique that will allow genetic information from 3 parents. And in this way they can eradicate, I think it's cystic fibrosis that they can get rid of. So they take the nucleus of the embryo cell containing the parent's DNA, and they stick that in another cell of a healthy mother. And this gets rid of the faulty faulty bits of the cell that cause cystic fibrosis.
Mitochondria.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The famous for mitochondrial Eve, of course, which proves, of course, that human species is
right.
Well, quite ancient, and our most recent maternal line ancestor is how old again? 200,000?
Like 250, I think it was.
Something like that.
I think
yeah. Mitochondrial Adam is considerably younger.
Like 74.
Or not mitochondrial, Y gene.
I think mitochondrial Eve is about 80,000 to 90,000 years.
But I'm interested to know what you think about the ethics surrounding that, of sort of allowing...
Actually, cystic fibrosis is a horrible way to die. and
I think
your near-end life is really, really miserable. So
I think the ethics are that there's almost a mandate to do this.
yeah, we should get rid of it.
Obligatory to ensure that when we can, people are born without such
I agree.
horrific diseases. I'd say pre-implantation genetic diagnosis is likewise worthwhile, even if it operates in a different manner.
I would also be interested in some kind of other means besides LASIK to fix my eyes, like stem cell research could potentially provide some form of gene therapy that would cause the eyes to just grow back to something that would be a 20/20 deal. Actually, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that are potentially fixable with stem cell research.
I'd
And
love
now
that.
that stem cells are not requiring embryos, I mean, there's no longer that abortion argument to be used against stem cell research.
I'm potentially fixable, but, well, no one will ever fix me. They will ensure that I die tormented.
Here's your way through.
Way through what?
FedEx freight, $100. You can get yourself shipped to London via FedEx. And when you came out of the box, then you've got to find somebody in the underground who'll give you some documentation that says, get yourself your British birth certificate forged and all that crap, and your NIH card, and NHS card, sorry, and you're good to go.
Because those are just common connections people have.
Well, you don't really need a lot of that stuff generally when you.
I just experienced deja vu.
When you go for treatment, they don't ask you for any. They just ask you your name.
Well, depends on what kind of treatment.
Insurance number, they will, but they'll still treat you without it.
Depends what kind of treatment.
Well, yeah, emergency treatment I'm talking about.
Yeah, they wouldn't call what's going on with me an emergency.
No, they wouldn't.
No, the trick is to basically get yourself into the system through some backdoor means that probably don't exist.
That's not going to happen. I mean, 20 years, you think I didn't look at below board measures? I did.
Well, okay. I actually have no idea how long you've been looking and how deeply what you've
20
been
years.
considering.
20 years.
20 years. That's a long time.
There's no way out. Welcome to America.
Well, you're born here.
I just experienced major deja vu, and I think it's still happening.
That's so weird, isn't it? I'm not happy.
I mean, including the link that Nadia put up, and what Fudd Moten is saying. This is like too strange.
You got that right.
It's probably because the conversation recurs often. And it's basically not going to go away until I'm dead.
It's unfortunate that HIV research is going so slowly, because that is your classic endogenic retrovirus. I mean, in principle, although we don't have the technology for it, you could engineer one of those suckers for a specific individual, one injection, it goes in, rewrites your DNA, patching up the stuff you don't like, and does a reset and fixes everything.
It's not going to turn a Y chromosome into an X chromosome. And
well,
even if it did, my body's already grown out into a freaking horror. So.
No, you just need a Time Lord style regeneration, and there are apparently jellyfish that do something like that, so that they could theoretically live forever as long as nothing eats them.
They are biologically immortal.
Aren't lobsters biologically immortal?
Well, I don't think morality has anything to do with it.
I said immortal.
Yeah, biologically they're immortal, provided no one eats them. But yeah.
So, in the meantime, there's. Well, what do you do when you're totally screwed?
What do you do when you're 23 again?
What?
You said
maybe I
totally screwed.
Yeah, I said totally screwed.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My hearing also is not ideal.
I think I would eat and do drugs.
What do I do if I'm totally screwed?
Play computer games.
I learn COBOL, I get myself into the guts of the banking industry, and I create money from nothing digitally and put it into numerous bank accounts, and then I disappear. Because I've also reprogrammed all the the methods for tracking me down.
I already have at least a passing knowledge of COBOL. Getting into the banking industry is not as easy as knowing something.
Nah, they do all sorts of banking.
It's about knowing someone, not knowing something.
Yeah, you need to know someone. Well, that's not entirely true. Well, yeah, it's kind of true now. My mom had a banking job for a while, but she was not doing COBOL. She was doing other stuff. And yes, there was all sorts of credit checks and shit just to get in there because she was working for JP Morgan. But she was working as a contractor for JP Morgan. That is, a contracting firm hired by JP Morgan. And then JP Morgan got rid of all the contractors, which included her, of course.
So, when you're totally screwed, which none of that has anything to do with, well, do people take up religion just to whatever? I think most people are like, well, Jem, are you gonna say something?
No, I was just coughing.
Yeah.
You're not taking up religion, are you, Nadia?
Yep. That's what most people end up doing, though. They talk about getting to your, what is it, bottom or something like that, and yeah. Oh, took over religion, so what effect did it have?
You need to start your own mega church and then embezzle the funding to get all the other things you want done.
Rock bottom.
You don't even have to embezzle it. Look what the mega churches do already with their cash.
Yeah.
Rock bottom.
You can flaunt it.
Rock bottom, that's what they call it. Yeah, you don't build mega churches in the rock bottom.
You can.
Yeah, I guess
Really?
Well, you already know the doctrines.
Try.
And you already know the
build?
philosophies.
What
are you gonna build? What are you going to build them out of? Cardboard boxes?
No, you just find a.
No,
you start preaching really, really well and get a following.
Yeah, on YouTube. Call it preaching to the choir ministry.
Oh.
I would not suggest going the G-Man model. You need to preach something that's warm and fuzzy in order to get a mega church going.
Yeah.
Because most Christians don't want to hear this hellfire or debate crap. They want to hear, like, you know, your life's going to be okay.
You go to
preaching really well, getting a following. Well, getting a following takes more than talent, and talent doesn't come by force of will.
You go to Joel Osteen.
You got to have the talent for it. That's the thing.
You become one of his acolytes. And
no, don't join someone that's already doing it. You gotta kind of attack them subtly, the ones that are already doing it. It's like, you know, you could be with me, or you could be part of Joel Osteen's group, or you could be a real Christian. You know.
One of the sorts of critiques and so on level at religion is they prey on people who are like vulnerable or undergoing some kind of stress in their lives, and again get their converts by taking advantage of their distress and such.
They're not very good at it, because if they were good at it, I'd still be a Christian. I went to the church when I had moments of fuck going on in my life, and it just didn't work out too well.
Yeah, Nadia, you need to just get rid of your morality, because...
Pardon me, everybody. I gotta get going. Something just came up.
Good night.
I gotta restart my computer.
Your mom just came up.
Oh.
Thanks, Eric.
Have a good night.
Good night. I might come back if I can, but I gotta restart.
Okay.
Yeah,
we'll see him in 20 minutes.
But Nadia, you have to understand that by definition, from the authority, Nephilim Free himself, you must be a moral nihilist.
And of course I'm not. So
yeah, isn't that unfortunate?
Main thing is, religion's preying on the vulnerable and such, or yeah, and I think Ocean was in the midst of an answer.
Oh, I was just saying that I went to the church in a moment of blah in my life, and the church wasn't really too helpful for me.
Yeah, helpful in a number of ways. Like, you know, the whole poor and homeless thing. Throwing food at homeless people doesn't actually help that much. I mean, for one, where do you go to the bathroom?
I think that the church should help house homeless people if they can do it.
Yeah.
But you know, they don't really. They just.
Do you have the Salvation Army there?
Say what?
Do you have the Salvation Army in the USA?
Yes. The Catholic Church does do that through the Salvation Army, and that's really cool. But there was not a Salvation Army location where I was.
Right. I mean, there often isn't here, but they do have like places in a lot of cities where you know, hostels and
the city that I'm in now, they've got it, but.
Oh, they've also got YMCAs.
Right.
But the Salvation Army, I think the most annoying thing is every year around the winter solstice, they come out and ring fucking bells all the time.
When they raise money, man.
Yeah.
It's like
I find the bell ringing to be nice.
It's a stressful time of year, and they're ringing these bells. I hate those bells.
You can't beat a bit of campanology. Come on.
What's wrong with that shit? Come on now.
And you know how pissed they get when you throw a bubblegum wrapper in their donation?
It's because you're being an asshole.
Well, yeah.
Fucking dick.
Actually, their pot looks an awful lot like something that witches brew their...
Oh, come on now. It looks nothing like it.
It's a bit smaller, but yeah, it does.
It looks like a campfire stove, if anything.
Yeah, Ocean's probably an expert in cauldrons, I'm thinking.
I am.
And your mother, Earth.
Well, you know, I'll just get an Eye of Newt collection, and next time round I'll just take the eyes and toss them in instead.
All right, so I have a question then. The Salvation Army is like, if we're doing all this, would it hurt them if they excluded about 40% of the homeless population from eligibility for the shelters.
40%. It seems like you know something I don't know.
They only help Christians of their faith.
Yeah.
Is that right? I don't. I mean, I don't know.
Not the only help Christians. They probably might actually be the case, but the anti-LGBT discrimination and such is the issue. And if you're wondering if that's 40% is the right number, well, I have that number too.
Well, we all know that, what is it, 87.5% of internet statistics are unreliable. So,
National Coalition of the Homeless? National Coalition of the Homeless is unreliable? Like they'd know about homeless people.
now that's an interesting thought. National Coalition of the Homeless. They have a website. What the hell did they tell ICANN their address was?
The homeless can't actually put up websites themselves. National Coalition for the Homeless. By, I guess, philanthropists and so on, or otherwise charity workers, on behalf of, or working on behalf of homeless people.
Okay, because I was just going to say, ICANN regulations require, contact info. As you
can have a GoFund as a homeless man. You just won't have a physical address.
They want name, address, and phone number.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's funny. The Christians discriminate people out into the street, and they goes time to help people after they've been put out on the street. Well, that's that same basis of discrimination. They don't help them out. It's a straight shot all the way to splattering.
Yeah, humans are a particularly peculiar species.
Humans or Christians?
Well, Christians are a sect of humans. I don't know, a bizarre offshoot.
I'll go to more secular countries like UK or Denmark, and you'll find something very different in terms of dealing with housing and such when people are in dire straits.
Yeah, I think you'd find Sweden or Norway most likely to be your best bets if you could somehow get in for long term.
I will never escape the United States.
Oh, come on, you could always sneak across the border to Mexico.
Well, and what happens once I do?
You'll probably be shot, raped, or turned into a mule.
Hey, Nadia, you can be a mule.
Options?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just some ideas.
Okay, well, you can make illegal immigration a more elaborate form of suicide, but anyway. Actually, illegal immigration in general is little more than a more elaborate form of suicide. In healthcare, one hiccup in healthcare, I'm gone, right?
Well, actually, if you get yourself a passport card, apparently they're good for Canada and Mexico. I know you're kind of far north of the Mexican border where you are, but if you moved south...
I move south, and what happens?
What you do
no
is...
healthcare, I die.
You go to Mexico, make some contacts, become a professional drug runner. Because they pay.
So, yeah, in the meantime, work visas, student visas, marriage visas required for
No visas required. This is totally under the board.
Yeah, they're required for the healthcare eligibility in countries that are, well, more than your suicide to actually go to. So at that point, well, there's no way out.
Well, no, the idea is
none of those are possible.
You make money running drugs and get U.S. healthcare.
No one's going to sign me up for that. There's some kind of like mobster fantasy or something.
Well, I got to admit, I did get the idea from the TV show Shameless, which you're probably not familiar with.
What?
Basically, they take the bags of pure uncut cocaine, they're inserted into a body cavity, and then you make your way back north of the border where...
They do body cavity searches.
Well, you'd be an American citizen, though. You'd have your passport card to show, and they would only do it if they thought you were running drugs.
The drug dogs can smell the drugs up your ass. You know that, right?
I know
they can stop you.
Oh, they can stop you for anything.
I mean, if you swallow them, maybe not so much, but the dogs can definitely smell that. Plus, you would have been handling them. I mean, that's just too risky, and I'm pretty sure she's talking about, like, actual options, not fantasy options.
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't know that. Okay, I did not know that bit about the drug dogs.
We weren't talking total horseshit. We were talking about actual reality here.
Well, actual reality, if that's the case, no, I don't know the way out. If I knew the way, believe me, I would be rich myself.
No, you know that there isn't a way out.
Well, I'm still kind of holding out hope for becoming an indie developer, but yeah.
Gaming developer?
Yeah.
I hope you didn't get involved in the Gamergate scandal.
No scandals for me, no. It's just that the odds, unfortunately, of making a living wage as an indie developer are exceedingly low.
An indie developer of what?
Your mom.
Of iPhone and OS X software.
That's a platform, not a actual sort of product or whatever.
Well, I'd be a software author for those platforms. I've got a sales funnel and everything to work through. It's really a question of product that actually somehow becomes successful.
So you trying to create something new, or are you making video games, or what?
Not video games.
We're going to write CAD software or something, or
I heard about this atheist. He wrote an app to translate the Bible into Spanish, and he's getting paid. Just kind of cool. I mean, an atheist designed a Bible translation app and is getting rich off it.
It's really a mystery to me why some apps succeed and others do not. Although some of them it's kind of obvious why they succeed, but there's a shitload of apps out there, many of which are actually good that you never get to hear about, but for the large portion, the largest portion is basically what you would call shovelware.
What is shovelware?
Shovelware would be something like fart apps, as an example.
The example isn't helping us.
Okay.
I've never heard of it.
An app that you whip together in a day or two, throw up onto the store, and maybe do multiple different similar versions in the hope of getting, you know, an initial sales spike and then moving on to something else. Stuff that is actually not worth the memory capacity of your phone.
It's like the crap software that comes installed with your phone or your computer that you just uninstall right away.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess shovelware is a relatively new term. It came out around 2009, give or take, as far as I can recall. And it had to do with fart apps and flashlight apps.
The context that I understand it in is shovel, like you're going to shovel that stuff right on out of here.
It's basically manure.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was pertinent to what?
Well,
I have no idea.
There's now like 3 million apps on the App Store, which means that when you come out with a good app...
I keep wondering with that topic, what was that an answer to?
You were talking about, you know, some ways of making a living. And I'm providing an example of how I'm trying to. You're sufficiently capable of doing that in the Android world. You're probably more capable of it than I am.
Really? What's I know about UI?
Well, you basically all you need to do is download the Android development kit. I'm pretty sure your computer can run it. And all you need is an idea, and put it on the Google Play Store to be able to.
All you need is an idea. That's like that a miracle occurs. All you need is an idea. That a miracle occurs.
Okay, we're talking. Okay, the underwear gnomes. Yeah, steal underwear? ? Profit. Except substitute. Make software? ? Profit.
Yeah. So that can be dismissed as silly as anything else.
Except that some people have actually somehow managed to make the profit part.
I managed to make a profit from a game, but not an app. It was in Second Life, and it's look at my icon, my little panda there. I made a breeding game based around this animal with genetics. So you can breed rare versions. And it has an income stream in that people have to pay for food to keep the animal alive. And it was quite lucrative for a while. Still going, still makes a few quid.
I used to mine gold on Warcraft and sell it online.
Right.
Like people pay you real world money for gold in a game and weapons and armor and crap.
Second Life has quite a thriving economy and a currency that you can trade out the US dollar. So, a lot of people.
Yeah, Warcraft has a similar exchange rate.
I've heard that Eve has something like that going on too.
I took $131 out of there this week. But when it was going well, I was taking like $800 a week. for a while.
Yeah, there's a lot of the that a miracle occurs that goes on in a lot of the talk, like yeah, oh, just be creative.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it as any kind of a solution, Nadia, because I don't think you want people to suggest solutions.
Now, I've not had any miracles occur. The best I can say is that I've had essentially free cell phone service.
Ultimately, my game failed, really, because I was aiming to take the world by storm and make, huge amounts of money. And it made about, probably about $60,000 in total. But I had to split that between two other people and, pay quite a lot of money out for various things. So in the end, I didn't walk away with that much money for the time that I invested. It was a huge stress for a long time.
Yeah, it's actually easier to make money being employed by someone else in a nice job than it is to run your own business. By far.
Well, I don't know. It feels like less effort or more, but either way, a lot of the time, running your own business doesn't actually freaking work. Like, it doesn't actually earn you money.
That's true.
You lose money. And then what do you do? Well, your business stops, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's I started another business 4 months ago, and it's I walk a tightrope with it every day. I'm inches from disaster constantly.
Have you ever thought about doing like at-home tech support? You got a mic and a computer and internet.
I've for a few jobs.
Okay, right on.
They all turn me down. Or specifically, one actually responded in the negative, and the other didn't respond at all.
Digi, I think you're the one with the echo.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mute.
Yeah, don't say their name out loud.
Oh, is that like a real name? I thought it was a handle.
Besides,
no, I don't care.
Doing tech support is just the most horrible job ever. I did it for a year and I hated it.
They're apparently not interested in me.
There are a number of dark sides in the IT business. When you consider how misogynistic it is to begin with, throwing in other baggage definitely does not help.
Other baggage?
Well, yeah, I figure these guys are not all super open and accepting of people of other well, let's just say it. People are not necessarily accepting of the LGBT thing, and in fact, it was like it was major news when Tim Cook came out It's like, oh my God, he's the CEO of the most powerful IT corporation in the world now. But they can't fire him for it because it's like he's been pushing the stock prices up and everything. So basically, he's got a solid lock. He's not fireable, which is the only reason he could be supportive and whatnot. And the company basically supportive, but that doesn't actually, at the bottom line, it doesn't do you any good.
I don't know. Cyberqueer type things, queer programmers and such. Actually, a notably big thing, at least around, I don't know, the circles I was at. And, I don't know, even gender transition wasn't considered all that remarkable. I mean, my own announcement was basically, nobody blinked an eye, as far as I could tell. But maybe I just put up a good false front.
They say there's a book inside everyone. Have you got a book inside you?
I asked that one last night. You asking me? I had 3.
Yeah.
One was on non-standard limit processes like continued fractions, infinite determinants, p-adic Fourier analysis, and so on. Another was a sort of, I guess, overview of the implementation of my own operating system, which I haven't even actually written yet. Kind of like the Box book on Unix, or actually Mossberger Tang's IA64 Linux kernel is a better example of the level of detail I'd go into. And third would be an anthology of poetry or whatever. I apparently whip up sonnets and villanelles, well, when I need to, so. I could easily just say, well, one day a week or something, I set aside to crank out another sonnet or a villanelle, and so be it.
Yeah. And you're involved in, I think what you're doing with Hangouts is, it's creative. And I think that's good if you know.
It doesn't make money, though.
Costs money.
Have you thought about trying to, is there any way to monetize it at all?
I have. My earnings are at the pennies.
Yeah, I've actually only ever made $105 and some cents from Google, and it took me over 3 years to accumulate that amount from it was from AdSense on a vanity website using Google Ads, and I would do Lisp articles and stuff, but it took that long because of the low traffic of the site. So obviously it's not even, it didn't even cover the cost of domain registration, because when I registered my domain initially, it was done under Internet before there were so many registrars. I've had my domain since 1997. February 27th, 1997, I've had my own personal domain.
I've earned $4.65.
Oh, well, part-time.
Let me get lifetime ad earnings. Hang on. Lifetime ad earnings are $5.78 from May 30th, 2012 to February 1st this year.
Yeah. Last year, Google actually sent me email saying, your account has been inactive. If you want to if you want to prevent it from expiring, reply to this email, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, you know what? Not worth it. Just not worth it.
Yeah, the highest total earnings is from No Compassion Without Mortality. Number 1, only 352 views, 69.44 minutes watched, 44 cents of earnings. The next one was God Does Not Exist, number 1, 768 views, 17,745 minutes watched, 24 cents of earnings. The view counts are not a good indicator. For instance, 5 Pillars of Nadia Islam, number 12. That's 1,795 views, 17,697 minutes watched, with 16 cents of earnings. Minutes watched isn't good either. God Hates the Super Bowl. Got 18,063 minutes watched, 1,650 views. Got 7 cents of earnings.
Yeah, unless you're getting over 100,000 views per video, you can pretty much forget about making any money. My top video is 40 seconds of showing my microwave oven failing. It's got 40 I don't remember the number of views. I would have to go to my channel and look, and I don't feel like doing that. My second most popular video is me almost getting creamed by a deer, and I think it's got like half the views of the microwave one. And well, things go down very rapidly from there. My typical video doesn't even break 100 views.
Well, I've only ever posted one thing on YouTube, and it was years ago, and it got like 4 views, and I think it was like me and my friend looking at the video we posted over and over. So I don't really think that counts.
Yeah, I really wonder how people manage to make money on YouTube. I mean, I can see YouTube as being a free advertising channel for big companies and such. And major stars like, Katy Perry and what have you, releasing their videos on YouTube. But
only a handful of people actually do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's just
winner take all. Winner take all, just like the rest of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, you could always go to Vimeo, but if you go to Vimeo, guess what? They actually want you to pay them. I mean, they do have a free service, but if you want, like, top-end pro service, you have to pay for it.
I have one of those, the pay service for Vimeo.
Yeah. Although, to Vimeo's credit, by having that kind of bar of entry, they have a much higher ratio of really good quality videos to crap videos.
You don't get your stuff on Vimeo without, like, yeah, that pay service thing makes it so that Vimeo's videos are much better. You don't. It's something that filmmakers use as a portfolio.
Yeah, and all the most brilliant videos I've seen have been on Vimeo. Some of them have been really good. Although I think the one I talked about earlier, about the massive iceberg claving, I think that's available on YouTube. I should find that, post a link, because that is really a spectacular sight.
Audience retention is 15 minutes, 55 seconds, average view duration. I have no idea what the averages are, but I suspect, given the number of people who basically are using like 8-hour streams to just be background noise for whatever, it's probably longer than average.
That's what I do. Sometimes, 8-hour stream, I use it for background.
Okay, I just posted it into the group chat, and I even totally screwed up the name. It's calving, not claving.
Yeah, the longest.
That's a video worth watching. Put it on your to-watch list for later or whatever. I mean,
longest two view durations are Ending Religion number 6 at 25 minutes 3 seconds. God Does Not Exist number 4, 24 minutes 21 seconds.
Oh yeah, have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard the saying, "Don't feed the trolls"?
What's the point?
Don't feed the Christian fundies.
Okay, what are you trying to say?
That guy again.
Okay, Dom, what are you trying to say?
There's no end goal in talking to these Christian fundamentalists, especially Roy and many others that he stands for. They're not going to change the way they view anything. They're not going to change the way that they view atheists. I've been told multiple times I'm going to hell because I'm an atheist.
Okay, so? Just because there's no point for you doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I don't.
And plus, you're an atheist, so that shouldn't hold any significance to you at all.
Right.
I don't believe that's Nadia's goal. She explained it a little while back. I don't want to strawman her by getting the words wrong, but I believe she was saying something about demonstrating a higher moral ground. So she's not trying to kill, if I understand her correctly. She can jump in and correct me at any moment. She's not trying to convert people to atheism. She is basically showing that atheists have as good as or a higher morality than a lot of these fundamental Christians.
Well, putting the morality thing aside, which I think is a good cause as well, though, I speak up because I have facts that need to be ascertained. The Bible is not factual, and that's my problem with it.
How so?
Nothing in the Bible is factual.
Well, that's ludicrous. Because the book is pretty good on history, so.
It is?
In certain parts.
I wouldn't say good, but there is some historically based things in it.
Right.
Or places that were historical.
Everything that is found in the Bible can be found from other sources, and it can be found in a more detailed manner.
Well, the Bible is a primary source on it, so.
It's not a primary source. There are many sources.
Please! It's a primary source.
It is not a primary source.
It's the definition of a primary source.
You don't even know who the author was. How can it be a primary source?
Say what? If you don't, you don't have to know who the author was in order for it to be a primary source.
You don't even know the author. How can it be a primary source?
You don't have to know who the author is in order for it to be a primary source.
Give me one example of a historical document in which we don't know who the author is and it's considered a primary source. Give me one example.
Bhagavad Gita, Rig Veda.
Those aren't primary sources. Those aren't primary sources.
Yes, they are. Those are primary sources.
You don't know what a primary source is. Look it up.
I have a history degree. I definitely know what a primary source is.
Oh, you have a history degree. Okay, let's talk history then. I like this. Define a primary source for me.
It would be a source that is from the subject. Like stone tablets or a ancient record. Or a newspaper article.
It's an original source of evidence. If you don't know who the author is, I don't see how it's a primary source.
All right, you find me something that details from a reasonable source that tells me how the Bible is not a primary source, and maybe I'll get it behind you. But
I don't need to find you anything that says the Bible's not a primary source. I already know it's not one, so I don't know why I need to find you evidence.
Well,
it's like it's like saying. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, you're just clearly not educated in this, so that's fine. I don't see really much of a need to argue with you.
Anybody who believes the Bible is a primary source is showing that they're not educated.
Please. Well, as an atheist, I'd like to know your other sources. What is the other primary source?
Are you talking to me? Who are you talking to?
Yeah, I was talking to you. You're saying that the Bible isn't a primary source, so what is the primary source? I'm an atheist, so I'd like to know.
Well, there is no primary source, period.
Oh, jeez.
Let me make it really simple for you, Bible thumper. The Declaration of Independence, it's a primary source. Why is it a primary source?
So what?
Why is
are you saying it's not, or are you saying that it is?
Why is the Declaration of Independence a primary source?
Because it is when talking about its right. I mean, there it is. It's from the period. It is what it's talking about.
Also, it's signed by the authors, so you know who signed it. You cannot declare something a primary source.
A secondary source that's signed by the author would become a primary source by virtue of it being signed?
Well, there was a shitload of argumentation, for lack of a better word, debate over how the Declaration of Independence would have been written, and a lot of that was documented. Thomas Jefferson, basically put it all together.
It's a primary source because it's a government record.
Yeah, there's government records. I mean, it's a government record.
It is a government
National Archives.
How can the Bible be a primary source when it was written almost 100 years or 200 years after Jesus was dead? Explain that to me.
It wasn't written over 100 years after Jesus was dead.
Okay,
there's large portions of it written before Jesus was dead.
Oh, okay.
And then as far as the gospel is concerned, it was written between 30 and 90 years after Jesus was dead.
Okay, prove that. Prove it.
Come on.
Why don't you prove it? Prove when it was written.
Mark has placed it around.
It has a date on it.
I'm not even a Christian.
We know the date, etc. Primary source. You can't even prove the date of the Bible.
I was under the impression that Mark is the earliest gospel written.
Yeah, it was written between 60 and 70 AD. At what?
I was under the impression that Mark was the earliest gospel written, and it was written after 70 AD.
Either it's right around there.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
Paul. There are some dates that put it before 70 at around more like 60, and other dates that would put it
I thought it made
73 or so.
The destruction of the temple, which happened in 70 AD during a Jewish uprising.
Mm-hmm.
So unless Mark was a prophet, it had to have been written after that event.
I believe there are versions of Mark which don't include that.
Yeah, you're contradicting your own definition of a primary source. Okay, these books were written after the death of your.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter. It's not
No,
a primary. It has to be written during the time period in which this person lived. It was not. Therefore, it's not a primary source.
So, do you believe anything about what I think it was Julius Caesar? A lot of stuff about him was written after his death.
Right.
That's fine. That would be a second. That would be a secondary source. There are primary sources, though. Listen, there are primary sources of Julius Caesar. There's plenty of them. There's plenty of documents that were made available from the government of Rome. There's plenty of documents from historians who were alive the same time that Julius Caesar was alive. There's plenty of documentation of the wars. There's tons of primary sources that are around that were written during the time of these wars, during the times of his reign, during the times he was in the government.
Are you one of those people that's like Jesus never existed or that?
There's no proof that he did exist.
Oh, you're cute. Okay.
If you want to open that discussion up, then let's go over that one. Go ahead.
No, it's pretty clear to me that you're not really good on this, so I'm just not even gonna play the game. I want to highlight as well that I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, I know it's a fringe opinion that Jesus Christ was actually just a fictional character.
It's very fringe.
Very fringe, yes. But
there is one or two scholars that have that opinion.
But I won't rank that with, the moon landings were faked either, No,
I don't put it on that level.
No.
So it's more reasonable than that.
Right. It's more reasonable.
But what's odd to me is when people talk about science and having the going with the established opinion of science rather than going out on the fringe and when you argue creationism. And then, by the same token, they turn around and don't go with the majority scholars on Jesus' existence. And instead go with
well, wouldn't you admit, though, at least, that the historical method depends entirely on documented events, whereas at least physics...
It depends on archaeology as well, but in the case of Jesus, it's mostly on documented
so there's some empiricism there. Okay, fine, I'll grant you the empiricism.
And I don't even argue that the Gospels are wholly correct. That's retarded.
Okay, so we've got some common ground at least.
Right. I'm not a Christian, so I don't. There's a lot of the arguments you're going to hear from Christians are.
Well, yeah, obviously a Christian has to believe in the resurrection of Christ.
Which I don't. Or I don't accept it.
Would you consider that a historical event that actually happened?
The resurrection? Generally, when reading historical documents, you discount supernatural because it's unbelievable.
So you have to discount the resurrection.
Right. And the miracles.
That's fine.
I'm good with that. When arguing with Christians, I put that aside because I think the conversation is more interesting when you do include them.
Yeah, my basic point is, even if Jesus Christ was a real character and even if the quotations are accurate, the resurrection is a supernatural event that you have to discount. So that kind of puts the kibosh on everything that's written about the resurrection and his ascension after the resurrection.
I brought up supernatural claims regarding Alexander. I said, well, people discount those. Why not discount those?
Yeah, if you just... Oh, damn it. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm back.
It's funny.
Yeah, I said, well, you discount the supernatural claims about Alexander and even, say, of Julius Caesar's godhood and such. Why not discount those of Christ, given that they're...
There is just as much evidence that Jesus is God as there is that Alexander is the son of Zeus.
Or that Julius Caesar somehow ascended to Olympus.
Well, yeah. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, well, I don't know about Julius Caesar, but Alexander the Great was this guy from Macedonia, conquered a large portion of land, and that's the Hellenistic period. The big Greek Empire that the Roman Empire ultimately took over, and of course Alexander took over the Egyptian Empire. There's been a lot of empire building and conquering and whatnot, and certainly there are apocryphal stories, but I would discount every supernatural claim.
I can't believe you're gonna just give this guy credit. Jesus was real. Call me a fringe person. If Jesus was real,
well, you are. That's absolutely a fringe thing.
There are no birth records. There's no trial transcripts. There's no mention of Jesus at all by any of his non-Christian, non-Jewish poets, philosophers.
Have you? Would there have been? Do you have a reason that they would have actually mentioned him?
Go ahead.
Down, have you actually read Carrier Price? There's a good reason why they don't advance that argument, and that is the same argument applies to almost everyone from not only that time in history, but and all times further back, but probably until, what was it, 300 years ago or so?
I had somebody arguing that Jesus didn't exist because nobody wrote a letter about him. Well, maybe he existed during the Civil War.
One second. Pontius Pilate was real, so where are his records of Jesus? Where are they at?
There was no reason he would have had to have kept one.
Yes, there is. There
Which
was a legal trial, and the Romans were very big on keeping records of that sort.
There was you call that a trial? That was Pontius Pilate being an arbiter over a Jewish issue.
It doesn't matter. It's still a trial.
It's not a trial.
There should be a record of it.
It's not a trial. There was no evidence presented. It's not a Roman trial.
You're a guy who has a degree in history. How many hours was your major? How many hours was your major in history?
Actually, Dow, can you produce evidence of any other trials being recorded in Roman history?
From Pontius Pilate, yes, I could. If I can go to the archives of the Vatican.
Well, actually, let's not even limit it to Pontius Pilate. Any trial.
Yeah, any one of them.
In the course of Roman history, produce one record of one trial.
Yes, I do have records of trials in the Roman Empire.
Can you show them to me?
Yeah, show us.
I cannot get a primary source on the internet.
Actually, in a manner of thinking,
you said you have them.
Photographs and manuscripts are actually rather typical to encounter online.
Pretty easy to grab.
Especially from the museums that own them.
I have a copy. I have a primary source from Caesar himself sitting on my shelf.
Yeah, I would. Even if such records had been created in the time of history back then, they apparently do not survive in any quantity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a fair argument, really. So really, it comes down to the only source of Jesus Christ existing as a person is the stuff that's in the Bible, and possibly a few extra biblical sources that were not canonized. But
there's a ton of extra biblical stuff that's not canonized that mentions Jesus.
I like
there wasn't very much of it that was written.
I like how you're scoffing at me because I can't pull up Roman records on Google. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know why the Romans did not put their shit on the internet.
Actually,
that's not what I'm saying you should do.
Actually, you
Here's
can
what you're
get.
saying I should do.
Actually, you can get photographs, images of original manuscripts of quite some number of things.
Well, if somebody wants to pay me my fee of $50 an hour, I'll be happy to research this.
Including Roman records.
I don't need to pay you to prove your point.
Yeah, you do.
No, you're the one that's making the claim at this point.
Oh, making the claim. You made the claim Jesus was real, so why don't you support your claim?
Which is in line with the current scholarly opinion of
Make
Jesus.
your claim Jesus is real. Support your claim or shut up.
Which is in line with the current scholarly claim.
No,
if
it's
you were
not.
going to make an outlier claim that Jesus is not real,
You're
then the
stating
onus
this
is
like
on
general
you.
knowledge. You are totally off base here.
That's absolutely general knowledge.
It is not general knowledge.
Your mom is general knowledge.
Why don't you go out and throw some holy water all over your face and
I'm not a Christian.
Do a rain dance. Wait a minute. You're a pagan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a pagan ritual. Okay.
The holy water thing?
Yeah, it's a pagan ritual.
It's not part of my religion.
Oh. Okay.
I gotta confess, when I read the sayings of Jesus Christ and such, they sounded very much like Aesop's fables to me.
Here's a manuscript of De Gallico being auctioned at Christie's for 28,680 pounds.
I just had I found an article about a tablet that was found recently that has house rentals in Babylon in 500 BC. And also, there are some other things in the tablet that confirms aspects of the Bible on that particular era as well, on the displacement of Jews at that point.
That would probably be Old Testament, though.
No, it's definitely Old Testament. Jeez, it's 500 BC.
Right.
Absolutely
That proves everything in the Bible is true. Then that proves it's all true.
No, I have not made the claim that everything in the Bible is true.
Well, it's got to be true though, if you're finding some parallels here.
I don't know why I would need to make that claim. That is not what I've said.
Well, you said Jesus is real. You haven't provided evidence. I'm still waiting.
No, I said Jesus was real. That's the current scholarly opinion on him. If you're going to make an outlier opinion, then I thought it's up to you to prove the point.
You're a historian. Prove the current historiography. I want to see where historians have a consensus on this. So prove that. Go ahead, prove it.
It's not on me to do that.
Why is it not on you to do that? You're making a claim.
Just Google it. He doesn't have to do it. That information is publicly available.
That is easy to find.
His research for him. He won't do my research for me, but I got to do it for him.
No.
Double standard is what you want to do. Yeah, double standard.
You should know this.
I should know this. I went to university. I didn't go to Liberty University to learn this.
I didn't go to Liberty University either.
So, De Gallico's earliest manuscript is from the 9th century.
Time, I'm not a Christian. Say what?
De Gallico's earliest manuscript is from the 9th century.
What is this?
De Gallico by Caesar.
There's a double
standard.
Oh, yeah.
Just about the Gallico? Yeah.
Everything you say is true and it needs no evidence. When I say something, it's not true and needs evidence.
That is the primary source from Caesar that I have sitting on my shelf is Gallico. And yes, the earliest manuscript that we have of it is about 800 years after his death, but it is still widely accepted as his writing.
Yeah, the humanities were my weakest subject throughout my entire education, so I'm just throwing it out there to let you know that I don't care if you take me seriously or not. I'm one of those fringe people that suspects that Jesus Christ is probably either fictional or an amalgamation.
Neither fictional nor amalgamation.
Yeah, as opposed to...
Is that saying that he is a real person? Or are you saying that... Is he saying that he is not fictional nor an amalgamation? Or, is that what did I hear that correctly?
I'm saying he is... based on my impression, not a real person, or possibly an amalgamation of a number of people that were preaching in his time.
An opposing theory is that he is an amalgamation of a number of people, which is not as fringe as he didn't exist, but still fringe.
Yeah, I agree. It's a fringe opinion.
It's not fringe. This is bullshit.
Well, by fringe, I mean it goes against the prevailing opinion of
There
historians.
is no prevailing opinion that states Jesus existed. The only people who say that are theologians.
Okay, that's fine.
There's plenty of people who aren't theologians that believe that. There's tons of historians.
Here and run your mouth, and you don't give any evidence. This is ridiculous.
Well, keep in mind, I'm an atheist.
The scholars that believe that Jesus did not exist have been peer-reviewed.
Cite them or shut up.
The scholars that believe Jesus did not exist amount to Richard Carrier.
Why don't you cite your evidence from the scholarship that's
actually?
There's maybe a few more. Oh, Robert Ehrman is another one. I've talked with him. He's cool.
No, Bart Ehrman wrote an entire anti-mythicist book, but Robert Price.
Oh yeah, Robert Price.
Yeah.
That's Reuben's guy.
Yeah, it's basically two.
Price is a really interesting guy as well.
Clearly, you're smarter than I am. You know, I have to Google the claims that you state because you're so knowledgeable, and you never have to provide any evidence. You don't have to.
Oh, I've told you both of the scholars that are on your side. That's it.
There is no consensus among the community of historians that states that Jesus existed. There's no consensus.
That would be news to me.
No, there isn't. Not
or at least, if it's not a consensus, it's a majority opinion at least.
The Roman historians mention him, which is another.
Tacitus Annals 15 isn't a genuine mention.
They mention Christians, and they also mention their origin.
Can you show me a pure academic journal article?
We can break out Annals 15 if you want.
Yeah. I've heard arguments that Tacitus, at least, and perhaps also Josephus.
Josephus is controversial, but
Tacitus Annals 15 is supposed to correlate to Acts 18:2 or 18:3. I think it's somewhere in the 50s as far as like the line or verse or whatever. Yeah.
Gathering information on that period is pretty rough.
Shit.
So usually when you have multiple sources that mention a person, and then
you can be
several
you can
traditional sources.
Come out here and be armchair intellectual and be right about everything, but I'm sorry, in the real world, that's not how it works. So I'm glad you come on here and fantasize that you know all this stuff and it's all right, and no documentation needs to be provided. I mean, you should be proud of yourself. Good for you.
I mean, you haven't provided any documentation either, so
I don't
I'm
have
not really
to.
worried about that.
Fine. I'm using your own.
No, if you're going to say that Jesus did not exist, that is another positive claim.
And you stated he did exist.
I'm stating that the majority opinion is that he exists.
How do I prove that somebody didn't exist? Like, how do I prove that? Come on.
That's why you don't hold that. That's why you shouldn't be holding that position. If you can't actually substantiate it, then you probably shouldn't prove it. You probably shouldn't hold that position.
Give me a break. You're so intellectually superior.
You're holding a position that you cannot substantiate.
You have a wonderful career on here. How much money do you get paid to come on here? What do you do for your career in your real life, man, with your history degree?
I make a pretty good amount of money, actually.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Okay.
That's why you tell people hang out 12 hours a day.
But what the hell does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, it doesn't do anything with. It doesn't have anything to do with.
Because the guy's an armchair intellectual. He knows everything. He's superior to everybody on here.
And that's what you're doing too.
That's more reflective of your position.
Okay, listen. Do I need to find documentation that dragons did not exist? I mean, let's use your logic here. Where does it send? Do I need documentation to prove that centaurs didn't exist? Well, explain yourself, please.
We're not talking about Oh, go ahead, Nadia. My bad.
You're not talking about mythical things. Jesus was mythical. Come on.
I said it's Annals 1544. And let's see if there's parallel text here.
If I dig up a bunch of evidence and prove you wrong or do this or that, like what do I get out of it? A cookie? Like what do I get, honestly?
The satisfaction out of it, I guess. What I mean, are you are you in here trying to look to get something out of it? This is just, conversation,
No
discussing
one's
how
ever
we
going
think
to
things
be
work.
in the world, man. None of you are going to break through and make any difference in any historiography, okay? Secondly, you come on here to have some self-importance around people on here, around Nadia and others. That's bullshit. You're a bunch of armchair intellectuals going nowhere. What's the point of coming on here and professing that you have all this knowledge of all this stuff, and then you don't provide any evidence?
Then why are you here?
Yeah, I've asked you the exact same question.
I'm here.
I didn't start this conversation.
I'm here because I'm unemployed, and my life it sucks, and I'm contemplating suicide. That's why I'm here.
Okay.
Well, have fun with that.
Okay, here's a link to Annals 1544 with Latin available, kind of in parallel.
So it amazes
So there's
me.
some of that evidence you're asking for.
It amazes me that if your life is so good and you make so much money, why do you got to come on here? Seriously.
I'm just chilling right now, man.
Right? It's fun. This is chilling,
Yeah, Dan, if you're really contemplating suicide, I recommend that you don't do it because it's kind of irreversible.
It's suicide under the heading of antinatalism, okay? Just wishing that I never existed. So trying to figure out a way to have never existed. It's kind of hard to figure that out.
You're an antinatalist?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
You don't have to have children. I'm just saying suicide is irreversible, so it's best to exhaust all the other alternatives, one of which would be dying of old age.
Well, if you don't have food and the federal government doesn't give a crap about poverty, and they think that homeless people are the scourge of the earth, etc., it kind of makes you want to commit suicide. Just saying.
Oh, I fully get that, but I'm just saying it's it's an irreversible decision to carry out. And as a philosophy, I do not like to do anything irreversible.
Yeah, we should point out that the community guidelines rather heavily restrict how deeply or intimately or candidly one discusses this particular topic. So,
there are suicide helplines that you could call if you're seriously contemplating
okay, yeah. Go ahead and patronize me. I appreciate that.
Well,
that's not patronizing at all.
What Nadia is saying is, let's get off this topic.
Yeah.
Well, actually, not just that, but actually, literally that. My channel can get flagged for this.
Right.
Or if it goes the wrong way or whatever.
It's because of all you fundies, though, that our government is so repressive against the people in this country. And
are there any fundies in this room? I don't think there's.
I really don't think there are.
I say Balthazar believes in
There's
evolution.
atheists and pagans and stuff.
Yeah.
The fundies are left.
Balthazar is technically liberal.
Bunch of atheists in here. Is her
one
mate,
pagan.
which whatever. She's gonna be the last person on the planet to judge you.
Yeah.
So a bit
one
barking up
pagan,
the wrong tree.
One pagan, 2 liberal Christians, and 7 atheists. You're definitely barking up the wrong tree.
If you want to go complain about fundies, go to NAF4G, man.
Hey, how many hours was your history major?
It was enough to graduate.
Oh, it was enough to graduate? Okay, you don't have to read history.
How you do, everybody? How you do?
Hello, Michael.
Hello, very good. Yes, I just want to say thank you. I'm glad I meet very good people here tonight. And carry on. I just listen. Very good, yes.
Cool. Well, actually,
your accent sucks and it's really annoying. You should talk in your
Oh, that's not very nice. Sorry. Where are you from? I thought you were good people here.
We are. He's kind of a jerk.
People, but there's a cranky guy in here.
We're all evil.
I come in and then I get mocked right away. Very good. No problem.
Welcome to the internet.
Actually, we're not mocking you. We're actually complaining about down corner, but.
Why are you trying to imitate somebody from India, though? I don't understand this. What's your?
Maybe it's not really we, but some of the others are complaining about down corner.
You say I'm an Indian?
No.
No, I don't think. No.
Wow. Anyways, carry on.
This guy has a fake accent. You guys all think it's funny. You're all cracking up.
Yeah, Michael, we don't know who you are. Well, I don't know.
I don't really care if it's fake or not.
Hey, you do realize this is like international. People from all over the world can jump in this, right?
Yeah, it's more likely to be real than not.
I mean, there's people with accents from all over.
If you can't tell it's a fake accent, dude, you got problems.
Actually, I have heard very real accents like that. So I have no way of saying it's a fake accent.
Wow. Well, very good. Carry on, guys. I'm going to go. Bye-bye. Thank you very much for the time, and have a good day. Maybe next time we meet again, but I love what I see. Very good. Bye.
Thanks. Hope to have you back.
Very good. My name is Apu from the Quickie Mutt in The Simpsons. Very good. Very good.
Dude, come on, man. You don't need to be like that.
Put it on a fake accent. You guys are buying it.
He wasn't. How do you know that? He was from another part of the world.
I come back again. Very good. Long time no see.
Dude, if you can't spot a troll, man, come on.
I love this guy.
I'm starting. He's starting to grow on me too. Actually, I mean, just the fact that you're buying his fake accent, he's definitely growing on me.
Oh boy, I don't know what's going on. Hey, who's the guy stirring the cup like this? I thought he was real for a while too, and then I don't know what happened.
You need to see the movie The Shining with Jack Nicholson.
Ah, very good. Yes, that's right. Yes, very good. Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you. Come again.
Okay, now I might go with the troll thing.
This is an international room. You don't realize people all over the... Thank you. Come again.
But still, it's not nice to like mock somebody as soon as they step in the room.
No, like I said, I like
exactly. You need to wait until you know them before you mock them.
Exactly. That's how I feel about it. You got to know somebody before you can talk shit about them.
I have a background in linguistics and foreign languages, so I get very offended when people put on fake accents.
Oh, please, bathtub guy. You've got no history with anything. Like, really. And the whole fucking Jack Nicholson shit, like, bite me. Like, seriously. Get a grip.
Faith, I love you. I'm glad you finally spoke up. How you doing?
No, like, seriously, you're getting on my nerves. If I see you treating Nadia's room like that, if you're going to be like that, nah, fuck, man, I'm right in your face.
I'm right in the face of anybody who denies modern historiography.
Well, you don't scare me at all, big boy. You don't scare me at all.
He doesn't seem to have a... Well, he doesn't even have a proper understanding of it himself.
Well, the mysticist hypothesis is being developed with far more rigor than it's been addressed in the past. It's still nothing like mainstream historiography. So you have to recognize that when you're actually arguing for it.
I mean, until the mainstream is proven wrong, then I might believe something on the fringe.
This is not fringe. Again, give me an academic paper that proves Jesus is real, written by...
That's not the standard.
Yes,
you're looking at history like science.
That's a peer-reviewed article, so find me one.
I'm not interested.
History isn't science, though. It doesn't work that way when it comes to history.
History utilizes a certain science to formulate things.
History is not testable or repeatable. So
history is peer-reviewed by others.
Other than the fact that history repeats itself.
Okay, so now you're saying there's no academic journals for history. Are you
All right, Ocean, you said your first mistake. Winston Churchill says history repeats itself.
Oh, no, I said other than history repeating itself. But you can't, like, go back and...
Okay, Ocean, I'm going to concede that everything you say is right because you are a history genius, okay? I'm just going to concede the whole argument. Jesus was real.
Finally, I was hoping you would get with
Jesus loves me, yes I know, for the Bible tells me so. If he wonders, let him know. Jesus loves me, yes I know.
Okay.
Oh, very good, thank you.
Yes, that was very good, thank you.
Thank you, very good. Please
I'm liking this
guy. Okay, so we've got ourselves a comedian in the room.
No, I think you made a valid point by what he just stated with the whole Jesus song. So I like this guy.
With a straw up his nose.
No less.
Okay, Ocean, just give me one article in a peer-reviewed journal from historians that states that Jesus was real. If this is a consensus, it should be easy to find.
I'm not interested.
History doesn't have.
I'm playing video games right now.
I mean, well, history doesn't have peer-reviewed journals. They have the documents that people have read.
Peer-reviewed journals?
Yes, it does. They're
well, not in the same sense that science does.
No, not in the same sense.
Science. It seems like he's trying to compare science to history.
Right,
and it's not the same thing.
The issue I have with what he's saying is he's saying proves, which this isn't how you do.
Listen, buddy. You said that Jesus is accepted by the majority of historians to be real. So it should be easy to find a journal article on that. Let's see it.
Well, there are actually a couple different reasons why. I mean, editorial boards, by and large, don't take up kind of debunking the premises like as more the article.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, we got this echo from Digi.
So okay, editorial boards.
I got to go now. Thank you very much for everything. Have a good night. I don't come back this time. I see you tomorrow. You guys all look very, very good. Especially
come back anytime.
Herman, very good. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, editorial boards don't take up debunking things that are like so fringe they're generally not considered worthy of consideration very often. And neither do neither do researchers. So the kinds of things we do have are pretty sparse as far as like directly trying to counter mysticism. One of the few published works that does is Bart Ehrman's "Did Jesus Exist?" Just give a link to the PDF of it, and I just highly suggest you download that book and look at the evidence that goes contrary to Price and Carrier, which I believe Ehrman is largely writing after. So essentially, it's a response to like a Carrier's on the history of Studio Jesus, and
Ehrman is an atheist as well, isn't he?
Some kind of agnostic fuzzy thing.
Right.
I want to see one peer-reviewed journal document. That's all I've asked for. It should be easy to find that. This is not a peer-reviewed journal document.
I think the Bible is peer review.
Well, strictly speaking, peer review is a process of response in literature. And literature such as journal articles and such have responded to it. So that much is going on. Now, that said, of course, the editorial boards on general publishing houses are not as sophisticated as those in journals dedicated to the topic. However, again, literature has responded to it, so that aspect of peer review has gone on.
With history, a lot of it is writing about writing, which you're not really going to get into a bunch of...
disagree with you. I totally disagree.
Well, when you get into archaeology, it changes, because then you're dealing with
history is not about writing about secondary sources. It's about taking primary sources and forming an actual hypothesis.
I thought you said the primary sources didn't exist a little while ago.
You are totally trolling me, I hope.
No, that's what you said. You were like, primary sources don't actually
exist. The Bible is not a primary source.
Well, okay.
I know that.
Well, let's run this down again. Literacy, prior to, I guess, the advent of mass education and such, in probably the early 20th century or late 19th, was not there. So the vast majority of people were not writing about their own lives and such. Next is, of course, public record keeping and civil services and such to support that. Also didn't exist until something like the mid to late 19th century. Prior to that point, literally that recent, you are not going to have anything like a primary source for almost anything. Am I on target here, Ocean?
Okay, here's
kind of phasing out.
Here's the truth of the matter, man. You can't provide one journal document, so the argument's done. You have no proof Jesus was real. New topic.
Why does Michael Vanderkool keep joining and leaving and joining and leaving and joining and leaving?
Because he's trolling.
Being a pain in the ass, yeah.
He's not trolling. Give the guy a chance. You guys told me he's legit. Give him a chance.
What? No, we said you shouldn't jump his shit right off the bat, is what we were saying.
Oh, well, who was right about the guy? You can't even admit I'm right about anything.
I'll let you do it right about him.
Hang on. Let me do a double check with Ocean here. What I was saying about mass literacy and, excuse me.
Oh, mass literacy definitely was not a thing.
Yeah, the double check is that between mass literacy not existing and civil service record keeping not existing, the primary sources on people's existence and such didn't exist basically as recently as like before the mid-19th century. Is that right?
Well, I mean, you're going to get plenty of primary sources on a number of things because they're the people that did right. But when it comes to record keeping, it's going to be very hit or miss, especially on things that you would find in our civilization.
I want to say hello.
Joining and leaving and joining and leaving and joining and leaving.
Okay, that guy has serious lag. He's like 5 minutes away.
Okay. My voice analyzer says Scott is the same damn guy.
No,
we cool.
His shit right off the bat is what we were
They're making fun of you and then they're saying that I'm saying the same shit.
This guy has serious lag. I'm sorry. But I'm hearing stuff that was said 5 minutes ago being repeated through his speakers.
He's watching a YouTube video on delay.
Yeah, the YouTube video's got some lag.
Okay, but I mean, he's he has that open and it's hard to talk with that on, so he needs to mute that video. Okay, you made a number of claims that historians have a consensus that Jesus is real. Again, if it's a consensus, give me one journal article. Come on.
I told you, I am indisposed at the moment.
Yeah, you're not going to find one. It doesn't exist. Okay.
So far, the only peer-reviewed source that says Jesus did not exist is a book by Richard Carrier, which is kind of questionable.
No historian has to write a book or a journal saying that dragons didn't exist. Does a historian have to write a journal article that says dragons didn't exist for them not to exist? Come on.
No.
But that's not a person. You're talking about a person versus a creature, a mythological creature. This is a person that there's plenty of documentation.
Creature.
What's that?
Jesus was a mythological creature.
This echo is coming in. I'm sorry, Digi. But you're saying Jesus wasn't a creature?
Jesus was a mythological creature.
Okay, Jesus the unicorn.
Can you advance that argument? Like, what's your actual justification for that claim?
He walked on water. He ascended into the heavens. I mean, how do you ascend from the earth into the heavens? That's a creature.
Oh, we don't have to accept the miracles.
False supernatural claims of similar natures were made of various historical personages whose existences are almost universally accepted.
Saint Kevin.
If you're going to state that Jesus existed, then why don't you prove that his godlike prowess wasn't real? Why don't you prove that?
That his godlike prowess was real?
That it wasn't real. Why don't you prove that miracles weren't real? Prove that.
I don't have to.
Oh, why don't you?
Down, do you understand the basis of Richard Carey's arguments?
I'm talking to Ocean right now. Ocean has a double standard where I have to prove everything, but he has to prove nothing.
Right. That's because I'm better than you. So that's going to be it.
Okay, well, at least you finally stated it.
Thank you. I would.
Can I ask one of you guys a question?
I would prefer that if you're going to represent the mythicist position, you do so in a
do it better.
way that's
Well, right now I've represented a historiographical position, not tied to any religion or any non-religion at all. And the simple fact of the matter is that if something is a consensus by historians, there's going to be articles on that thing that you're speaking of. And you've still provided me no journal articles.
I told you I'm playing a video game right now. I'm really not interested in doing your research for you. If you would like to go ahead and look that up yourself, though, it's pretty easy.
So I got to do your research for you, though.
I've already given you that there's several
I got to find
second-century historians that do mention Jesus. So
that's my job, right? I got to find your article that says he was real.
Can I ask one of you a question?
Well,
go for it. What's up, man?
All right. I'm the kind of atheist that says, you know, I don't really, you know, care if he actually existed, but I want to know if anybody out there, I mean, you're the historian, and the other guy is the realist. I don't know whatever you want to call him, and I'm kind of a realist too. So
he's a mythicist.
Just assuming that I accept that, you know, Jesus was a real person and everything, and because I'm an atheist, I don't think he was anything but a real person if he even existed. Does it really matter? I mean, in other words,
whether or not he existed.
When people say that he existed and they have some proof, why do they also tag on automatically that, you know, the theists do, that he was, you know, godlike? Why can't, like, you know, like you, Ocean, the historian, say, well, there is proof that there is historical evidence that he
there's evidence that he existed. There's no proof.
Well, okay,
that's the position.
I'm sorry.
May I?
Like, and proof is not something that you would have of really very many people historically. There's no proof, for example, that Alexander the Great existed.
May I briefly?
Yes, there is.
I briefly point out Google Scholar, where searching for Christ's historicity turns up a number of journal articles and such.
Oh, cool. Well, if you can post a few of them, we can get down to quiet down for a minute.
I'm looking for more of an opinion. In other words, if he existed, to me, if he existed, he was just a regular guy, you know, or, you know, of those times.
Regular Joe.
Why does it have to be always attached to godlike powers? You know,
okay, the reason for that is that the records associated with him that are biblical, and even many of the non-biblical Gospels, attribute supernatural powers to him. And then you have people that follow the religion that believe those supernatural claims that are made in those records. So that's why they make the connection as part of their religion, and the documents they take as truth as part of their religion.
I mean, because for me, I'm talking completely an atheist, and I would say, okay, fine, the man existed. He was probably a preacher growing in the desert, telling the good word or whatever he was doing. But you know what I'm saying? Just a person, just like the people who wrote the Bible are people, storytellers, you know. But I never understood why it had to always be attached.
It's because you've been talking to people that ascribe to the religion.
Because it's always coming from the books of the religion, right?
Well, it's because you're talking to people that ascribe to the religion.
Okay.
And not all historians that believe that Jesus existed actually ascribe to that religion.
Right.
Hey, Ocean, are there primary sources of Alexander the Great?
There are.
Okay, then why would you try to compare him to Jesus?
There's primary sources of Jesus.
There's not one primary source of Jesus.
That's Mark.
You stated the Bible was a primary source, even though it was written almost 50, 60, 70, 200, 300 years after Jesus even existed, supposedly.
40.
That's not a primary source.
Mark would be the 40 years after his death,
okay,
which is really close, actually.
That's pretty early dating.
It's almost too close. not a primary source.
That's really irritating.
Actually, an argument that against Jesus' existence for some is that Mark is too early, that it's way too close to his life, and the spread of Christianity was way too fast because you have documents from Paul in the late 50s and early 60s AD spreading Christianity around Greece. So this guy got word of shit quick, and it was being spread really, really fast. It's hugely fast. But I mean that's one of the criticisms. So it's completely opposite of the criticism that you're making, and I find it more acceptable.
Again, let's bend the rules on what a primary source is to meet your argument.
Not bending the rules.
Yeah, you are.
How is that bending the rules?
The extent that primary source is a term of art, I mean, we can find history references somewhere online to, resolve the dispute somehow.
A newspaper article, depending on the article, if it's written by, if it contains an interview with somebody, would be a primary source. So,
if it's an interview of somebody who's alive in front of that person, okay?
Yeah.
There's no interviews from a newspaper of Jesus. There's not a single document written at the time that Jesus was alive.
The Gospel of Mark is the scribing of oral history. So it would be primary source.
No, you're wrong. Sorry, you're wrong. I'm not going to let stupidity rule historiography. You're wrong.
Can I ask you a simple question?
What's up?
How does the rate of spread of Christianity in its time compare to the rate of spread of Scientology in our time, or Mormon?
Our time is very different. Word travels way faster.
Christianity? Wait, who is way faster?
If Scientology would be faster.
Okay.
But Scientology was also created in a time where information can travel very quickly by comparison to the Roman Empire.
That's a point. Also, we have photographs of L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
He was a miserable science fiction author, so he created a religion. Okay, thanks. You answered my question. I appreciate it.
Ocean, I'm just going to concede, okay? I mean, you're right and I'm wrong, okay? You should be a professor at a university because you know so much about this.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I dug up a definition of primary source from Princeton Guide to Research of some sort. Let me actually delve into who and what these people are. A reference desk. Like a library.princeton.edu. So, the Princeton University Library Guide of some sort.
Mark is more than 40 years after Christ died, by the way, but let's say it is 40 years.
He died in 33, and Mark is around 70.
Okay, it's not during the time of Jesus, fucktard. Stop saying...
That's not saying it's during the time of Jesus.
No, it's not.
That's clearly... I've said it's not.
It's not.
I thought you conceded that everything that I said was right.
It's not a primary source. Stop making your idiotic sentiments what history is. You cannot change what history is, or the rules of history. You can't change them to fit your fucking argument. So stop it.
The only thing that you've said that's different is you've added curse words to it now. You've been saying the exact same thing over and over again, man. He's given you, plenty of information.
It's not sound. It's wrong.
He is listening to you.
Yeah, I am listening, and you're not.
No, you're not. You're talking past me. You're talking past me. We've reached.
You're not saying anything new.
We've reached an impasse where, just like a fundamentalist, nothing I say is going to change your mind.
No, I don't listen to people that are wrong.
Or allow you to reevaluate the facts. You will not reevaluate the facts, so this is futile. I mean, I'm not even going to respond.
You haven't given me anything to evaluate, so no, I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
Nadia just a little bit ago said that she had found a bunch of journal articles about Jesus' existence.
Strictly speaking, while the search was Christ historicity, what it actually turned up was various books, articles, citations, and such that were not specifically about it, but
okay.
I guess implicitly relied on the historicity. Like they talked about some aspect of the historical Jesus.
Yeah, it's generally just accepted. And there's people fighting it now, which is making kind of the topic more interesting. But that wasn't happening until recently.
Yeah, as I understand it, the basis of the arguments is on the relationship to other source texts and the structure and content of the sources themselves.
I recently bought a copy of Carrier's book. I need to read it.
I can hang on.
No, it's like I have it. I just haven't read it yet.
Well, do you have an electronic version?
No, I have a physical copy.
Yeah, for convenience, if you want a
convenience is the physical copy.
Okay, well, for the convenience of others, the electronic version is here.
All right, y'all. Thanks for having me, but I gotta call it quits. It's 2:30 where I'm at.
Okay.
Later.
See you around.
Good night, Digi.
Later, y'all.
It's 3:30 here.
Ocean, for that physical copy you have, can you post the ISBN?
I can do you one better. I'll post an Amazon link to it here in a little bit.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'll dig it out.
Because then Nadia can torrent the PDF and
already
share.
Done. That's why I just posted a link to it.
I've got a little
that
bit
link
left.
you posted is that book?
Yeah, that was that book.
Carrier's not my favorite.
Yeah, the revision.
I do think that you should buy works that you want to read.
I think he does have some interesting ideas about new ways of dealing with historical data, though.
He's got a couple books on historicity, and I got those too. He also has his book "Why I'm Not a Christian," which is I've also got. I got 4 books by him a little while ago because I'm interested in. He's a curiosity for me.
He's going for the buck. I'll say that much.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Hey, you can't fault that though.
He's definitely going big.
Yeah, but I do think it's very interesting to give this mathematical approach to history, and although like with the Drake equation in physics, it means next to nothing in terms of the hard science. I do think it's an interesting way and approach to try and give some kind of quantitative weight to particular claims.
Well, the Drake equation doesn't pretend to be anything more than a formulation of a guess.
Exactly.
What is the Drake equation?
It's the equation to derive whether the chance of finding life in the universe.
Oh, right.
And it's just a series of guesses, and because you can make all of these guesses with relatively small error bars, then the idea is that the end result will be not precise in any way, but give you some ballpark figure of what chances may exist that they do it, that may allow life to be out there.
I just watched a little documentary from Nova on exoplanets, so I'm really happy to see
Patrick's little thing that he's screen sharing makes me happy.
Yeah. Me too. Me too. As I say,
did you hear about 186? I think it's 186. 186F.
Yeah.
It's basically an Earth clone.
Okay. The Drake equation has been vastly, updated, but because obviously we found thousands of other exoplanets so far, and that was just on a little spot in space. But originally, Carl Sagan had put it on his Cosmos series, and I'm looking for the thing right now.
He also
just put link to it.
Yeah, Carl Sagan also described 2 different methods for discovering exoplanets, both of which are being used and have been used to find many of the exoplanets.
Are you talking about the blocking
the blocking of sunlight being one, and the wiggling of a star being another?
Right.
And he also stated to the children that he was talking to that within their lifetimes we should know if there are in fact other planets orbiting other stars.
Well, here's the Drake equation where it used to be. It's
he was right.
I love that beyond that we have found a new type of planet while doing that. The water giants.
There's it's an immense difference now. Well, here's the Drake equation anyway. The n is the number of civilizations in our galaxy with radio communication might be possible.
It's not up there, Patrick.
That is part of it, but
R is the average rate of star formation. This goes a whole bunch of but it's there. I put the link to the wiki page.
Okay, well that's very different from what Carl Sagan did with the Drake equation. Are you familiar with, I believe it's called Fermi's paradox?
Yeah, well, I was familiar with it. I'm trying to remember what the hell it means. I had a little mental episode tonight, so I can't think straight.
Yeah, the basic idea is that if there were advanced civilizations nearby, that we should have either detected their radio signals by now, or
I actually have a lot to say. Yeah, I actually have a lot to say about that.
That would be if they were close by.
Yeah.
Well, depends on how old they are, but there's a certain window, of course, being, for example, we're currently still emitting a large amount of radio energy into space. And we've been doing so for, 80 years now? So we've got an 80-year sphere of radio emissions. But at some point, when communications get a lot more efficient, that energy is going to fall off. We're not going to be emitting so much radio energy into space. So there's a small window.
See, there's the whole thing that they put on TV with all this, the search for extraterrestrial and the fact that they've been broadcasting all this. I have my own thing about this, and I listen to the big guys to get my ideas, but what people don't realize, like you said, first of all, it's been less than 100 years that we've been transmitting. Okay? I did this whole thing in my own head where I would, try to assess what's the possibility of intelligent life. See, I think life is proliferating throughout the galaxy. But then you go to complex life and you get a little less. You go to animal life, complex animal life, you get less. You work your way up to intelligent life, and the chances are a lot less, but nevertheless, I think still there. But no, we've only been transmitting 80 years, or 80 or 90 years, whatever it is. Now, the nearest star may be only 4.5 light years away, but a lot of these planets that you see on my screen here, a lot of them are like 100 light years away, 200 light years away. Even if one of them had intelligent life on it, as we know it, they would have never received our signal yet. And if they're somewhere around equal to us, we would have never received theirs either.
Depending on when the broadcasting originated. Yeah. My thing about intelligent life on other systems is that we could have an alien civilization that is, say, on par with the Roman Empire. We definitely would consider that intelligent life, but there would be no way to validate their existence through checking for radio waves.
Hey Patrick,
Patrick,
how fast does a radio wave go? Is it like 1,000 miles an hour? Like how fast does it go?
Radio waves.
The speed of light.
Speed of light.
It's the speed of light. But the thing is that there's we've only been transmitting for 80 years. I mean, intelligent life. You would consider the Roman Empire and the ancient Egyptians. That would be intelligent life. There's no way for them to know that we're here, and you know what I mean. There's no way for us to know that they're there either, like you just said.
A radio wave is light, so
yeah,
it would travel at the speed of light.
Speed of light.
It's light. That's why it propagates at the speed of light, precisely.
It's just a frequency of of electromagnetic radiation.
The other issue is, and because Carl Sagan did Cosmos during the Cold War period, and he prefaced so many statements with, "If we do not destroy ourselves."
Right.
And that's actually a real possible thing, I mean, we can still do it in this decade, with our deteriorating relations with Russia.
Yeah. Well, part of the way he used the Drake equation, he actually figured in the possibility of how many civilizations have destroyed themselves already.
Yeah, that was what I was about to bring up.
Yeah, I mean, but again, they refreshed
it. They could have killed themselves already.
Yeah, they've changed it because you have to understand. Look, actually, I might even have a picture. You have to understand that this telescope, the Kepler telescope, was pointed literally at
it's a little tiny area, yeah.
Near
Libra, I think, right?
Yeah, but you got another thing to think about.
I'll find it. I'll show it to you.
What if
I just watched the thing on this there's a documentary that Nova made that I watched last night on exoplanets, and it was really cool. I was totally into it.
Yeah, the newest Nova, I have it on YouTube, and I didn't catch it on TV. I couldn't find it on TV. It's only about 6 months old, and it's the best Nova episode I've seen in a long time.
I think we might be talking about the same thing.
Maybe. I put it up on my...
it's the one where they were talking about the... at the end, they started talking about the one that's basically just like Earth.
Well, it's like, what if the average intelligent civilization only transmitted for 100 years before self-destructing?
Well, that sounds like us.
Well, exactly. That would mean that we would have a 100, given the vast amount of time that planets have been around, that really seriously drops the odds of us even discovering another civilization.
What another civilization use are primitive radio waves, though. That's my question.
Right. I mean, but
radio waves are a pretty easy way to transmit information.
Well,
any civilization that starts to figure out how to do that is probably going to run through that stage.
Yeah.
By the time we...
The thing is, how many people can still receive Morse code and stuff, okay? The thing is that certain technologies get antiquated, and people no longer have the equipment to receive the technologies anymore.
Well, that's part of the thing about the fact that when we started looking for ET with the SETI Institute, we were looking for very old-fashioned, frequencies and stuff. Now we got all this digital equipment, and we were looking for tiny, very, very narrow band, frequencies. And not only that, you have like single sideband. You have all this. We don't know how these people or these intelligent beings are communicating. There you go. This is the Kepler field of view. It's a winter constellation. You can see it. No, it's a summer constellation. Sorry. You can see it. You can see it very clearly in almost any sky. This Albireo. I don't know if you see my mouse pointer. Albireo is actually a double star. But this is the field of view. It's right between Lyra and Cygnus. And this is the tiny space. This grid here is what Kepler was looking at. And incidentally, the Ring Nebula is right here where the two stars in the bottom of Lyra.
Why don't we spend more time actually investigating planets in our own solar system, though? Look at Europa, for instance. We're putting all this money into Mars, which is a barren.
Well, actually, it's just been approved.
What's that?
The money has just been approved. We are going to Europa.
Good. I'm glad they finally decided to do that. You know, it only took
And they're
about.
also going to Ceres as well, which
Yeah,
is
well, it's already one on its way to Ceres.
Yeah.
Ceres, but Europa was being planned because Europa is the ocean moon.
They should have done this back in the 70s. You know, right after they landed on the moon, they should have already thought, okay, you know, we've done that now. Now let's send stuff to Europa. You know,
the problem is idiots that are like, we should be spending money on our own planet. Hurdy-durdy-dur.
Yeah. But also, you have to remember that our technology is better now. I mean, going to Europa and trying to land there and start drilling is not an easy task.
Well, they thought about using like a nuclear bomb to actually.
Yeah,
go
but you want to.
Let me think about. Let's think about this a little bit.
A nuclear bomb? What?
Let's say you use space mission affairs as something of make work projects to combat unemployment and such. Trouble is, what is the produce of them?
Well, science, but it's a lot cheaper now relative to our gross domestic product than it was in the 1970s.
Well, jobs that have to do with space exploration and everything are not something that you can just conscript people to do. It requires a lot of training and education in order to actually do it.
Well, this
I could see putting honestly, what the government should be doing as far as student loans is doing is forgive student loans for people that are pursuing science.
Yeah.
Well, also the technology are falling down, into consumer levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, the natural way to really do it is
you'd be
do it the way various European countries are doing it, which is of course make it free.
Yeah.
I must have this mind control low or something. I didn't even hear her talking.
Yeah, that's a political issue, but we could definitely do all that. And as far as SETI goes, SETI is the absolute cheapest way to do research.
That's better.
I mean, there are literally ad hoc programs funded strictly out of people's pocket.
Well, look, if to do what they want to do to go to Europa now, it's going to be so much more exciting. I mean, Carl Sagan was part of the Voyagers and Pioneers, when he worked at NASA. But in order to get what we want out of going to Europa now, we couldn't do the same thing 20, 30 years ago.
What is it that we ultimately want out of doing these space missions and so on?
Colonization and the obtaining of resources.
Well, science can advance.
Colonization, obtaining of resources, and the ability to travel.
Well,
you can't quantify science.
No, believe it or not, the real reason is by studying other cases, other planets. We learn more about the Earth.
That
well,
too.
I'm trying to do
we might find new elements, Nadia. New elements on Europa.
Well, I'm trying to do a regression of sorts, right?
Right.
So why do we want more resources and the ability to travel?
We're destroying our own planet, trying to get resources here. Why not destroy other planets and get resources there?
Some people don't realize the technology that you're using in front of you to do what we're doing. We're communicating 10 people in this room from halfway across the world. Some people are in England. This technology wouldn't be possible without space exploration.
Well, this technology.
Let me go the rest of the way.
I just like the idea of advancing technology.
Yeah. Okay, so the main thing is when I don't have to do the presuppositional how do you know that or analog. I mean, you can go all the way back in one step, right?
I can go what?
You can go all the way back in one step, right?
So you want to go back to analog?
No, Ocean can do the full regression in one step. When I keep saying, well, why do we want to do that? Right?
Well, what's your what regression are you talking about? I'm going to have to
repetitively asking why do we want to do that.
Right. Well, I mean, that's going to get down to eventually because we wanna. So, or has to do with betterment of quality of life, or one of those answers.
The space program energizes and excites laborers in our own country, though. It's something to work towards.
That's right.
Well, actually,
it's good for the economy.
Actually, we can pretty explicitly go about, I guess, contemplating how do we most effectively enhance quality of life.
Well, NASA is majority of their budget is studying the Earth to measure such things like climate change and whatnot. So they're doing pretty important stuff.
I want to increase the quality of life through traveling in space, simply because that's awesome.
Well, yeah, that's awesome. That's actually really the smaller part of NASA's budget.
They could learn how to cure diseases. Certain diseases could be cured by space travel, Nadia.
Actually,
maybe.
Well,
NASA's budget is tiny.
Yeah, NASA's budget is embarrassingly small.
It's true. I wouldn't say cut NASA off. I'd probably even endorse increasing it relative to what it is now. But at the same time, what is the sort of, what are the biggest fires to fight, so to speak, in terms of barriers to quality of life?
Well, for one thing, the quality of our life, is whoever's atheist in this room, would vastly increase the very second they find anything alive. I don't care if it's a microbe, say on Europa, for example, because all of a sudden, life somewhere else besides the planet will have absolute evidence. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's out there, but science doesn't work on my concerns. Science works on evidence.
Do you think they would tell us though if they found like even microbial or a sea animal on Europa? Do you think NASA would even tell us?
Yes, they would make sure that it's
Oh yeah, they would
verified
absolutely
and confirmed. But yes, they'll tell us.
Well, I think the winding back to why we ultimately want to do these things is actually pretty meaningful. I think what are the kind of like biggest bang for the buck ways to
is this
improve
going to
quality of
be
life?
kind of a segue into healthcare? Because I'm sensing that.
Not necessarily healthcare.
I sense a trick question somewhere.
No. What are you looking at that could
spit it out?
The quality of life. I think that you're heading somewhere you want to go.
I guess I'm suggesting that science and technology, or the lack thereof, might not be the biggest barriers to quality of life.
Okay. What do you think would be a better way to strengthen it?
Somehow overcoming the right wing and getting nice, kind of European welfare states where things are not so nasty, British, and short.
I knew it was going there. They're close to there.
You want to fix human psychology. That's a tough one.
Well, if it were so easy, it would have already been done.
Exactly. I mean, in the 10,000 years of human history, humans have not changed. Only the technology has improved.
Well, I see some promises. I mean, for one thing, we haven't had a vehicle to take us out of low Earth orbit since Apollo 17. We now have a new vehicle, a new passenger vehicle that carries more than the Apollos did, higher tech. It's got a safety feature on it that'll abort during launch, which actually has its own rocket that's more powerful than what took John Glenn up into orbit. It's the vehicle that's going to take us to Mars.
Can I make your argument for you? Okay, the social, etc. problems are so intractable that, as speculative as scientific progress might be, it's using scientific progress to technological progress and so on to essentially dodge the lack of social consensus in many respects, and otherwise, do what little can be done is the sort of like most meaningful and best way, most effective way that way. You can advance that argument.
I mean, you really can't debate the progress of space travel and what it does for civilization. I mean, you can't say that it's taking money away from improving quality of life. The defense industry, the corporations are doing that, not NASA.
Well, there's another. Well, I can erect a straw man. I'm not sure if you're going to, jump into its. I don't know the. What was the guy? What was the guy called? The Scarecrow. Scarecrow's clothes or something.
You know how some people are. If you can't eat it, what good is it? You really can't quantify the reasons for space exploration. It's something that's an inborn thing, and it does advance the way we live. It changes things, and on top of that, we are headed towards an overpopulation of the planet. So sooner or later, we're hoping that within the next 100 or so years, we will actually be able to figure out how to take some of these people off this planet. Long after I'm dead, anyway.
Question is, why are we headed toward overpopulation? Right now, the agricultural crop yields are about twice what's needed to feed the planet. And the projections for increase in population by 2300 from the UN are, I think, the mid-range projections, or I think the upper end of the mid-range projections are like 10 billion, 10.6 billion.
I never heard those numbers,
so,
but I got just the opposite.
Hang on. The reason why quote-unquote overpopulation could be the case is that agricultural crop yields will decline. And why will it decline? Climate change. And why is climate change?
Yeah.
Because of the social bullshit that prevented the, whole green energy or whatever.
It's catch-22. We moved into the industrial age and poisoned the planet, and the technology went higher. Now we're figuring out how to fix it, but it may be too late. But that's another story.
Why isn't NASA funded more now? Why did people stop going to the moon?
Oh, don't ask me.
Cold War ended.
Neil deGrasse Tyson wants to see NASA doubled funding.
Cool.
Well, so do I. Yeah. The reason why we don't see it is because the Cold War ended. A lot of people's opinion about going to the moon was, oh, that's cool. We beat Russia. Good for us. We don't need to do it anymore.
Yep, that's exactly, it's one of the things anyway. Okay.
I was ready to vote for Newt Gingrich when he said he wanted to put a colony on the moon. I was like, hell yes, let's do it.
And so,
budget increase for NASA, I'm all about it.
Cold War, I call it social again.
And it opens up
entire technological solution, so to speak, is getting strangled by the social problem that you really can't get away from.
It actually opens up more jobs than you might think. Not that I was able to keep the job for more than 2 years, but to give you an example, the place I worked at, okay, I've got a chess table that I made out of the scrap crate top off of a crate that came from the what do you call it? The Launch Alliance, the Cape Canaveral. Because the company I worked for made power supplies for many things. The ones that I was working on was the ones they use in hospitals for MRI machines and things like that. But the company I worked for had contracts with the military, had contracts with NASA and stuff, for various power supplies. I think even one of our largest power supplies helped cart the space shuttle over, and while it was being carted, they had to power it up or something. I don't know how that worked. But in other words, what I'm trying to say is it actually creates more jobs than you might think. Because there are the things that, for example, the company that makes power supplies.
It's perfectly effective in terms of creating jobs. The question is.
I mean, it's not all highly technical jobs, although it is a lot.
Yeah. The question is, actually what kind of assets are actually sort of constructed out of it, and whether one gets more assets out of other endeavors, like let's say building New York City style subways for every major city in America.
Mm.
That's a pretty gigantic project. Lots of labor involved, and there are other considerations, like what kind of labor. Well, the less educated, those who came from lower caste backgrounds, will benefit more in the subway case, and the hard assets are retained. Essentially, all the materials, basically. Well, they sit there. You've built something that stays on the ground, not like disposable rockets, and you actually use them day to day, and so on, vastly effectively for moving people, and in a greener way that conserves all the automobile emissions and gasoline, and serves businesses that would otherwise not have the transportation to move their workers to them, and so on, and the workers who need the jobs, and so on.
Would you consider cleaner emissions and better fuel efficiency for jet aircraft to be beneficial, considering the number of flights worldwide?
Well, I mean,
it's beneficial, but it's pissing in the wind.
It's the advancement of technologies.
One of the examples of what NASA is doing.
It's advancement of technology all around. It started out dirty, but but imagine if we didn't have to fight the young Earth creation stupidities. I mean, if we just can't get rid of that, how things would go so much faster. How all of a sudden the whole country or the whole world would be so much more educated, starting from childhood.
Wow.
If we were to find any kind of life whatsoever on Europa, it would spit in people's faces.
Young Earth creationists, and I guess religious anti-science people and so on, the
anti-science.
It's certainly impeding the progress that technology
and
science and so on would bring to us. But really? Okay, Ocean, go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is that they're not really. I was agreeing with you.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess the trick is, they're not the only factor, right? And they're connected to the other factor, which is essentially right-wing ideology, slash the big government, and research and development and so on go out the window because they're pretty much mostly government.
Yeah, but R&D is going to go out the window when the people that make those decisions on budgets are a bunch of Christian fundies.
Yeah, I think that the government is big enough for getting research and development going into the right places. The issue is that we spend way too much money on our military budget.
Yes.
Like way too much. Like it could be cut in half, and that money.
We don't even know
that extra money could go into.
It's not transparent. It's a problem. It's
like everything else. It's multifaceted, multivariables. There's so many damn things. But certainly, if you gave NASA just 20 cents or 1 cent to the dollar more, what they can do with a $10 bill,
Yeah, I'd love that. You know what? You make a good point though. Why can't my house taxes every year, my property taxes, my income tax? I want to be able to sign off and say
This goes to NASA. Yeah, I wish I could do that too.
Yeah, they'll put on your tax return. You want to donate $1 to the political bullshit, but they won't ask you if you want to give it to NASA.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, the problem is, you guys won't elect me as emperor for life in the United States of America. Because guess what? One of the first things that would go is your property tax. And one of the first things you will get is free health care.
Vote for FUD.
You have to have property tax.
Tell me your name, I'll do you as a write-in vote in the next major election.
You don't need property tax.
Yes, you do.
You just tax income so that you're taxing people who can afford to pay it.
You need property taxes. There's lots of rich people out there that deserve to have their $1 million mansions taxed.
No, you really don't need that because you've got other people who are retired, not making money anymore. Their mortgages are paid off, and they're
For personal
now.
interest, I am totally okay with you eliminating property tax.
Now. Because Janice Raymond wrote in 1979 a book called The Transsexual Empire, I have to be the empress.
Fudd, I completely agree. We should eliminate property tax.
Oh, you need property taxes. Patrick, would you ever go to on a manned mission to Europa if NASA came to you, Patrick, and said, Patrick, we'll launch you to Europa? Would you do it?
I would love to, except for that I don't think I'll be capable. That is, I need my all the comforts of home. I'd be all ready to go, all cleaned up and showered, and I get out there and I'm like, the next day come after I wake up in this tiny little capsule, and I'm saying, shit, I could use a shower and I won't be able to take one.
Well,
for me, I would go, depending on who's going.
I don't quite like going to the bathroom in diapers either.
I would do it.
Me versus Nadia for Emperor of the World.
Empress, of course.
Well, I'd be running for Emperor.
I'm the Empress.
Empress Nadia.
And the main, the transsexual empire, of course. Now, the main thing is.
I'll give you Australia. How's that?
When bringing the military home, moving the military budget to something else. Getting the Army Corps of Engineers going, building nuclear plants and subways throughout all the major cities and such. Expand that Army Corps of Engineers, shift people gradually over time. Get the Navy involved in the nuclear, and so on and so forth. There's
a lot of that is part of my grand plan also.
The specific strategy involving getting the Navy involved in nuclear and the Army Corps of Engineers in mass transit, essentially for vastly greater efficiency in terms of both emissions and literally fuel burning and such for transportation is pretty big there, and other major make work projects and such, like or other ways of keeping people occupied, like make essentially education free, primary, secondary, tertiary, etc. All pretty much free. Get the NASA would be a good place to put people with professional experience. Kill off the wage arbitrage, both in the professional with H-1B and various kinds of offshoring to like Wipro and Accenture and so on, as well as get the illegal immigrant stuff closed down, as far as like have employers do real checks on the I-9s and so on, and because they aren't really doing them now. And I think I've got a good start going. The taxation, one of the big ones is local property taxes are tied to education, federalized education funding, and local property taxes can drop. And
wow,
the federal taxes
have a lot in common.
The federal taxes can deal with especially income, but property is actually pretty worthwhile to have as far as mitigating sort of hereditary wealth.
Damn it.
Aristocracy, so as well as, of course, inheritance taxes. And
I'd get rid of inheritance taxes. I'd get rid of capital gains taxes.
Capital gains is actually
please get rid of
it. Needs to be big one needs to be boosted.
Fudd, if you were in the world, I would be set for life.
Yeah. Taxes on wages wage earnings need to go down relative to essentially returns on capital. So capital gains goes up. Taxes on higher wages at least for lower brackets go down. steep progressivity is needed, and certainly higher ceilings. So maybe if you're going to stick with brackets instead of using the formula, get maybe like 10 or 20 brackets and have them go all the way up the line.
Well, I'd have a simplified tax system.
Excuse me. Brackets are pretty simple. I'd have the top brackets be like Eisenhower, 91% or something. So that's getting to at least Empress the United States. Of course, universal health care, specifically with coverage of everything.
You sound like you have a big plan.
Well, under my system, no one's quality of life will go down.
That's great.
But quality of life will go up for many people. The upper rich people, their quality of life has essentially hit a ceiling. But the reason I would get rid of capital gains and certain other things is simply because I'd have a simplified tax structure where essentially your tax return would fit on a 3x5 card and take you all of 30 seconds to fill out.
That'd be great.
Hang on. Why is that meritorious?
Wait, what? Why?
Why is that meritorious? Why is that virtuous?
Why is it virtuous? Because by reducing the amount of administration required for taxation, you can save all that overhead.
All what overhead?
A simple percentage rate.
Hang on, all what overhead?
The overhead of calculating taxes owed, collecting the taxes, and all that computation. I mean, there is a shitload of useless overhead in the tax system all by itself.
I counter that overhead is actually not significant, number one. And number two, much of the tax code is like random loopholes for the rich, so...
Well, you see, I'd be getting rid of the loopholes.
Well, we both get rid of those loopholes, especially for offshore tax havens.
Yeah.
Well, getting back to like the possibility of finding intelligent life, real quick, as fast as I can. I don't know if you can see this. This is kind of an older chart, but there's only, like, according to this chart, about 3.5% of the stars that are like our sun. There's a whole lot more. There's like 8% of the Ks and 80% of the Ms, but the finding life around the M stars is kind of questionable. But the point I'm trying to make is, if we were going to start actually looking, and if we wanted to specifically look for livable planets, the chances of us finding one around anything higher than an F-class star is a lot less. I mean, we're talking about time for evolution to take place. So our sun is obviously 5 billion-ish years old, and it can live up to 10 billion years. So we have obviously had time to, using us as a model, we've had time to evolve to what we are now. Okay? What I consider an F-class star, of course, this is a very loose document. I mean, you have F1 through 9, and then you get G0 through 9, etc. But just using this as a generalized thing, would there be enough time? This is 3,000 million years, which is 3 billion years. Is that enough time for evolution to take place on a system? Was it even enough time for planets to form? I mean, our Earth is only 4.5-ish billion years old. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't go any further than a F, somewhere in the middle F, and probably no further than a middle Ks to Ms, So that's really the area that scientists want to look. They want to look at these stars.
The Cambrian explosion was only 500-something million years ago, and so 4 billion years, at least for things like multicellular life, we recognize as like meaningful. As far as meaningful, there was stuff in the Ediacaran that was multicellular, basically animal-like. But moving on, intelligent life is pretty much at the 4.5 billion year mark, given that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it couldn't be.
10,000 years of humanity is an eye blink.
Yeah, I'm not saying it couldn't be any faster in another place, but using us as a model, I wouldn't bother going any further than F-class stars to look for life. You know, I wouldn't even bother. I might not even approach that. You know, I might go F5 maybe. You know, because it's F1 through 9, but you know, or 0 through 9. But I certainly wouldn't even bother trying to look for an A-class star with life around it.
I would say, dimmer stars are plausible also.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they live a lot longer. This is the case. The K0s live like 50 billion years.
Right. The main thing is that they're maybe too dim to actually deal with as far as, I don't know how much they illuminate their planets and such.
Right. There's the habitable zones. I think I was showing that last time too. There's habitable zones of the star and all that stuff. Let me see if I can find you a picture on that.
Oh, they have to be closer, right? So.
Yeah, they have to be closer. There's habitable zones, which brings up the M class. Gets to a point where if it's a really small star, like if it's really dim M, you have to be so close that you end up getting tidal forces and stuff that may not actually make it possible anyway. But nevertheless,
even K-class stars may be significant.
Well, yeah, I would, you know, I think we're special. I think, you know, a G-class star to me is like the last line you want to go to. You know, I might go up to K, but K-star class stars, I think there's probably a lot of them out there that have, you know, possibility of life and possibly even intelligent life because they're there longer. Let me see if I can
longevity seem to be a big factor, and the vast longevity of the stars is kind of hits the, I don't know, we might call a bottleneck factor in a way, but at the same time, again, the same thing you say about tidal forces.
There's a point where you become tidal locked.
Other aspects of being essentially too close to the star make it pretty questionable whether we can actually successfully carry out detection around those stars, and also whether, you know, essentially something other than.
No, I'm not saying life can
other than longevity gets in our way or gets in the way of life coming up.
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't happen because there's these extremophiles that live here on Earth that we never expected their life to be life in the damn sulfur acids and stuff like that of this planet. But you know, but as, you know, life as we know it, intelligent life, I won't even bother with anything other than an F-class star.
If you're talking about tidal locking, then tidal locking makes it uninhabitable, right? So
maybe, but you never know. It might be a mile-wide swath around the planet that's just habitable. You know, who knows? Some extremophile microbes or something.
Yeah, by the time they're extremophile microbes, they're undetectable. So, I'd say you might just have to rely on the moon or something like that to prevent tidal locking.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, like I said, ever since they realized that Europa was an ocean world, their idea of what is habitable zone has gone out the window. Here's one. Let me just load this one. This is Kepler 62 system. Let me go ahead and screen share that. Okay. All right, so this is the Kepler 62 system. All right, this is an example. This shows you us and how Venus is on the inside of our habitable zone, our star's habitable zone. Earth is like right there in the close to the edge, but it's still more in the middle. And Mars is on the outside of it. And the Kepler 62 system is a smaller star. I think it's a K star actually. And there's two planets, 62E and 62F, that are in the habitable zone of that star. So that's just an example, you know, of what they're talking about with the habitable zones. Interesting stuff.
Habitable Goldilocks, yeah.
Yeah, the Goldilocks zone, you know. But there's also other ones besides Kepler objects. There's also ground-based telescope objects. Gliese 581 was one of them. There's actually a list of Glieses that they think are habitable zone planets. And don't be fooled, anybody in this room that's not used to these. Don't be fooled by these pictures. These are artists' conception of what the planet might look like. You know, obviously we know what our planets look like, but these are just, you know, when art and science get together, which is a cool thing.
Yeah, I see, you know, kind of other kind of major technical issues like, you know, assuming we treat, say, healthcare as an engineering problem, one would say there is actually something of a serious shortage of doctors and nurses. Right, it's kind of why they try to pawn you off on the next lowest down every time, or in terms of education, qualification, whatever, every time they get the chance. There is a genuine one.
Was everybody muted?
By and large, but yeah, at the same time as you, I don't know, might launch like a grand New York City style subway in every major city kind of project, you might also try to run like a zillion doctors through med school. You might also, I don't know, go about addressing a number of things like, well, getting LASIK for everybody who otherwise would have glasses, or
if doctors, oh sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if doctors didn't have to worry about the ridiculous student loans to pay off, we could probably have more of them.
Education in general in this country is screwed up.
But,
well, free education
exactly.
Already that's a big part of it, yeah.
Yeah. But as for the question regarding being muted, my personal habit is to mute myself when I'm not contributing to the conversation, because I don't want to disturb anything with extraneous noises coming through my microphone.
Oh yeah, I agree. It was just funny because I heard silence. The sound of silence was deafening.
Your mom is deafening.
Yeah, well, your mom's a screamer.
Yeah,
My mom's not deafening. My father is deaf though.
Well, who else is there a shortage of? Teachers. I mean, student-teacher ratios are a big part of like getting quality of education out. So, well, we probably need like three or more times the number of teachers out there. France has nannies to help people who have, well, recently had children. They literally have an army of nannies helping with people's, well, number one, their careers, number two, childcare in general, just makes for better adjusted, etc. type children. Healthier society, fewer like socially dysfunctional people going on. That's a big return on that investment if it were made. Yeah, I guess instead of nannies, you can say childcare, right? But France actually like sends bodies out to people's homes, right? And there's a reason we couldn't do that. You know, we don't need to save on the number of bodies. We need more jobs, if anything.
All right, I'm headed out. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm headed out, and I'll see you around, Nadia. Pleasure talking with you as usual.
Good night, Professor.
Night, Ocean.
Good night.
I mean, there's a lot of bodies that could have jobs given, well, a little bit of government action. Big government jobs, sure, but same time, well, you need a paycheck, don't you?
Apparently, the government doesn't think I do because I haven't gotten one in quite a while now.
Well, that's the thing. And why is that? Why wasn't there a government job for you, or otherwise a paycheck? Do you have an answer?
Well, I don't want to start putting too much. I already spoke too much on live air. Sometimes I confess, and that's a little confession right there. So I think I gotta keep it quiet on live.
You don't need to confess. This is all the abstract, political, social, and so on.
I've been out of work for a long time, and I don't want to elaborate.
Well, you don't need to elaborate. It's about the social and political and so on things, not your specifics.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty pissed off at the Republicans.
Exactly. The right wing.
Which is why I promote all this educational stuff and say that we're becoming dumber instead of smarter, and because that's exactly what's happening with these damn creationists. They're trying to change our schools into churches.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm also pissed off at the Democrats because they're fucked up in different ways.
What ways?
Well, primarily it comes down to the funding of elections, because ultimately, as a politician, you depend on financing from people who are going to want special access to you later.
Okay, and why does that matter?
It matters because you become beholden to your election campaign financiers.
Okay, why?
And that creates corruption in the system.
Why did it matter in more concrete terms with the Democrats? What have the Democrats done as a result of that?
Well, that's the thing. They've done nothing. No one has done anything regarding campaign finance reform.
No. What have the Democrats done, and what policies have they enacted because of this campaign financing that are odious?
Wow. It's a difficult question to answer because I have a lot of trouble telling the difference between a Democrat and a Republican these days.
Me too.
Although they do both tend to vote down party lines.
Where are you from?
No, there's a difference. There's a difference. I mean, for instance, different industries favor different parties.
What state you're from?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I got a different picture here. I see a huge difference between Democrats and Republicans, especially the so-called Republicans that are in office now in the Congress. The Tea Party, right-wing religio-tards.
The Tea Party has almost no representation, so I'm not worried about them.
Well, I don't know even what they are anymore. I know that there's a bunch of what used to be Republicans are not them anymore. Whoever's there now, I don't know what they are.
It really comes down to, I mean, both sides are big government in different ways. I know the Republicans claim to be small government, but that's simply not true. We've got empirical evidence that the government has grown just as much under Republican control as under Democratic control.
That's incorrect.
It's not correct?
No, it's grown more under Republican control.
Okay. So, in spite of the Republicans claiming that they want small government, it's grown radically faster under them.
I'm not sure if it's radically, but you understand why.
Yeah. And of course, no one wants to cut back military spending for some strange reason.
Well, hang on. Do you understand why the government grows under Republicans but not Democrats?
Well, that requires understanding human behavior, and unfortunately, that is one of those things that completely confounds me.
It's simpler than general human behavior. So Democrats are, in some respects, loyal opposition, in some respects, kind of fake opposition that just kind of rolls over. And the Republicans are, of course, pretty much, hard party line. Oh, there's a way to say it, but regardless. So Democrats get in office, and they generally carry out some level of good faith cooperation with the Republicans to advance the agenda. So the Republicans will do, well, big government for what make work to, quote unquote, uplift the economy and have more jobs and get people employed and so on. Democrats, on the other hand, they get some kind of leadership or whatever, and Republicans are recalcitrant. They are hard party line and so on. So in order to destabilize the administration or whatever, they starve the government, so to speak, and prevent the make work things that will get more jobs and have the economy be better so people have a higher opinion of whoever's in office, right? So that's the general dynamic there.
Well, the polarization to me seems to have been increasing since, I don't know, the Carter-Reagan era, and has, I wish I could say peaked, but I don't know how much worse it can get under the Obama presidency.
Now see,
the limits to how bad it can get involve essentially a civil war of the sorts. So there's quite a bit further it can go. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, you see, this is what bothers me. I never realized that, never in my life, until President Obama was running for president and he became president, I never realized how racist the Republican Party was all the time. I never even thought that stuff existed up in Washington anymore. And I am disgusted, absolutely vomit-like disgusted with their attitude. The first thing that they said the minute he became president was our priority, and they actually showed this on TV, our priority is to make President Obama a one-term president. Okay? It's and excuse my language, because this is their attitude. Get rid of the nigger.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but wasn't this pretty apparent during the Reagan administration when Lee Atwater, author of Nixon's Southern Strategy, went saying "nigger, nigger" on live TV, interviewed?
Yeah, I
wasn't this apparent when Reagan was going on about his,
I was naive then.
Clearly implied to be black welfare clean.
Yeah, I was naive then, and like I said, I didn't realize it, and it was my fault. I'm the one that didn't realize it, and until we actually got a black president, then my eyes got opened.
I thought the problem with Obama was that he was from Chicago, a windy city.
I'm not in love with the guy. Say something bad about him. Tell me that he don't like him because he does this or that, the other thing, but don't sit there and tell me some conspiracy bullshit. He's not American.
I do not give a shit about his race. I don't care about the birth.
I mean not you. But this is what they're doing. This is what they did. It was like the conspiracy about him not being American. Anything to make him look bad, and it was all because he was black. Dislike for the real things. Don't dislike him for.
Comes from. It's a political term. It has nothing to do with the weather.
Let's go back to Reagan's welfare queen again. You understand what is slashing, or at least how the constituency is rallied toward slashing social programs. It's the fear of a white man's tax dollar landing in a black man's pocket. Right. Yeah. So that's ultimately at least the base is racist, and the actual people themselves, I guess it's hard to say. I think they're actually educated enough, but evil in a way, and so they probably don't harbor some kind of the usual racist delusions about inferiority of anybody or whatever, but are perfectly willing to throw the minority under the bus to advance their cause. Yeah. Nixon's Southern strategy was not because Nixon hated blacks, but because it was the way he kind of perceived as a way to rally the racist base to get elected.
Right? They made themselves look bad anyway. So in a way, I'm glad that they did what they did. I never realized, like I said, I was so naive. But again, I tell my friends, listen, I'm not in love with the guy, but if you don't like him for something, tell me what you actually don't like him for. Don't dislike him just because you're prejudiced. You know what I mean? It's terrible. It's horrible. I've never seen the disrespect for a president of the United States in my life like I've seen the disrespect for him. Never in my life. And I'm 55 years old.
Yeah. Look, it gets better because there's a major demographic problem. And Paul Krugman actually had a lecture on this. It will take me a good while to actually dig this one up, but in this lecture he goes on about the actual specifics of the demographic problem. And he narrows down sort of base or whatever it is to being centered around almost the Ozarks or something like that. It's pretty crazy as far as how you can understand regionally and in terms of age and such. These people are old, but their turnout is massive. They have what they call something on the order of granny farming, I think is the term.
Oh, really?
Do you know what granny farming is?
I vaguely heard of the term, and I'm laughing because I'm trying to remember exactly what it meant, but it sounded funny.
Essentially, things on the order of retirement homes or similar.
Okay.
Probably not literal retirement homes, but neighborhoods and such where.
Well, I live in one here.
Catering to elderly people and such.
I live in one here. This is how I live.
Yeah, they're major get out the vote efforts, and they're pretty effective because, retired people don't have that much else to do, and they also have the big church affairs. So, people with nothing else to do who go to church get handed these voter pamphlets by their pastors saying how evil one candidate is and how godly the other. And once you've gone that far, mass distribution of these voter guides through the American Family Association, home of Brian Fisher, who declared gays Nazi stormtroopers, hell-bent on exterminating Christians, and driven by the unvarnished energy of Satan. These are the people distributing the voter guides en masse to all the granny farms around the country and their churches. Once you have that, you go about suppressing the vote of people.
Well, I don't think it's as bad as you're making it, though. I mean.
Hang on. I'm not even remotely done because it's vastly worse. For instance, the blacks are known to vote Democratic at almost over 90% rate. I think probably over 95%.
And that's why they're trying to stop it from voting.
All right, so voter ID laws and so on are geographically targeted at, well, black enclaves, neighborhoods, districts, whatever, to disenfranchise en masse. And similar games are played with ID laws to, again, disenfranchise any way they can. I'm not sure, especially blacks en masse. They're targeting blacks everywhere they can because, you know, getting a black voter off the rolls is like a 95% chance of knocking a Democratic vote off the rolls, right?
And they're
getting a black off the rolls.
Too.
Democrat has a 95% chance of knocking a Democratic vote off the polls. Sorry, had to make it rhyme better. Not use the same word twice. In the 2012 election, a historic gender gap was witnessed. Women voted for Obama. It's like 20% more, 20% higher rate than men. So guess what? Next year comes out, Republicans are trying to pass laws to make mismatches in names across different forms of ID.
Yeah.
In the voter ID laws, knock women off the rolls.
This is what gets me. They get away with this shit as if we don't see through their bullshit. It makes me sick. These Republicans that are in there now, then they make me sick to my stomach.
I should point out that it's exceedingly dangerous for a church or any other nonprofit organization to actually publish or advocate for any political candidate because they can immediately lose their nonprofit status.
That's true.
That's true. Churches are very rarely prosecuted for it, or well, whatever you call civil litigation.
Yeah, but they'll sit there and preach. They'll sit there and preach in a church, and nobody goes there to hear them.
Yeah.
I just want to tell
it's a real legal danger. Maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't happen in practice, but
it doesn't happen in practice.
A legal danger.
Well, yes.
Not only does nobody complain,
but I just want to tell you real quick.
Not only does nobody complain, right? So that the suits come out are like a handful every year, but these voter guides distributed en masse by the American Family Association, distributed through churches, are essentially doing that. So the scope of the issue with the advocacy of political candidates is vast.
Yeah, they'll squeeze it in their sermon and stuff. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know.
No.
I'm the only atheist in my family. There's actually an atheist elderly woman across the street from me.
Correction, not squeezing it in sermons. These are voter guides, brochures of sorts, shipped off, distributed, mailed to churches, and then churches hand them out in their sermons.
Maybe. I haven't seen that here.
Or hand them out in the services.
I haven't seen that here, but they'll do it covertly. You know, the people of the church will be friends with the politicians, etc., so forth and so on. They have lunch with them and everything, and
voter guides.
And they do get them out through the church people.
The voter guides are not covert. They're just like sitting there waiting for somebody to pick up.
All right. Well, anyway, I just want to let you know there are actually some elderly atheists. I know one that lives across the street from me. And I'm the only atheist in my family, but my mother had stopped going, I'd say, about a couple of years ago. I finally convinced her that giving the church her dollar bill every week was a stupid thing to do.
Yeah. Do you understand how many of these voter guides are going out every year? 50 million plus. I mean, the printing costs on it are immense.
Yeah.
The vast waste of wood, if nothing else.
Yeah, they could single-handedly stop printing them. They could single-handedly feed the children and stop cutting rainforests down at the same time.
We also understand, right? That's how many voters these voter guides are landing in the hands of elderly voters with lots of time in their hands, antiquated opinions, out of date, out of touch with society.
Yeah, I just want to remind you No, that you keep saying the elderly, and I live in an elderly community. And I'm saying it's not. Maybe it's not as bad as you think. You know, I'm just giving you an example from my own experience. Yes, they are here. The ones you talk about are here, but I actually have an elderly woman living across the street from me.
But it's very regional too. New Jersey is not where you find this.
No, it's true too. Yeah, I'm lucky to be in New Jersey. I hate New Jersey, but I'm lucky to be here for the atheist reason.
Yeah, Bible Belt is more like a flyover country, etc.
Yeah, I'd probably be in jail if I was down there.
So, the vast right-wing conspiracy is, well, such a long laundry list of different techniques being used to muck around with people voting that that's already something of like almost a book in itself.
Mm.
There's going to be a Rolling Stone article that touches on a little bit of it called "How Republicans Rigged the Game."
Yes, I think I've heard of that article. I didn't read it because I didn't know the Rolling Stone, but I think I've heard of it.
And it's not comprehensive. And they go over just this like non-stop laundry list within the space in the article. And they didn't cover all the bases, not even close. So I mean, it's truly astounding, like the death by 1,000 cuts sort of technique being used, or I guess group of techniques.
Yeah. Listen, I'm trying to retrain myself to go to bed at a normal time. I managed an hour earlier last night. I'm going to try to manage another hour tonight, so it's going on 10 to 5 here. So before I go, I just want to say something about the screen share I'm doing. This will answer a question from about 7 or 8 hours ago. That our sun will not go supernova. Our sun will die more like this this guy here, which is the Ring Nebula. There's a little white dwarf star in the middle of it. Basically, it's just going to puff out and sort of cool off and die out. But in any case, I want to say good night, and it was great talking to all of you. I'm glad we got rid of that wacko. And,
which one?
Yeah, which one, right? I don't know. There's a couple of them. But I was actually able to talk some science that was comfortable for me for a change. And
yeah, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, wackos is not a good thing to call people such. It's I mean, part of our duty here is, well, to help persuade the other side. The question is, what are we persuading the other side of?
Well,
hang on. Do you seriously think they're going to abandon their religion under any circumstance? The answer is no.
No, but you know, to let someone ramble on.
What they can be persuaded of is atheists are more upstanding people than they now believe. Can be persuaded of is that LGBT people are more upstanding people than they now believe. Yeah, because they right now think that atheists are less trustworthy than rapists.
Yeah, I know.
And the LGBT people are sexual predators.
Yeah, I know. But to let a troll like the one that I ramble on and then to mute somebody who was just trying to get a word in edgewise is counterproductive.
Patrick, playing the cutting somebody's audio games, etc., has the trouble that you talk over people, and multiple people talking at once makes neither one intelligible.
I was making
all
a
you
joke
really
about
do
the
is
water.
basically, excuse me, all you really end up doing when you go about talking over people as a result of your having cut, somebody's mind in your Hangout toolbox is interjecting static or something equivalent to static that unintelligible and such into the conversation.
I didn't know that
you
did
have
that.
to
No,
understand.
I was muting it on my side just so I didn't have to hear him talk.
That's correct. That's right.
I
You don't hear him
didn't
talk.
I didn't know
You're
it had
not
any
aware-
effect
you're
on
not
either
aware.
side.
It has an effect because you're not aware when he's talking. So the two of you talk at once. Nobody understands either one of you.
Okay,
and
but all I
what
said
the rest of the world ends up hearing
No, you hear me out for 1 second.
Excuse me. What the rest of the world ends up hearing is gibberish, like a big burst of static that lasts for minutes long. And that's
Nadi, I didn't talk much.
Really,
I
it
said
doesn't
one
matter.
joke. Somebody said 151 proof, and I was like, yeah, I wouldn't touch it without a gallon of water. That's what I said.
Nobody could understand a word of what you or he said when you talked over him.
We talked at the same time. I just said I need a gallon of water for that stuff. That's all I said. I didn't talk all night long like he was.
Nobody could hear you.
Well, it's not like I was talking all night. I just said a funny joke.
All it turned into was a big burst of static, or equivalent to a big burst of static. So I would advise you not to do the Hangout Toolbox thing to cut people's mics like that.
Well, I won't mute anybody completely anymore. But like I said, it wasn't like I was talking all night. It was I said I need a gallon of water for that stuff, or something.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. That was all I said. And we must have talked at the same time. You muted me, and that was
yeah. I did it more than once, and it was deemed problematic. And I hope you have come to a better understanding of what the problem is.
All right, I do, Nadia, but it's still a little odd to me that you let somebody like that carry on for. I timed him. He was literally talking for 20 minutes straight, and every time somebody else tried to answer him, he was talking over them. Okay, I say a joke and I happen to talk at the same time, and I got muted. It's no big deal. I don't care anymore. I'm not a child. I'm 55 years old. But I'm just telling you that's what happened. That's what that's.
The question is how do you address him?
Well, everybody who
know how do you address what's going on with him, and the answer is not by trying to shout him down. The people who try to shout him down, people who try and yell over what he's saying and so on.
But I didn't try to shout anybody down.
Excuse me. What ends up happening with him is he fights back essentially in like kind, and if you listened, you'll notice that at various points when I tried to step in, he actually ceded the floor to me.
Yeah,
why is it he ceded the floor to me and not to Simon?
All right.
Simon, for instance, was directly engaging him and going in on, interruption fights and so on. Right? It's because it was a fight.
Nadia, I'm just saying to you that I was on for this afternoon, and I couldn't get a decent conversation in until now.
You lose the moral high ground, number one, and you also are pretty much guaranteed to lose the contest of who shouts down who, because, well, various people are more recalcitrant than you are. So you will generally, the way to interact with people, if you're trying to engage them at all, is not to start a fight with them.
I didn't start a fight with nobody. I was making a joke about the rum, about the 200-proof rum.
Fight is figurative in some respects.
Okay.
And clearly we're not boxing.
Okay. I just can't see the equation between letting a troll talk for 15 to 20 minutes straight without shutting up, and then me making a joke about 190 proof liquor.
Nobody could hear.
I just don't see it. Okay.
Nobody could hear you. Anyway, the main thing is, not the main thing, I guess, but anyway, another direction to go with this is that he's not a troll. He earnestly believes what he does. He's not deliberately provoking people to obtain specific kinds of reactions, or especially not to traumatize them.
Okay, but
he earnestly believes he's informing people, and there is.
Okay, I apologize for calling him a troll. Okay, but every time somebody tried to tell him, especially Simon is the most articulate, more articulate than I am. Every time I tried to tell him something, he would try to talk over him. And I tried to stick my 2 cents, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise. I couldn't crowbar my way in there.
Well, that's the problem, right? If you used a crowbar where you shouldn't, you should have been basically saying.
No, that was just a figure of speech. I'm saying I couldn't crowbar my way in there because I wasn't good.
Simon, right? Why did it turn into a contest of one person shouting over another? Well, because
I thought Simon was doing great.
He started the fight with trying to interrupt and playing those games and such. If you don't, you actually see him heal the floor. like he did to me.
Okay, I didn't see it, and I was on this afternoon.
On quite a number of occasions during the conversation. If you had been listening to him, you would have been seeing.
As soon as you disagree with him,
just hang on. No, I disagree with him all the way. But you'll see if you like rewatch the video, or if you had been listening, that when I put up my hand or maybe like made a quick start and then let off, kind of let him know over audio I was trying to get in. You know what he did? He said, "Oh, Nadia, you were trying to say something? Go ahead."
We want to talk about this.
He Nephilim Free actually said that to me.
I don't know if we're talking about the same person.
We are talking about the same person, Nephilim Free. Evan Phillips, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's Evan.
So he actually has the courtesy to yield the floor to you. If you are courteous enough to him, not to interrupt him.
Yeah, in this particular instance, though, it was a 3-word or 4-word sentence that I got muted for because I was talking about 190 proof rum without water.
Nobody had any idea what you were talking about because you were talking at the same time as him.
Maybe somebody else talked at the same time I did, and said at the same time Evan did. But I'm the one that got muted.
Evan was talking. You talked over him. All anyone got was a burst of noise. It wasn't as if you were talking. It was as if you were just blasting a burst of static into the room. Because nobody can understand 2 people talk at once.
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. Okay? I only talked at the same time. It happens all the time. People talk at the same time by accident. That's all that was. And all I said was, yeah, I'll need a gallon of water for that stuff. That was it. That's all I said. It was a big joke. And I got muted, okay? So that's all right. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to make sure you realize that's what happened.
Yeah, you gotta understand. I mean,
you should have muted me some other times where I was shouting people down. Not when I talked about water.
Yeah, you gotta understand. I mean, Nephilim and I know each other from around. We're generally friendly terms because we don't fight. But it's not like we're the closest of friends. I mean, we don't go having big long personal things, or don't have a long history. Don't actually even get in the same hangouts that often. But even so, right? We have a pretty cordial relationship when we do get together. So it's not like I have some kind of vested interest in this guy.
Oh no, I didn't think you even knew him. I didn't even think he lives in the same state as you. I don't know. Maybe he does.
None of these people live anywhere near me. But the main thing is, right? It's not like he's my best buddy and I'm defending him because I got a personal attachment to him. I mean, this is a matter of principle, really.
No, I understand, but my perspective is different than everybody else's, and it's because your computer is getting one delay and I'm getting a different delay, and it doesn't always work. Sometimes people step on each other, but like I said, at that particular time, you could have muted me 100 times a couple of days ago, where I was getting pissed and I was doing actually what you're accusing me of, but this time. I was laughing, and I said, yeah, I need a gallon of water for that, and I got muted for that. And I was like, wait a minute, what did I do now? I expected that from a day ago, or when I used to actually, you know what I'm saying? There are times I do get loud and I get pissed off, and I should have been muted, but not that time. That was like, I couldn't understand why that happened that time. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm getting at.
Well, if you keep this up, you'll not end up getting to bed an hour later.
Yeah, you're right. You heard me shut my mic off when the clock chimed. I'm going to say goodnight. It's been a pleasure, and thanks for finally letting me talk about science.
All right. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Yeah. I can't believe it. I am the grand defender of Nephilim Free.
Doesn't the irony just bite you?
Huh.
I gotta admit, though, I like the guy myself. I've had Skype conversations with him, and he's actually quite personable. I mean, as long as you're not talking religion, like you're talking regular stuff, photography or just shooting the shit, whatever. He is quite a personable fellow.
Yeah, maybe I should hit him up to get him on Skype at some point. I don't know. I don't usually pass the link around that often on Skype because, I mean, I'm literally holding hangouts around the clock. So, I mean, people get tired of hearing it pretty quick.
Yeah,
It's a little bit.
That's a difficulty. I mean, Nephilim Free will very, very staunchly defend his young Earth position and everything related to it. There's no getting around that. There really isn't. I mean, occasionally you can distract him into sideline issues. For example, the brief conversation about wines and such. You know, I'm sure you must have noticed that the conversation became much lighter and not so circular or adversarial.
Yeah, one of the tricks though is that a lot of other people have bad reactions to him, so it's kind of like a number of other people, even if it were kind of a sideband connection. Probably would still be like, you know, mostly separate hangouts, just kind of like occasional dropping in. Like G-Man doesn't drop in every day. He doesn't want to get, you know, mobbed every day like he does anytime he shows up. So occasionally he feels like a fight, and comes in and so on, but I haven't found a good way to like stop it. I mean, it's kind of,
yeah, I don't know G-Man, so, but I mean, I've spoken to Neff before I was aware of Hangouts. Actually, Hangouts might not have existed back then, but no, he is quite capable of being a decent and friendly conversationalist, and it's just that when the topic does turn to evolution and what have you, well, that is when he will be very defensive about it. And of course, everyone else who is against his position will pile on.
Yeah.
And of course, he's not particularly concise. That is, he will repeat phrases over and over again, but, you know, that's not unique to him.
Well,
he's also been attacked personally.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
So,
what happened? Any idea what happened there?
Over his personal life, certain details have gotten out, which I won't repeat, but he has been attacked over those things. So that's obvious.
You don't have to be that specific.
Huh?
You don't have to be quite that specific, but.
Well, I don't want to be specific at all, really. It's just that he has been attacked on things that have nothing whatsoever to do about the argument.
Well, the important thing was attacking in what sense? Like, are people like doxing him and then doing things in real life or what?
Yeah, straight up ad homs regarding his life situation at the time.
That's different from doxing and then real life harassment, employment disruption, and so on.
I think people have tried to drop dox on him. But
such a weird turn of phrase.
Yeah, it's things have gotten nasty. Let's just say that. So which is obviously not constructive to a civil discourse.
Well, I hope no one's been successful at doxing and doing any serious damage there.
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
but I don't know him that well myself either. I mean, it's strictly been online, but I have had Skype conversations one-on-one with him, and my basic opinion of him is that underneath it all, he's actually a reasonably nice guy.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a discussion for me and him to have off air, but
yeah,
I'm not sure he's not sure how interested he is or whatever. I mean, G-Man and I are on a little bit closer terms, even if we haven't communicated quite as much in recent days. Neff and I have kind of never been quite in that close contact. So,
well,
hope in general though is well, not there's it's again not actually Christianity to dissuade them of, but well, that the other side is so horrific.
Well, yeah, there's no way to argue him out of what he believes, and he makes up his own mind about certain conclusions. Well, he bases his
You're describing
a lot of papers based on what either the title says or the abstract says.
Well, until you said something about papers, you were describing the whole of humanity.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that science papers on the internet have these big paywalls. It's because it would be nice to be able to just pull down the paper for free and read it. Although, admittedly, technical papers in a particular field require you to have technical knowledge in that field to understand fully what's going on in the paper.
Well, the discussion of the geologic column going on didn't seem to relate to many of the issues discussed in the actual geology textbooks that I had, which is a little bit odd. But at the same time, all the science and stuff, right? Well, on the one hand, I give you, well, why is the NASA budget low? Oh, right-wingers are slashing it. Number two, right, I mean, social thing is a barrier to even doing all, science, technology, whatever. But also that, there's also a matter of like how they're applied. These making our lives better in many ways. Only uses the science and technology and stuff as an instrument. You end up applying your force, etc., to the situation regardless. But maybe science and technology acts as a bit of a force multiplier, not as big of one as people would hope, even though science might look astounding in sort of individual case application. So, I mean, really it comes down to the big social issues, and they're a lot harder than science.
Yeah, well, that's because they're kind of fuzzy.
Well, is it the universe fuzzy?
It
Quantum?
could be.
Quantum?
It takes odds at the lowest level, as far as we know. Although the second law of thermodynamics, as far as I know, applies at every scale, angle, whatever you care to look at the universe. That is, it seems to be super symmetrical in nature.
Well, fuzziness, that, you know, people talk about it's soft and hard times, but soft ones are actually hard and hard ones are actually easy.
Yeah, that's one of those weird quirks of the English language.
So,
I find quantifying things much easier to talk about than qualitative things, for example.
Well, various things are quantifiable. I mean, psychology is, you know, almost like applied statistics. Political science, you better bet they're grinding all those election numbers.
Yeah, I would say.
Who's Nate Silver?
I have no idea.
What does he do?
Yeah.
Nate Silver, statistician, goes about all those election results. Yeah. Quantifying things again. Economics. Well, got some pretty elaborate models. I mean, you know, macroeconomics has calculus of variations. In Nash equilibria, grand mathematical result. Right.
Yeah, there's a great deal of complexity in there, and as far as I know, it's a completely open question as to whether there is a simple underlying rule that would allow you to explain the nature, the level of the complexity. I mean, if you're going with chaos and fractal type mathematics, I mean, it's okay, you can describe the complexity, but unfortunately, you can't make any predictions with it.
Actually, you can. You're asking about economics, right?
Well,
economics, I mean, what are all these computerized trading programs doing?
The computerized trading programs are causing things to go much, much faster, and when the economy starts going to pot, the first thing they do is they immediately insert a speed bump into the trade rates to slow down the computerized trading programs, which are running off of heuristic models.
The maybe real answer is they're making. Oh, welcome, Blue. These things are. Yeah, we're on about how like social issues are, I think, a deeper and more important question than the, I guess, scientific or technical issues. And here's an example in economics where it said these trading programs are actually making predictions and trying to exploit those predictions to make money. So when you go about, they predict, you know, stock goes up, stock goes down, right? They predict stock's going to go up, buy low, sell high.
Well,
stock goes down, short it, right?
Back when I was working for a company that was in the trading industry, those things really were not so simple because there is a really glaring fact that most people overlook, and that is, if you know the future, you can change it. So if you make a prediction that a stock will go up, you can decide, all right, the stock's going up, I'm going to buy. If you're a big enough institution, that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But there are other situations where different programs operating under different heuristics will think that same stock is going to go down, so they will short it. And of course, to short the stock means you're purchasing it at one price by borrowing, at the hope of, essentially, let's see, how did that work?
Right.
Yeah.
It's
You're buying at the low price.
All you're really doing is accounting for like feedback and other actors and such, and the same underlying logic still applies.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong feedback mechanism, and which is a recipe for chaos.
No, the point still stands. Right? You make prediction, you act on the prediction, you get gains based on the prediction. That's a big chunk of economics, right?
Are you familiar with the efficient market theory?
Yes. No, the main thing is not specific as even economics, but that example of one of the quantitative soft sciences. There are quantitative methods in the so-called soft sciences.
Economics is either a soft science or a dismal science, depending on how you look at it. But I would say the fundamental difference is a lack of predictivity, which is a little ironic.
Except a big chunk of economic research goes into making these predictions. So, I mean, again, psychological predictions used to model human behavior, predict reactions to all kinds of things, ranging from psychological treatment to, I guess, well, who knows what, psychological treatment especially, right? There you go. Psychology is predictive again. What was the first one I used? Who cares? Being predictive is in the soft sciences. So.
Well, if we really, really understood how the economy actually functioned,
we don't need deep diving into economics. The trick is, of course, just soft sciences. Have some quantitative aspects, have some predictive aspects, and so on.
Right, but it's in everyone's best interests for the economy to grow. And wouldn't that be, and if that's the case, wouldn't everyone work to that end?
That's actually the relevance of quote-unquote economic growth is questionable. Economy is distribution.
Environmental damage by continuous growth needs to be addressed.
Yes, and the system of distribution of goods and services has a lot to do with, I guess, things like equity. Distribution is not just sum total. It's like the Gini curve or whatever it is, or sorry, Lorentz curve with a Z and no T. Essentially like percentile of income versus percent of the population. That kind of plot, and essentially how concentrated wealth is and such, and how low the bottom is too. These kinds of questions about the distribution, are probably a lot bigger in terms of the let's say sum total happiness and such than anything like the, I guess, gross national product or quote unquote size of the economy.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And consumer spending is really the fuel that makes everything go.
Well, again, consumer spending is a little bit too don't want to say broader brush, but not specific enough, because you could have buttloads of consumer spending from billionaires buying shitloads of yachts.
Well,
and the rest of the entire country starving to death in the streets, homeless.
That's not. They don't just buy yachts.
Hang on, whatever there is they're buying, make it airports, and I don't know, whatever space shuttles. Rich people buying their own space shuttles. Whatever it is, the rich people are buying. They can, on their own, have consumer spending be vast, while the rest of the country is starving around them.
Yeah, it gets complicated, of course. Listen, I hate to do this in the middle of a good conversation, but I really, really, really need to go pee. And also, it's and just an aside that means nothing. There are ways to talk to Neff once you understand him, where you can actually carry on a productive conversation.
I think I would do okay. It's just that I wasn't the one talking most of the time and all this.
Yeah.
If you see Hangouts where me and him go solo,
yeah.
I mean, you see, we do pretty well just passing the baton back and forth for conversation and such.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's easy to do. It's unfortunate that so many people jump on him. But anyway, I really do need to attend to a biological need. I will be just a few minutes and I'll be back. And hopefully no one will be asleep and the room won't be empty.
No worries. Randcam just posted an event. Well, let's invite Randcam in. Actually. Alright. I'll bet he's on. Okay, Randcam seems to be stirring, so see if I can bring him in. Welcome, William.
Hi.
You've had some interesting profile pictures.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do have a lot of things on the Google Plus. A lot of videos.
Have a good night, Hermine.
Thank you.
You have a good night.
Thank you.
Why is it that you prefer, profile pictures feminine in one way or another?
A picture of a girl.
Yeah, and, someone wearing women's clothing, too. Oh, hi, Rancam.
Oh, well, you see a picture of the girl, or the tattoo picture. Yeah, just like to listen to music most in a while, so I decided to just put the picture on there for a little bit.
Rancam, we were on the two most toxic subjects both at once: religion and politics.
Oh God. Your two favorite subjects, Nadia.
Yeah.
Plus movies.
The third and the fourth rail.
Yeah. Those are the two subjects I hate most.
Wait a minute, don't you talk about Christianity a lot?
But I'm not religious.
Ah.
There's a difference. I'll explain it to you like this. There are Christians that have a religious relationship with the church. And then there are Christians that don't attend churches. And they have a relationship of the heart with the Savior. So the whole religious dogma of having denominations, like from Calvinist, Arminians, all of the Catholics. I mean, there's different sects of religion within Christianity, and I don't adhere to any of them.
Strange. I generally think of religion as something like, well, Christianity or.
Well, it's definitely Christianity. I mean, I obviously believe in Jesus Christ. I believe that he died on that cross, that he was God wrapped in flesh. But what I don't adhere to is all of the legal nonsense and all of the religious self-righteousness of Christianity. And I most certainly don't agree with the denominations. I think that Christianity begins and ends with Christ. And when you leave that cross, it doesn't become a salvation issue, but it most certainly becomes, in my opinion, a religious issue.
Okay, well, maybe understanding kind of like what you think religion means might help, and I can tell you what I kind of take it to mean myself too.
Christianity is a religion. I know that. I know that when I say that I'm not a religious person, I'm still in a religion, but I don't have a religious mindset in respects to my relationship with Jesus Christ. I don't agree with denominations. I don't agree with the legal laws that Christianity has placed upon itself. And I truly believe that Jesus Christ is looking down at most of the actions of Christians and shaking his head. I don't think that he intended to become such a staunch, stifling religion.
Yeah.
I think man made it more what it is today, Nadia. I think that man's corruption and man's nonsense. Have you seen my latest video? You're in it, by the way.
Oh, I haven't actually.
Yeah, you've got I put your picture in it.
Excellent.
So you're in a Rancam. You're in a Rancam video this week. So.
Excellent.
But I'm yelling in it, so just to turn your speakers down when you watch this video.
Okay.
But I love you. You know I love you, right, Nadia? Like, you know that Rand Campbell absolutely adores you. I think that you're an amazing human being. And I pray for you regularly. In those moments when you don't realize I'm praying for you, those are the moments that I'm on my knees asking the Lord to be with you. I think you're a really, really good person.
This is the 5 pillars of Nadiaism, or Nadia Islam spreading.
Yeah. Well, no, Nadia is a very unique individual, and I believe that she's here not by happen chance. I don't think that this is a coincidence that Nadia is in this community, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I have my own personal beliefs. So.
Yeah, we all do.
Nadia actually, and I don't know if she's aware of this, but she actually was very instrumental in changing my opinion on homosexuality.
Wow. Okay. For the better or for the worse?
Well, let's just say that I don't have the hate that I used to have, and I don't have the opinion that I used to have. I'm a lot more tolerant and a lot less bigoted. Nadia has shown me a very human side to something that I didn't see before.
Okay, I'm going to throw that in the for the better category.
Yeah.
And I'm very glad that, well, you've come to that realization.
Well, yeah, you are very human, and you're a good person, Nadia. And I don't know anybody that could say anything different. And if I ever heard somebody say anything different to that, they would have an issue with me. So I just want to let you know that, yeah, you were very instrumental. You're actually the very first person to be able to get me to see that and to be able to change that in me. And I want to thank you for that.
Well, and I'd like to thank you for coming around.
I still have my beliefs though, Nadia. But you did make me love you. You made me understand some things. So I think that you're an important person in this community for things that you may not even know. I don't think you see the differences that you make. I don't think that they're apparent to you. I just wanted to make sure that you at least knew that you did make a change somewhere.
The next step is to learn that atheists are not all the same. I mean, Nadia and I are both atheists, naturalists, materialists, whatever, and disagree on a large number of issues, which I won't go into. But
well, my whole thing on atheism is, you see, I'm gonna take refuge in what Christ said when Christ said that all knees will bend and all tongues will confess. I believe that my Father in heaven wants everybody to join him in eternity there, and that hell would be for exactly what hell was made for, which is for Satan and the fallen angels. And I believe that Satan believes that he has taken a lot of souls from God, but I believe that my God is so powerful that by the end of all of this, it may be very well that he has everybody in his creation there. And I'm just going to hold to that hope.
Okay.
Because I'll tell you, and you know my opinion on what I think is going to happen to the atheists?
No, I don't. But I know the Calvinists will have their own special heaven separate from everyone else so that they can continue the belief that they're the only ones destined to get there.
Yeah, well, I don't adhere to doctrines, and I most certainly don't adhere to Calvinists. I personally believe that my Father in heaven is good enough and powerful enough to make whatever he wants happen, and I don't think that Calvinism gets to decide how big God is. You see, they limit God, and I don't limit God.
You know, that's a general issue I've had with fundamentalist religious thought, is the sheer fact that they limit the creation of their infinite God so much.
Yeah, and I'm a fundamentalist, don't get me wrong. I adhere to the fundamental rules of Christianity, to the fundamental beliefs of Christianity, but I don't adhere to limiting the size of my God or limiting what my God can or can't do. I believe that he can do anything, and when he says that it is in his heart that everybody should spend eternity in heaven with him, and when he states that all knees will bend and all tongues will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, it leads me to believe that my God's plan includes everybody being with him in the end. So I'm not saying that that's going to happen. That's my faith. My faith in my Creator says that at the very end of this, everybody will come to Christ. And that doesn't mean that you will be saved without coming to Christ. It means that I believe that my Father in heaven can have it that everybody will come to Christ. Everybody will end up bowing and accepting Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. That's my belief.
Welcome,
I think
Beckel.
it's good enough.
Yeah. Hey, Beckel. Nice to see you again.
Beckel, what's up, man?
Yeah, Rand, I'm not out to change anyone's religion. I'm not a militant atheist or anything like that. I'm just one of those people who appreciate, from your point of view, the creation. I don't worship it. I just appreciate it. I find it a wondrous thing. And that so many people just reduce it to something much smaller than it really is.
I don't think that we have an idea. I don't think that we can, in our minds, comprehend the absolute awesomeness and size of God when you consider the fact that He measured it with His forefinger and His thumb when He made this universal creation. I think that we are completely separated from the absoluteness of God and the omnipotence of God and an understanding of exactly what He can and can't do. So when I say to you that I personally believe that when this is all said and done, when this entire thing that we're living in, when it ends, each and every one of us, I believe my Father in heaven, if it is in His will for this to happen, I believe that we will all one day be at the feet of the Father. That's what I believe. I'm not saying that you can get there without accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. But what I'm saying is that if that's what my Father in heaven wants, I would bet that that's what He's going to receive. He gets to win everything at the end of this. It's all His.
Well, I'm not going to question your core tenets. I mean, they are what they are.
But I do believe.
Can I step in real quick? I wanted to make a little bit of a correction here.
Yeah.
All right. I think it was Fudd Martin. I'll call you Fudd for short, I guess, if you don't mind.
Fudd is perfectly fine. That's what all my friends call me, and you're welcome to do so as well.
All right. Yeah, just a little bit of a correction here, because I heard you say something about Calvinism that I thought was not necessarily correct. You said that Calvinists have their own special heaven. And
yeah, I kind of was wondering about that too.
Yeah, I think what you meant to say is you're probably talking about election. What Calvinists believe is called predestination.
It's actually a joke, you know.
Oh.
Basically,
okay.
You know, some Christian goes up to heaven and it's like, wow, this is really a wonderful place and whatnot. It's like, wait, what's that wall for? It's like, oh, that's for the Calvinists because they're the only ones who believe they made it.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you probably should have followed that up with letting people know that was a joke, because you didn't say that after you said it. You and Rand continued talking, and it led me to believe that you were serious. So I didn't know that you were being facetious.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize for that. It's an old joke that I sometimes mistakenly take it for granted that everyone's heard it before.
Yeah, that's one of my problems too. I always assume that people know what I'm talking about, and then I sometimes kind of mock them for it, even though
Yeah, even with what I just said here, Beckel, that I believe that my God is so powerful and so omnipotent that if His will is that we should all end up, that every single one of the human creation should end up in heaven with Him, if that's what He wants, then I believe that He can make that happen. I'm not saying He's going to do it. I'm saying that I believe that He can if He wants to.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree.
And He said that all knees will bend and all tongues will confess. And for me, that's glorious to me, bro. That means that hey, nobody in this panel is guaranteed unsaved. There's no guarantee that they're all unsaved. It's impossible. My Father in heaven's way too powerful.
Yeah.
So what are you doing up, man? Have you been up all night? You just get home from work?
No. Actually, I had a day off last night, and I stayed up for a full 24 hours without sleeping. So I tried to get some sleep last night. The night before I stayed up. And so I'm trying to get my body back into my work schedule because I have to go to sleep at 7 so I could get up to get ready for work. So if I go back to sleep now, I'm probably going to, I don't know.
Okay, 7, what? You're going to bed when? You're going to bed in an hour?
Well, I work at night, so I start work at 6, right? So what I try to do is go to sleep at 7 o'clock in the morning, the same day, I guess. And so I can wake up by maybe 1 o'clock and, get ready, take a shower and, take care of some other stuff prior to I go to work. But Monday and Tuesday were my nights off, and I didn't really go to sleep on Tuesday. So I stayed up the entire day and just kind of knocked my schedule off a little bit. So I did just wake up now, like about maybe 30 minutes ago. And I was about to go back to sleep, but I said, you know what, let me just stay up and then try to go back to sleep at around 7 or 8. But now I'm wide awake, man. I can't sleep now.
Well, yeah, man. Well, that's my issue. I've been having sleep issues now for about a week where I'm literally incapable of sleeping till 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then I wake up at like 2, 3 in the afternoon, and I've wasted an entire day.
I hate
that. So watch what happened. I went and bought some natural sleep aids so that I could sleep right.
Yeah.
They don't work on me, bro. Honestly, I could have taken the whole bottle. It does not work on me at all.
That's because you're the watchman, man.
I'm a watchman, bro.
God's watchman, man.
Yeah, man. So I'm just up at it. You know what I mean? So I think what I'm going to do is similar to what you're doing. I'm going to stay up all day today and go take care of some business, and then maybe try to get a good heavy dinner into me at around 6, 7 o'clock at night, and push myself till about 10, and then just go to sleep at 10, bro. So I'm up all day now.
Hey, and Ray, I wanted to say I'm finding your videos interesting. The one where you're, talking about exposing the satanic things in the entertainment business and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I always found that kind of stuff fascinating.
Well, that's something that I've been led to do. The Lord has opened my eyes up to a lot of things I'm seeing that most people probably don't see, and I'm seeing them very easily. And they're popping out at me, and then I go and obviously I verify it through a little bit of a long research, and then I'm throwing my videos up. But the bottom line is this: I mean, you would have to be absolutely in denial to not be seeing how they're using Satanism in music today. You would have to be in pure denial. Now, I would be okay with you saying that you see it, yeah, it's there, but they're using it as a gimmick. But don't ever tell me that they're not using it, because it is absolutely being used, period.
It's almost gotten to the point where it's like blatant.
Oh, it is blatant.
They're not even trying to hide it.
No, I think it's come to a point where I think the deal that Satan has with God is that he is supposed to, you see, everything has to be authorized by God. So when Satan does anything, he has to authorize it through God. And I think the deal is that he now has to show us what he's been doing, but he was never told how to show us. So he's doing it very sneakily. And these people are putting it right in front of you. See, if you put something right in front of somebody, they'll never see it. That's the best place to hide something. We already know that.
Right under their nose.
Right under their nose, bro. So that's what they're doing. They're putting it right under their nose. If you guys watch my videos over the next couple of months, I'm going to show you, period, what I'm talking about. And you can't deny it. It's right there at 100%. And I know Nadia got her hand up like she's got to use the bathroom or she's got something smart to say.
Well, I'm a bit wary of claims of Satan going around, because various people say that I'm driven by the unvarnished energy of Satan, and that looking at me is literally staring at Satan. So
wow,
what?
Wow.
People actually say that about you?
Brian Fisher, yes.
Yeah, well.
Oh, well.
I wouldn't say that, Nadia.
Yeah, Nadia, you're definitely demon possessed, by the way. Definitely.
I would say that you have no more issues than anybody else, and we all have our share.
That's
But
right.
what I would say is that I personally believe, and I'm sure I can get Beckel to high five me on this. I believe that God is working on you.
True.
He has a purpose for every individual.
Hey, I've been seeing a lot of people saying that the Katy Perry halftime show was satanic.
I did a whole video on it. I did a whole video on it. It was absolutely a satanic ritual.
Can you please tell me how that was? I didn't see how it was satanic. So could you?
Okay.
I mean, besides watching your
I
video.
can explain.
Time to be
No, okay, that's okay. Are you going to explain it as an atheist, or can I explain it as a Christian? You go ahead and explain it as an atheist.
Yeah, I'm really curious to hear that.
I'll show you guys exactly.
My explanation is short, so if you let me go first, I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Katy Perry managed to pull off having a football game arranged around her concert. Okay, now you go.
Okay. So.
Okay. Sacrifice a goat or something?
No. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. Are you ready?
Sure.
She rode out on a beast, the same beast that is talked about in Revelation. If you know anything about the lion with red eyes, it is very satanic. The tiger eye, when she talks about, nice dog, buddy. When she talks about having the eye of the tiger's eye is a satanic thing. You get all kinds of power, spiritual power, from the tiger's eye. You can go ahead and research that.
Those are lions.
But now she's singing "Eye of the Tiger" as she's riding out on a beast, and she's up. Don't do that, Nadia. Don't do that now. You ain't researched it.
At least she's not doing a triple on you.
Well, I'm letting you know that she came out on the beast, and that was very satanic. Do you guys know anything about checkerboard floors?
No, but the eye of
checkerboard floors. You'll see checkerboard floors in a lot of these videos, and the reason why is because it's Masonic. Checkerboard floors are very Masonic, which is very satanic.
That's in the Bible.
That's now
the Bible. Checkerboard floor.
Eye of the Tiger was the theme song for the movie Rocky III.
That's right. So now you're starting to wake up a little.
That's where she got that phrase from.
No, okay. No. Listen to me. Research tiger's eye, satanic. Just Google that. Tiger's eye, satanic.
I'm
and do some
Google it
research.
Well, just look at my icon.
Okay.
That is not a tiger, but it's a close relative called the domestic.
Okay, you're either going to let me say what I got to say without interrupting, or you're going to interrupt every time I say something. Pick one. Okay, so now, God bless you. And I mean that respectfully, Nadia. The checkerboard floor is also very satanic, and you'll notice that a lot of these rock bands or these pop singers use checkerboard floors in their videos. It is a symbol of Satanism and Masonic Satanism. Also, when she comes out with a chessboard on that checkerboard floor, she walks through the two queens, signifying that she has now become a queen of Satanism. That was her coming out. If you see the part where she's dancing with or singing with Lenny Kravitz, I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It, that is also a very satanic, that is called sex magic. And Lenny Kravitz was playing the role of Satan, and that's why she was bowing down in front of him and worshiping him in that song. At the very end, when she is picked up by the star, where she is floated over the crowd by a shooting star, that is her showing that she has risen above humanity. As a Satanist now, she is a star. The entire performance from beginning to end was absolutely 100% satanic, and it was a ritual of her coming into absolute stardom in Satanism, and that she has now crossed completely over from being a born-again Christian in a Christian family to becoming a queen of Satanism. And if you look back to Madonna's,
really born again in the first place. That's the
she wasn't born. That's right. She couldn't have been. She sold her soul. She even says in an interview that she wanted to be the next Amy Grant, and then sold her soul to the devil. You can look up that interview.
I heard about that.
Yeah, she did. She did sell her soul to the devil.
Yeah, here's a link to that video
You
right
can laugh. You can laugh, but it comes out of her mouth. I'm not the one saying it. You laugh like, oh,
there's
you're
a
an
link.
idiot. She said it.
There's the link right there. She says it twice, actually.
I know that these people are stupid, bro. She said it. You want to laugh. You want to laugh like I made it up, like I made that up. She says it out of her mouth.
I'm not saying you made it up. I'm not saying you
She
made it up.
says it, though. So what do you think about her saying it?
Well, here's the thing. When she says, I sold my soul to the devil, you'll believe that.
Oh, you're joking. Oh, you think she's joking?
No,
well, hold on. I'm sorry. Did the end of my
No, don't use my lines, bro.
Interrupt the beginning of yours?
Don't use my lines.
How many times have we heard that?
You'll believe her when she says she sold her soul to the devil, but when someone says they're a Christian that you don't believe, then you'll deny that.
Oh, no. So, okay, here's where I'm going to correct you. Watch, bro. When you say you sold your soul to the devil, I don't believe you until I start seeing you using Baphomet signs and giving devil horns and all kinds of satanic symbolism and doing satanic rituals in your conscience.
There you go.
Now I go, maybe she did. And when a Christian says I'm a Christian but never talks about Jesus Christ and does nothing that makes me believe that they actually kneeled to that cross and accepted Christ as their Lord and Savior and never talk about the gospel, I go, maybe you're not a Christian.
Right.
If you say you're a Christian and you preach the gospel, I'm on you. You're a Christian. I believe you.
Amen.
If you say you're a Satanist and you're doing satanic things in your videos, you're a Satanist.
Yeah, can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
And Rand, I'm glad that you said that because after watching the video, I just sent the link on the side in case any of you missed it. I watched the video and where she says it twice that she sold the soul to the devil. Now, anybody who doesn't have any type of discernment or they don't agree with Rand on this, they can easily look at it and say, okay, she's just kind of saying that tongue-in-cheek because she's talking about her background, how she grew up in a Christian household. So when she says, I sold my soul to the devil, she's kind of speaking facetiously, tongue-in-cheek. But Rand, what you're saying now verifies it, I believe, because you see all this symbolism behind, her deliberately winking her eye, the riding the beast, some of the things that she says in her songs.
On her football dress was the Baphomet. If you look at my video, I draw the Baphomet out on her dress.
Right.
And she even comes out and runs her hand down her dress and says, it's like I'm dressed for the ball. And the ball meaning Beelzebub, ball.
Right. So Rand, what you're saying, and I agree with you, is that it's more than just her saying, I sold my soul to the devil, because, again, that could be easily taken in context as her just kind of speaking tongue-in-cheek. But follow that with her actions and her behavior, even some of the lyrics in some of her songs. Then you put the two and two together, and then you say, okay, I think this is a plausible reason to believe that she is involved in some sort of satanic activity.
That's right, brother. If she just said that I sold my soul to the devil but never did anything satanic, I'd probably think the same thing. Now she's just saying it as a joke. But she's every single thing. She's got the all-seeing eye on her, in her hair on that song when she's got blue hair. What's that song called? The horse? Something horse?
I don't know. I think what we should do is consider that the Recording Industry of Association of America is perhaps a subsidiary corporation owned by Satan. And not only is she involved in that, but Lady Gaga had her Bad Romance video very extensively analyzed by someone who believed in the Illuminati and devil worship, and every single thing, her doing her triangle fingers over her eyes, and the devil creatures by the burning bed and all that other stuff.
Bathing in blood. She bathed in blood. So does Eminem. So does Kardashian. She's putting blood all over her face. These are rituals, bro. I don't care if you guys believe it. They do believe it. You don't have to believe it. These are the people that are running everything. They believe it. That's what matters.
Is it possible that Katy Perry knows all of this, and this could just be satirical?
Would you joke around with something like that, bro?
If you didn't believe in all that woo, yeah.
But she came from a really Christian family.
Well, I'm just saying, Katy Perry grew up in the Christian faith. She understands what the whole ramifications are.
Okay.
If she's trying to get attention, and it's working, by the way, everybody in the world is talking about it. Don't you think that this could have been by design?
Okay, watch. Then that would have to be the same for every single person I'm about to mention. Bob Dylan was on a interview where he said that he sold his soul to the devil.
I saw that video.
Kanye West said he sold his soul to the devil. Eminem wishes he could get his soul back. Right now they're saying that Lauryn Hill from the Fugees has lost her mind. She came out with a song singing about getting her soul back from the devil and how the devil took her soul. I could name Lady Gaga, Madonna. Jimi Hendrix talked about it. They've all done it, bro. So what are you telling me? Are you telling me that they all did it as a joke?
And Kanye West went and interrupted Satan at the AMA Awards.
Kanye West said he sold his soul to the devil, period. They've all said it. It's in their music.
Actually, if we want like experts on, whether people should be deemed satanic or not, would we want some like professed Satanists?
Okay, Nadia, I'm sorry, I just have to mention this. Stay right where you are. Don't move. No, don't move. Come back. Put the bag up. Put the bag of candy back up.
It's not candy.
Yeah.
Fruity snacks.
Fruit. No, it's just. I'm sorry. That's a great commercial.
100% of vitamin C in a single package.
Yeah, fruity. I'm just kidding.
Satanist too.
But the bottom line is this: is that these people are using it all over the place. They're using Satanism in all of their music. I'm a marketing genius. I own a promotional company. I market products all across Canada and the U.S. I sell gloves, I sell knives, I sell hats, I sell keychains, I sell pens, I sell every trinket and trash you could imagine to put a company name or a logo on. I sell business to business. I would not be marketing people that have no hands to sell gloves to. I don't sell knives to schools. I don't sell knives to jails. I market the industry based on the demographics, on who it would be best suited for. Who are they selling Satanism to if most of the world believes in a god? Does anybody here know a Satanist?
Well,
Philosophy, Capitalism, and Recklin and Anderson.
Okay, so how many Satanists would you say there are in the world?
Probably like 250,000.
Who are they marketing their music to? Why aren't they going after the 2 billion Christians? Why are they going after the 2 billion Muslims? Why are they going after the smallest group humanly possible next to atheism? Why are they marketing to such a small demographic if that's what they're using it for? I'm telling you, that's not what they're using it for.
Are you kidding me? The music industry is marketing to teenage children,
and they're using Satanism to do it.
Their parents sure do.
And they're using Satanism to do it. Why are they using Satanism if most of the world believes in a god outside of Satan?
The music industry is like marketing.
There's no marketing value there. They're doing it because they know that people are so dumbed down and people are so stupid that they won't see it. But they are using Satan. They are marketing Satan across this world. They are doing it. It's clear and obvious. It's in all the music. It's in all the videos. It's in all of the clothing labels. It's in all of the logos. I deal with logos every day. I deal with hundreds of logos. And you would be surprised at how many companies have a logo with one eye. You'd be surprised at how many big companies are marketing Satanism right before your eyes, and you people don't even see it.
But they're doing so with God's permission, correct?
It's authorized by God, absolutely. It's absolutely authorized by God. For instance, I want you to... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
They're marketing country, rap, dance pop, and classic rock.
They're marketing everything, Nadia.
If it's authorized by God, then how is it wrong?
Well, watch.
What they're doing in pop music.
It's there. It's in all music. I could show you it in the New Country and Western. I could show you it.
I thought it was all pop music.
It's all music.
CBS has the Pinkerton Detective Agency's eye.
That's right.
Logo.
That's right.
Sorry.
If it's authorized by God, then how is it wrong?
Okay, no, it's not wrong for God. But watch what's
I mean,
it's.
but what I mean
I'm
is,
going to put it to you this way.
yeah.
It's like, for instance, let's say you say to me that your wife is 100% loyal and would never cheat on you. And then you authorize to me that I could put her in situations where she would be tempted to cheat on you to prove that she would never cheat on you. So you authorize it. And now I take your wife, you being God, me being Satan, and I take her to parties with good-looking supermodel men with drugs, alcohol, and all kinds of things that are going to tempt her.
Right.
Do you know that we have all failed?
And what do you think she would do? Hold on. What do you think she would do if she found out that I purposefully set up to tempt her, and she would leave me if she would leave me if she knew that I purposefully set out to test her like that.
Well, then I guess she wouldn't need you in the first place if you're going to leave her. If you're going to betray her. Now, what if you gave her an out? What if you said, if you do this for me and prove you're loyal to me, once again, I will cleanse you of all of the wrongs, and you and I will be back on good terms.
Yeah, but my love to my wife would be unconditional. I wouldn't test her like that. I wouldn't put her through that.
Well, then you're not.
I'm not so insecure that I would need to test her.
That's not insecure. Do you not? If you've created a place that is absolutely perfect without sin, you're gonna just let anybody in? It's exclusive, bro. It's exclusive to only certain people that are willing.
Well, I'm just going back to your analogy and showing you how that analogy just doesn't work.
Well, sure it works.
Well, we just went from Job to the movie Caddy.
Well, that's how he separates the wheat from the chaff. Separating the chaff from the wheat, bro. Listen to me, man. I used to run. I'm not going to tell you my whole life story, but I watched my mother kill my father in front of me when I was 4 years old. I ended up in orphanages and group homes in the streets. I ended up becoming a serious gangster in my life. And I had crews of guys that would work for me doing certain things. And you know what I used to do? I used to set them up to see if they were loyal or to see if they would betray me. I would leave money places, stacks of money. I'm talking like tens of thousands of dollars where they could easily take the money. And I would have it videotaped, or I would have it set up that if they took it, I would know who it was. I would also say things to certain people in the crew and tell them not to tell anybody, and then tell everybody else, if this person tells you what I just told them, I want you to bring it to my attention. Now, that would make me... Would that make me evil, or does that mean that I'm trying to protect and make sure that everything that I want done is going to be done to the T, and that I can trust the people that I'm dealing with?
Yeah, but would you have considered yourself at that time to be a bad person?
No, because I'm making sure that I can trust you.
No. Here's the thing with that analogy. Again, you're admitting that you were a bad guy. No,
well, that was me. I'm not saying God was, but I was in that life. Yes.
Yeah, but a good person, okay, a perfect good person wouldn't need to do that. Wouldn't need to test his people to see if they were good and loyal to you.
Why not? He can do what he wants. God can do what he wants. It's his creation, bro.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. In both of these analogies that you presented, the person doing the testing is not a very good person.
Why not? Because your standards tell you that he's not?
No. I'm just saying I'm using both of your analogies. It shows the person doing the testing is not a good person. Now
okay, then define what a good person is.
No. The thing is if you want to equate it to God, you show me a good person. Okay.
Not one is good. Christ said not one is good. No, not one.
Noah was good.
No one is good.
No one is good, bro.
Noah was righteous.
Wasn't that Paul?
Noah was righteous according to God's standards, not because of something by himself.
That was in Ecclesiastes.
Notice in Genesis chapter 6, what does it say? It says Noah found grace in God's eyes. So he was
it was Romans.
Just as guilty as everyone else.
That's right.
Wasn't it in Romans 3:23 in Ecclesiastes? I'm sure Christ actually quoted that.
Yeah. Actually, Christ never actually said that no one is good, but he definitely didn't disagree with the writings of Paul the Apostle and the prophet.
Yeah, Paul said it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, the bottom line is this: it's God's creation. He can do what he wants. He's separating the wheat from the chaff, bro. And he's also given everybody grace through Jesus Christ.
Well,
He
I
said,
understand.
"Look, I know that you guys are failures. I know that this was too much for you. I know that you blew it. I know that you can't resist this sin. You can't resist the temptations of Satan. So I'm going to give you an out. I'm going to give you Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, that you believeth on him, you will have everlasting life and not perish." He gave you an out.
Well, no, I understand that you're saying that God can do whatever He wants.
Sure
But with the two analogies that you gave to me to explain why God would tempt humans.
Well, those are just my opinions. That doesn't necessarily mean that's why he did. I'm just saying that I can accept that he's in control. And if he wants to test me to make sure that I'm loyal to him as best as I can be, then I'm okay with that.
Well, and that's fine. That's why
if my wife wants to leave me alone with her best friend and a bottle of whiskey to find out if I'm going to stay loyal to her, I'm okay with that because I'm going to stay loyal to her.
And that's why you're a Christian.
That's
I
right.
mean, you can disassociate things like that, and you have to believe in your Abrahamic God. You have to disassociate the evil things that are done as well. He's God. He can do whatever he wants. We are just slaves. We have
No. Be careful now. Be careful now. Be careful now. Don't use the word slave. We're not slaves.
We're definitely slaves.
Well, no, we're not slaves. I don't think you understand what the word. You're a slave to this world. Do you believe that?
Yeah, you're not a slave to God. That's for sure.
You're not a slave to God, but you're a slave to this world.
Okay, if you're told to do something and you have no choice in the matter, or you do have a choice, but if you pick the wrong choice, you're punished. That's pretty much slavery.
Did you know that that's the case?
That if I don't do what I'm told, I'm going to be punished. Yeah, I mean that's.
All right, then you have no excuses.
Well, yeah, I mean if I believe that, then I have no excuse. But I don't believe that, so I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think you should use the word absolutely because that ain't in the atheist handbook. But with that being said, what I would say is this, brother. All knees will bend and all tongues will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. You go ahead and know that's true.
Okay, well, let's just say that's what the Bible says. We're not going to say that that's true.
Well, I'm telling you it is true.
Okay, your opinion is that it's true.
How can you prove that it's not his opinion? I mean,
I don't have to prove that it's not. Why
are you
because he hasn't proved that it is.
You say that's your opinion. So can you prove?
Yeah, that's exactly my opinion, and I tell this to atheists too. I tell them be careful about making absolute statements. Make sure that you're telling people that this is just my opinion. Okay, I'm not saying that this is the way it is, but this is my opinion.
That's fine.
Yeah, and I try to encourage. I also try to encourage Christians as well. Like, if you want people to take you more seriously, try using "this is the way I believe" and "this is my opinion." When you say that this is the absolute truth, it turns people off because you can't know that.
But see that's the problem though. Of course, it's going to turn people off, especially the gospel itself. I mean, I think it's okay for people to speak absolutely if they're able to substantiate their claims, and even if they're not convincing, that doesn't mean that the claims are not true. But I agree with you. When atheists try to speak things against the realm of the supernatural, like I said before in two other hangouts prior to this one, you can't make absolute claims and not be able to back them up.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if people believe you or not. You should have some sort of basis for why you believe what it is, and that goes for atheists too. Just like you said, if you're going to make an absolute claim that there is no God, then the onus is on you. Not speaking to you directly, but anyone. They have just as much the obligation to prove that there is no God as a Christian who asserts that God exists.
We're definitely on the same page there, Michael. But if you're going to make an absolute claim, you've got to back it up.
Now the other difficulty is getting people to believe you.
I would make a small qualification. I agree in general about the proof part.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Getting people to believe.
Well, I would say present evidence instead of proof, because proof is in some respects not entirely possible.
Could you guys describe the atheist? Could you guys describe to me what you think God is, or what? Okay, you know that I believe in God, so I want you to try to describe for Beckel and I what you think it is in the description. What you think it is that we think we believe in. Describe God with the understanding that we have of Him being real. Tell me what you think He is, what He looks like.
Go ahead, Nadia.
I can do that pretty relatively quickly.
Go ahead.
I would start off with, I guess, features that are important to me. And that respect, I'd say a timeless, immaterial, disembodied mind. There are other features that are important as well. Omnipotence, omniscience, omnibenevolence, and omnipresence. And last but not least, there's the Anselmian notion of the maximally great being. In some respects, also the highest authority as well. So that, I think, is a patchwork, but I think relatively accurate conception of the Christian deity.
So do you think that He's a sky daddy sitting on a cloud up there with a great big staff, a long white beard, and
looking like Liberace?
Yeah, looking like Liberace. Is that what you think?
Nope. Timeless, immaterial, disembodied minds would not have visual appearances.
Well, at least you understand that what it is that we have a connection to is a spiritual being. In John 4, it says that we are made in the image of God, and God is a spiritual being. So I just want to make sure that you atheists don't think that we think that there's some old guy up there with a long beard and a staff with gray skin sitting on a cloud that we believe is our sky daddy. This is a very spiritual thing. It's huge. It is magnificent how big this is. This is unbelievable to the human mind to be able to comprehend what God truly is, and we'll never know until we get on the other side of Revelation. But what I will tell you is this. You come from a bloodline so unbelievably amazing that it blows me away that you can't look at this creation and want to be a part of that creator, that you would reject Him and walk away from Him and turn your back on Him simply because you have been misunderstanding biblical scripture, and because you don't understand that people call themselves Christians for a lot of reasons, but very few will not be spat out of the mouth of Christ. When Christ said that many will come to me claiming what they have done in my name, and I will spit them out of my mouth like lukewarm water and tell them to get away from me. And the reason for that is because being a true honest Christian requires a lot more than showing up at church on Sunday and wearing a name tag. You have to literally be preaching the gospel. You have to literally have a relationship with Christ. Christ makes Himself real to you. You see, Jesus Christ said that He didn't know you. That means that He's going to have a relationship with you. I could tell you everything there is to know about Wayne Gretzky. He grew up in Brantford, which is 20 minutes from my condo. I could tell you that he played hockey in the AWA. I could tell you that he played in the OHL. I could tell you that he played for the Edmonton Oilers and won 5 Stanley Cups. I could tell you he was traded to the Los Angeles Kings. He married Janet Jones. I could tell you so much about Wayne Gretzky, and I could also say to you, based on all of the knowledge that I have on him, that him and I have a relationship, that he is my friend. And it would sound like it because I know so much about him. Like you hear a lot of Christians talk so much about the Bible, and they know so many verses, and they know this, and they know that, and they know this, and it sounds like they know Christ, and they might know Christ, but does Christ know them? You see, Jesus Christ said this: if you talk about me to man, I will mention you to the Father. That is directly Him telling you that He knows you, that He would mention you to the Father. So all of these Christians down here that think that they're Christians but never speak about the gospel, that never talk about Christ, that don't put Christ first, and that don't appear to have a relationship directly with Christ, but instead have a relationship with a religion or a church, I promise you most of them will be spat out of Christ's mouth.
Yeah.
So the truth of the matter is this, bro. This is a very spiritual thing that's happening. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience. And when you leave this physical experience, you are going to cross over to a spiritual world where you will not be able to claw your way back into this one in order to make up for the mistakes you make up here. You're going to be confronted in judgment with everything you do here, and you will not be able to come back here to get rid of it. And the problem with that is that Christ came here knowing that this is the only place where you can discard your sin on him. He can take your sin and throw it into the sea of forgetfulness. You can't do that. So when you die and you cross over and you take your sin with you, it's a done deal, bro. You've done it. You decided that you were not going to discard your sin here, that you were going to carry it across with you. And when you get onto the other side and you realize that I'm 100% right and Beckle's 100% right, and you've got pockets full of sins that you're going to try to sneak through judgment, I promise you it's going to be a bad day for you.
Hey, Rand, would you consider yourself a Calvinist like Beckel?
No. I believe in some of the Calvinist points. I do believe that a lot of our lives are already written, that they're like blueprints, and that you shake God's hand and live out this blueprinted life, and that a lot of it is just the way it's written. But I think there are moments in our lives where we do have free will and we do have choice. And I think that it is in those moments of free will where sin takes us over, and it's in those moments of free will where demons can attack. So yeah, I would say that I there are some things in Calvinism that I do like, but I don't personally and particularly agree with a lot of it. But it's not a salvation issue. Right. It's not a salvation issue. At the end of the day, if you accept Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, and you truly repent of your sins and bring Christ into your heart with all of the love that he has for you, then anything past that is not a salvation issue.
Sure. Oh, okay. I got it. I was just wondering.
Yeah, it's a non-essential.
Usually a lot of the fight revolves around limited atonement.
Me and Beckel, Beckel and I are going to be living on the same streets in heaven. Him being a Calvinist... I might even rent a room off you. Because I know you like that Chinese food, and so do I.
That's right. Yeah.
But I think the problem that most people have is that they don't understand that Christianity has taken some sour turns in its journey. Yeah. And a lot of people have ruined it for what it really is meant to be. And the bottom line is this. A lot of these televangelists that are just stealing money for people aren't Christians. Yeah. Because if they were really Christians, they would know that they're going to have to face judgment for that. It's in the Bible that they claim to believe. And if they don't know that much, that they're going to be judged on this offense of stealing and lying and cheating people, then they can't possibly believe it. And if they don't believe it, then that means they're not a Christian. You got to believe it. You see, Beckel and I believe every word there is in the Bible. So we don't do anything in the Bible that would put us in bad judgment based on the fact that we already know that we're going to be judged on it. So the fact that they can actually get into a church and get up in a pulpit and lie to people to steal money from them tells me that they couldn't possibly believe what they're saying. And if they don't believe what they're saying, then they're an atheist. So it's atheists that are pretending to be Christians stealing money from people in churches.
I agree there are some, but...
It has to be. A true Christian couldn't do that. Could you see Beckel opening up a church to deliberately to steal from people? He could never do that if he believed his Bible.
Matter of fact, there's something called the Clergy Project, I think, where it talks about... Yeah, I think it's called the Clergy Project, if I'm not mistaken, where it's a documentary or something like that about these people who are pastors in the church, but they secretly are atheists. They've come out of Christianity, but they're still taking a position as pastors because they needed a job.
Yeah, well, look at that television reality show about the pastors in Los Angeles.
Garbage.
And they're just filthy rich. And they're just, listen to me, they're not real Christians. They found a gimmick that they can make a lot of money because they realize, or in their mind they believe that Christians are so gullible they'll believe anything. That's the first one. So how easy is that going to be? The second one is they don't believe that there's any judgment because they don't believe one word of the Bible. So for them to pretend that they do and to make big money off it is easy.
Hey, I'm not trying to straw man here or anything, but aren't y'all supposed to sell all your possessions, give them all to the poor, and live a...
That was all... No, bro. No, bro. No, we're not supposed to.
No, we're not supposed to.
I thought that was Jesus' teaching, though.
No, you're mixing up a challenge that he gave one individual. Yeah, you're talking about the rich man that approached Jesus, and he says, "Good teacher, what must I do to inherit eternal life?" And then Jesus tells him everything. And then this rich young ruler, out of his arrogance, says, "I've kept all of the commandments." So then Jesus challenges him by saying, "Oh, okay, so you've kept all the commandments? All right. Then sell all of your possessions and give it to the poor." And how did the rich young man respond? He said, "Let me get back to you on that one." And then he left. So that was not a command given. That was not a prescription. Yeah, it was just that one incident, one situation to that one individual. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's why I asked.
Well, there's a lot of misconceptions that unfortunately have been, put out there for people that they just don't understand. That they're, I mean, the bottom line is this. Here's the bottom line. God created us. Period. That we would worship God. Satan had to worship us. Angels worship us because we are in the creation of God and angels are not. Satan couldn't stand the concept or the idea of worshiping us. He saw us as being vile and disgusting. So this is what we're proving. We're proving that we are not vile and disgusting. We're trying to prove that we are worthy of God through worshiping God and being a creation of God. Now I'm going to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we worship in this world? What is it about humanity that we all worship something, whether it's money, whether it's other gods, whether it's music, whether it's movie stars, celebrities, whether it's our wives, whether it's the flesh, whether it's clothing, whether it's technology? Why is it that we're constantly worshiping in this world? All human beings are worshiping something. It's crazy, bro. And the reason why it is, I'll tell you.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
No, it's a rhetorical question, but here I'm going to tell you why it is.
Okay, so you don't really want to know my thoughts. You're just going to tell me what it is.
No, I'm going to tell you what I believe, and then you can go ahead and refute me.
Okay.
I believe that because we were created to worship God, we have it naturally in us, in our souls, in our beings to worship God. But when you reject God and you remove God from your life, it leaves a hole that needs to be filled. If you're not worshiping God, you still have the desire to worship. You're not going to lose the desire to worship. So what you do is you replace that worshiping of God with the worshiping of the things of the world. You start worshiping all of these movie stars and these celebrities and these politicians and money and technology. And ball players, all of it. So you start worshiping the things of the world in order to fill that hole in you where you know that you have this desire to worship and you haven't given it to God, so you got to give it to somebody, and you give it to the world. And that's why God said, "He who does not have the Father within him is a fool." I mean, Psalms 14. A fool in his heart says there is no God. When you take God out of your heart, there's a hole there that needs to be filled. And you fill it because the desire for worship continues. It's in us naturally. Every single person has it. You can't refute it. You can't deny it. So you start worshiping the things of the world to make up for the hole that you have left when you stop worshiping God. But here's the problem. It's temporal. The things of this world are never satisfying. Christians are satisfying. When they get to the place where they worship God, they are satisfied. It is very satisfying to worship correctly in the manner that we were designed to worship. We're designed to worship God. When you get to that where you're worshiping God, you don't have to worship the things of the world anymore. And worshiping God isn't temporal. It's not unsatisfying. You don't have to keep replacing it like you do the things of the world. You have to keep replacing the things of the world. Once you start worshiping God and you fill that heart back up with God, the temporal things of this world no longer matter.
Well, if that were true, you wouldn't have any deconversions.
No, but they weren't. No. But what makes you think they were Christians?
Exactly. See, because what is 1 John chapter 5?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. There are people who have turned from God, that have turned from religion, and they were just as saved or just as Christian as.
I disagree. Hey, we're not. Hey, guys.
Look,
hey, Roy, I didn't see you.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm still talking. It's dishonest, okay, to say that just because someone left the Christian faith that they were never a Christian in the first place. You
They
don't
weren't.
know.
They weren't. They weren't.
They weren't.
I'll be talking till I'm blue in the face.
Okay.
You and me both, bro. Beat him up. Beat him up. I'll be next.
You have to understand.
They want him to finish. He wants to finish his statement. Though.
I know you want to finish your statement, and I will let you, but I just have to say, I disagree. Okay, go ahead.
What I'm
They
saying
weren't a
is,
theist. I don't know about Christian, but they weren't a theist. Listen.
Okay,
It's like he said. Okay. You have this inborn need.
Wait, let him finish. I want to hear what he says, though.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I grew up in a Pentecostal faith. Okay.
Oh man.
My father is a Pentecostal preacher in the Assemblies of God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was taught all of this from the time I was born, and I was what I considered to be a Christian. My whole
Were you
life.
saved? Stop right there. Were you saved? Were you saved?
Yes. Here's the thing.
How do you know? How'd you get unsaved?
Okay, listen.
No, so you believe that you can be saved then?
Okay, yeah. Listen. Okay.
Do you believe you can be saved?
Yes.
Then you're saved.
Okay. Now hold on.
Congratulations.
But hold on.
Doesn't work that way, but
I'm trying to
saying, right?
Hold on.
Like, how can you say that somebody can claim to be a Christian and claim that they were saved, but then became unsaved? Can I pull you from drowning in the ocean to the shore, and then you stand on the shore and sit down in a chair and go, "I was never saved"?
But I'm trying to explain.
No, you can't explain it, bro. It's just foolishness.
No, well,
were you saved? Yes or no? Were you saved? Yes or no? No, stop it. Were you saved?
Don't tell me I'm.
Were you saved?
As far as I knew.
No. That's not an answer. Yes or no? Were you saved?
And I'm saying, as far as I knew.
Were you saved?
I can't give you a yes or no. I'm sorry.
Then you weren't saved, bro. Because if you were saved, you'd know it.
Okay, listen. When I was in the church, okay, I was taught all this from the time I was born. I had no other choice to believe anything else. Okay, I went to church every Sunday morning, every Sunday night, every Wednesday night. My father was the pastor. Okay, I went down to the altar with everybody else to receive the Holy Spirit. Okay, I went down there and I prayed and I wanted it so badly, and I stood there and I watched all my friends and all the people around me, being slain in the Spirit, receiving the Holy Spirit, speaking in tongues. And I didn't want to be the only one who didn't, I didn't want to be the oddball. I didn't want people to think that there was something wrong with me. So you
weren't sincere?
Well, no, I was being sincere. I was more honest about it.
Do you believe you were saved? Do you believe you were saved?
Rand, this is a good story. I want to hear. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, please let me get through this.
Yeah, let him finish.
I'm going to mute myself. Go ahead.
I don't know your name, Absolute.
Yeah, it's Robert.
Robert. Okay, go ahead, Robert. Please, guys, let him finish.
Yeah, listen, I grew up in the Assemblies of God Church, so I mean, I listened and I believed, and I honestly believed all of this. Okay. I went through everything. I went down to the altar, and when I saw everybody else, receiving the Holy Spirit, I was worried and I was afraid that there was something wrong with me because that I didn't. So I pretended that I did. Okay, just so that I wouldn't be the oddball in the group. Okay, now after that happened, and everybody was congratulating me, slapping me on the back. Hey, that's great. You did. That's awesome. You're one of us now. And I felt good about it. But the inside of me, I was basically lying to myself and to the people around me. But I believed it so much that I decided that I really did receive the Holy Spirit. I just didn't understand it. Okay, so I convinced myself that I did, and then I convinced everybody around me that I did. Now, 5 years later, I started doubting again, saying, did I really? So it's time to do it again. So again, I went down to the altar and I prayed and I begged and I begged and I truly believed it. There was no doubt in my heart, guys. None at all. And I believed it. And again, nothing happened. But people around me were receiving it, so of course I went through the motions again. And I convinced myself again that this had happened to me. And later, at night, even though I kind of doubted that it happened, I convinced myself that it did. Okay, I told everybody I received the Holy Spirit because I didn't want people to think there was something wrong with me. Okay, so I went through the motions. Now, I convinced myself so intently that I actually believed it. So I told, I actually believed it myself that I was saved and that I received the Holy Spirit. Now, go down another 5 years, I start talking to some of the same people that were there with me, and we were having a discussion in some kind of Bible study or some kind of group thing, and I started hearing that other people were kind of feeling the same way that I felt, that they really didn't feel anything different, but they were going through the motions because that's what was expected of them. And I was like, hey, wait a minute, I kind of did the same thing, that's weird. Now, my fall from Christianity, my fall from religion, came from talking with atheists and debating, okay? And when they would come up with questions that I couldn't answer, I would go and try to find the answers, and I couldn't find the answers satisfactorily. But anyway, it was a very slow process. It was a culmination of everything that I thought that I knew, coming to a point where I realized from my point of view, it was all bullshit. That it was a very slow, long, drawn-out process. But I'm telling you, I believed it so intently that I lied to myself and I convinced myself that I was saved and that I was a Christian. And anybody who asked me, and I followed everything. I did everything that I was expected to be. I believed what I was supposed to believe.
Be careful with that, man.
I'm just, but do you see what I'm saying?
But
I believe it so intently.
That's the thing, though.
He's saying, I did this, I did that.
You were believing on other people instead of believing on God and on yourself. That's where you failed.
According to what I've just heard from you guys, I was never a Christian.
Well, this is really great. Robert, I want you to finish, guys. If you're on my team. If I'm on your team, you know what I'm about to say. If you're not, hopefully you'll understand. There's a reason why I popped in right at this time. Robert, I don't want this to be too woo-woo for you, but there's a reason why I popped in. I want you to pay attention to some of the things not only myself, but your friends here in this room are going to be saying to you. When we're not doing this, at least I hope we as a collective are not doing this just to pounce on you. I genuinely have a burden in a good way for what you're saying. Okay, This is so important. This is so near and dear to my heart. I have people who believe and went through things similarly as you. Okay, so what you're about to hear from me and my brother and sister in here, pay attention. So please continue. So you thought you genuinely had the conversion, you had the new birth, you had the new heart, you had the new spirit, and yet there was something inside of you that doubted, yes?
Correct.
Okay, continue from there. So what did you do with your doubt? Did you attempt to pound it into the ground, bury it somewhere? Could you identify the source, the disconnect of this doubt?
It was mostly like things that I had been hearing in church and Sunday, like things just didn't make sense to me. The stories in the Bible. There was just lots of things, and I brought these to the attention of my pastor, and to the elders of the church, to other counselors. I have another friend who's been a pastor for 50 years, and I would beg for answers, and the answers were just not they were just not convincing enough. It was basically like, stop doubting, stop asking questions, and just accept it.
May I ask you?
That's stupid. I have to step in and say that is absolutely stupid. That's cultic mentality right there.
We're supposed to test the spirits. We're supposed to test the spirits. Whether you're a Christian, a pagan, Jew, even a Muslim, you're supposed to test the spirits, man.
Did they lead you into various scriptures and say, look for yourself, search the scriptures like the Bereans did, search the scriptures daily to see if what is being said is true? Did they do that with you, Robert?
Yeah, they basically told me that if I truly were seeking answers, and I looked in the Bible, God would reveal the answers to me. And I really did, man. I'm telling you. I mean, you guys.
I thought you said the opposite just now, though.
Yeah, no, Robert, listen, man. I take back what I said earlier. It was just that's my standard disagree, and then I just listen to what happens, and then we can really get into it. If you don't mind, and if you do, just say 30-something, 40-something, whatever. May I ask you how old you are?
39.
Okay. So I can get a feel, and so when did you decide? This isn't for me. This religiosity thing, this churchy thing, this God thing. Was there a point in time? How old were you? About when you said, "Okay, I'm out."
Okay, when I actually called myself an atheist for the first time, I think I was about 22.
Okay, and you grew up in a home. So like when you were 5, you knew about God. When you were 15, you knew about God. This was something that was talked about because you're a PK, right? You're a preacher's kid.
Yes.
Okay. Let me say this. I'd like to get a few other comments from the panel on this. PKs, preacher's kids, male or female. That's probably one of the hardest ways for a kid to grow up. That's all I'm going to say on the subject. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's under the microscope.
I can't say that. I can't say that because I've never experienced it. But here's what I would say to you, sir. And what's your name, Robert?
Robert.
Okay. We got 2 Roberts. Here's what I would say to you, sir. You've had what I believe to be a bad spiritual experience.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm going to be discussing with some of the Christians in this community that I think is something that we should be doing with specifically people like yourself, because I think you're a really good person for whatever that's worth. Meaning that we're good not by God's standards, but by worldly standards. I think by the worldly standards, you're a decent human being. And I can hear in your voice that it bothers you that you didn't get from your experience what you expected to get from, and that you do not have the spirit in you. I think it really bothers you because I think there's something about you where you absolutely know God exists, but you can't grasp it because you didn't get the correct experience in your adventure in Christianity. So what I would like to see some Christians do in this community, and I'm going to actually insist that this is something that we start doing coming into the new year, is that we start holding private Bible studies, whether it's on Skype or in private Google Hangouts, and we start inviting people like yourself that are willing to actually listen to true Christianity as it's happening in Bible studies and how Christians treat one another. And maybe, just maybe, if God is willing, you will receive the Spirit in one of these Bible studies, in a real Christian Bible study.
I second that emotion, Rand. As a matter of fact, I had one yesterday after Nate's and I show yesterday, and it was amazing. It was off cam. It was off the grid, so to speak, and there was crying. For 2 hours, we had what I would refer to as a Bible study with believers and unbelievers in the room. We had like 6 people. It was amazing.
No,
so
and you know what, Roy? You know what, Roy?
Yes,
it has to happen.
Yes, sir.
Because there are a lot. I have ran across a lot of so-called deconverts, which I don't believe exist, but and a lot of atheists that are really, really searching, and they really do want to know the truth. But for whatever reason, they've hit these bad churches or these bad street corners or these bad experiences in their search that have literally soured them or turned them off Christ. And I think the problem is that we have a really, really good, strong Christian base here on YouTube, and the problem is that we're not using our resources correctly here.
Yes, sir.
And we should be having private Bible studies and handpicking some of these good atheists that really are searching and bring them into some of these Bible studies so that they can hear the word correctly.
Especially people like Robert who bear their heart. Now, Robert, I don't know if this is like a little bit difficult for you to share this. I don't know. I'd love to know, because sometimes this isn't shared this way because of peer pressure or what you may even think of yourself or what you may think others may think of you. But I tell you what, I'm the first one to stand up and applaud you, sir, for what you're sharing and what you're saying, because listen, this like I think my brothers are picking up on this as well. is that, you know, your heart, that's what I care about. I care about your heart. And, you know, when I hear a preacher's kid, listen, I think of Franklin Graham. If you guys know Franklin Graham's story, I mean, that is, in my opinion, the preacher's kid. That boy, when he went, how would you like to be Billy Graham's son or daughter? Okay, I mean, enough said, right? So I know the fishbowl thing. I mean, I don't know it firsthand. I know enough people who have told me their story as a preacher's kid, male and female. As a matter of fact, I have a good friend here on Google Plus. You know, I don't know if you know any other preacher kids, Robert, that you can share some, you know, one-to-one stuff with, to say, you know, there's somebody else out there like me, and you know, they had a similar Pentecostal background, and it's funny. Veckel brings this up, and I see it a lot too. It's like there's something here. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, Robert. I want to hear from you. What's going through your mind? What are you feeling?
What's going through my mind?
Yeah, what are you feeling by what we're saying? What Rand just said about Bible studies, what I just said about being a preacher's kid. Just what are you thinking? What are you feeling behind that? Because I think and I think Rand, you know, and Veckel, we understand your heart. We don't know it, but we think we do. So, do you think we do?
I think you're trying to understand me from your point of view.
Correct. That's all we got.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that I think it's biased. I'll just put that. I mean, you're coming from a position where you believe that what you believe is true, and that I am just, you know, that I'm just wrong and I'm just misled and things like that. And I don't feel that way, but I understand why you do.
Right, and I don't want to have that thought. I don't want to have that feeling. I do want to know you, really.
Hey, here's what I believe. I just believe that you were, unfortunately, a little bit misled. I think that you're probably more like me, where all of that religious, righteous stiflingness that sometimes Christianity and religion can do to us drives people away. I think what you really need to do is just get a relationship with Christ, bro, and let Him do the work. I don't think for you the religious experience is the route.
Yeah, but see, Rand, that's the thing, man. I mean, of course, I mean, I'm just saying this from my point of view. I really seriously tried, okay, for the first 20 years of my life.
I believe you.
There was no deception in my heart.
I believe you.
There was no doubt, because I had no choice in the matter. I was raised this way, to believe that this is the only way. So I truly searched.
Yeah, but you know what I also know? I know that if you leave the faith at 22, it's because at about that age, between 16 and 25, that's when the worldly temptations are coming at you at 190 miles an hour. And what I would say to you is that you didn't have a strong enough foundation in your relationship with Christ to be able to anchor you to your faith, and it pulled you away, bro. I think you're a grown-up now. I think that you've probably sown a lot of wild oats since the age of 22 to 39, and I think, honestly, I hear it in your voice, I hear it in your spirit, that you are seeking the truth. And I am telling you that if some of these Christians that are biblically strong, that are literally scripturally sound, put some Bible studies together, I am going to insist that you come and sit with us and have some talks. Because I'm not scripturally sound, but I am as passionate and as spiritual a person as you're ever going to meet for Christ. And I think that this is a time for you to maybe give it another shot, bro. But this time, do it with some people that aren't going to be stifling and ramming it down your throat. Just let the Scripture enter you with the discernment of Christ. And I'm telling you, you already believe. I already know you believe. I can already hear it. You just can't get it to resonate with you in a way that gives you 100% guarantee that you need.
Here's the thing. I've always heard that when you seek, you find. And I spent 20 years seeking, and I never found.
Well, do you know why when you're looking for something, it's always in the last place you look?
Because then after you find it, you don't need to look anymore.
Thank you, Roy. Because once you find it, you got to look any further.
Yes. But guys, I really don't mean to be contentious here, but we do have to take in consideration the scriptures as well, as far as seeking out God too. I mean, so how do you put those two together? I mean,
well, here's what I was just going to say that. So here's my take on seeking and finding. Basically, it's in the continual state. Keep, it's ask, seek, knock, right? ASK, ask, seek, knock. So keep asking, keep seeking, keep knocking. Now, does the Bible say as soon as you start seeking, asking, and knocking that there's a time period of which you will receive the answer? It's redundant. No, there's no time period. So, Robert, have you stopped seeking, knocking, asking?
Wait. You didn't address what I mentioned earlier, though.
Yeah, we need scripture.
We need scripture to back that up, guys.
Yeah,
I mean,
so let's hit some scripture. Then go ahead.
I understand that.
I mean, I'm not saying that Robert wasn't sincere. I mean, because ultimately, as fallible human beings, we can only come to one of two conclusions, and Robert would have to agree with this as well. That he was either a true Christian and he's still saved, he's just in a heavily backslidden state, or he is never saved to begin with. But that matches up with what Scripture.
Yes.
Right. That matches up with Scripture because Romans chapter 3 says no one seeks after God.
Correct.
So Robert has to be in one of those two categories. We don't know what it is, though.
I thought to be saved, you just have to have a belief in God.
Yes.
You have to believe in Jesus Christ as your Savior.
Yes.
That He died for your sins, and that you repent your sins, and you are saved.
Yes.
So all those criteria I met. So if you go just by the Bible, I was saved at that time.
Right.
Okay, let me help you.
Wait. Hold on, because I was kind of quiet here. I want to say a couple of things here. All right. First of all, again, and this is my position here. I know some people might slightly disagree. I say that the Bible shows clear evidence that faith is given. And it's according to repentance. We can't even repent unless God gives us that ability. That's 2 Corinthians chapter 7. Repentance has to be given, a godly repentance. People that are outside of Christ, they can repent of their sins, but not according to God's standards. That's supported by Isaiah 64, where it says, "Thy righteousnesses are as filthy rags." So when you say that you lost the faith or you became an atheist, well, again, going back to what we always suggest, you either was a believer, either you were never a believer in the first place, or you still are one of God's elect, but you're in a heavily backslidden state. Now, neither of us will never know on this side of glory, okay? But that doesn't take away what Ren and Roy, what you guys are doing is great, and all Christians should do that too. We should also continue to preach the gospel and try to tell people about who Christ is and tell people to put their faith and trust in Jesus Christ. But Robert, I appreciate your honesty and sincerity. Sure. But again, the belief that you're talking about, that's something that cannot. You don't have that in you. It has to be given to you. I mean, think about how crazy we Christians already look like a bunch of nut jobs now because we believe that a man died and rose from the grave 2,000 years ago. We have no scientific or video proof of this, yet we believe it. So of course you got fools like Fruity Loops or whatever his name. What's his name?
Forbidden Fruit.
Forbidden Fruit. Yeah, Forbidden Fruit. Who thinks that that Christians have a mental issue? Well, of course it's going to look like that to the world because we believe in the supernatural. We can't prove any of these miracles that are mentioned in the Bible. We can't prove it, but we believe it.
I'm going to say something. I don't. Okay, it doesn't bother me, Veckel or Ran or Roy, if you guys tell me that I'm not a real Christian. Okay, that doesn't bother me.
Well, I'm not going to say that.
We're not saying that, though.
I know.
I'm not saying that, though.
I know, but hold on. Let me finish. But I can see, how a person who does consider themselves to be a Christian would be extremely offended that because if someone were to tell me when I considered myself a Christian back when I was going to church and I believed in God and I believed that Jesus was my Savior, when I believed all that, if someone were to tell me that I wasn't a real Christian, I would have been so offended and so put off, and I would be so angry that how dare you, you know.
But
what I'm
let me
saying
ask you
is
this.
when I hear Christians say, well, that person's not a real Christian, I'm just saying, think about that for a minute. I don't care that you guys tell me that. That doesn't bother me. But for someone who does consider themselves a Christian, that's really offensive.
And it should be. And it should be.
It should be.
Needs to wake them up. I got a quick one-liner, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Veckel. If the truth hurts, it's supposed to.
Amen. The gospel is a scandal, man. It offends people.
It offends people.
That's why, Roy, I love what you're saying, man, because, again, you got a lot of these people call themselves Christians, yet they seem like they're so afraid to offend the atheists or to offend the non-believers with the truth of the gospel. And they try to act like, oh, well, I'm winning people to Christ. Well, Jesus in Luke chapter 5 ate with the sinners and stuff. Oh, yeah, well, you don't see Jesus smoking a joint and getting drunk with non-believers and say, okay, in 5 years, I'm going to get them to believe in Jesus Christ. Right? All I got to do is smoke a couple more joints, have a couple more beers, watch a few more pornos with them, and then they'll come to Christ. Because they say, hey, I'm just like these guys, right? No. When Jesus hung out with the sinners in Luke chapter 5, he absolutely, without a doubt, made it very clear that he had an agenda.
You brood of vipers. You think that was offensive to the religious leaders at the time?
Right. In Luke chapter 5, what happens? The Pharisees are saying, look at him hanging out with these prostitutes and these tax collectors and stuff like that. And then Jesus, what does Jesus say to them? In front of these people that he's hanging out with, he calls them sinners, and he says that how does it exactly go? He says that the doctor does not come for the healthy, he comes for those that are sick. He said these things about these people right in front of them. So obviously they knew he was there with a purpose. He wasn't just hanging out with them, say, hey guys, what's going on. He had an agenda.
That's right. And that's exactly why when we see certain Christians that have the name tag on, calling themselves Christians, hanging out with the exact same people they're supposed to be preaching the gospel to, but rather than preaching the gospel to them, what their entire YouTube agenda appears to be is that they reject everything the Christians say and applaud everything the atheists say.
That's right.
That would be like, watch, I'm going to give you a good little example. That would be like you claiming to be a New York Jets fan, but all you ever do is disagree with every single thing the Jets do and agree with every single thing that, let's go with the Rams, that you agree with everything the Rams do. But you're not a Ram. You're not a Ram fan. You're not a part of the Rams. You don't wear their jersey. You're wearing the Jets jersey. But nothing that you say sounds like you have any love, respect, or belief in the Jets at all.
There's another thing, though. There's another thing, though. There's another thing, though, that y'all failed to mention in this whole fracas, and that is that according to the Bible and pagan writings, when you get sincere about God or gods, in my case, when you're sincere about coming to the truth and the knowledge of the supernatural, evil spirits will come and try to take that away from you.
That's right.
Evil spirits will come and try to deceive you and lie to you and say, oh, this supernatural stuff, that's a load of hooey. These evil spirits come because they're jealous of you. They hate you. I know. I confronted them. I confronted evil spirits, and they'll come to you and they'll look you right in the eyeball and say, you're a liar. This supernatural stuff is a lie. There ain't no truth to it. But they come and they try to steal. The Bible says they even steal your joy. They come and they actually steal your joy away from you. But they come to deceive. They come to lie to you and tell you that the supernatural isn't real and that it doesn't exist and that these crazy supernatural people, they're crazy. They're nuts. They don't know what they're talking about. And that is done the moment you decide, I'm going to seek after the truth. That happens the exact moment that you are coming, and that's what you told us, Robert. You told us, said it wasn't long after I decided to get serious about God, get serious about the supernatural. Here I started getting all these doubts in my head. That's not by coincidence, bro. That's not by coincidence. Evil spirits will come and try to take that away from you, man. That's the truth.
And it does it to a lot of people, bro. You're not alone. You don't think that I haven't had my battles? You don't think that I'm still having my battles? I remember the night I accepted Christ 4 years ago. I was at a Promise Keepers meeting, and Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man from wrestling back in the 80s, was the speaker. And he said in his testimony that he was on the road as a Christian in the wrestling, cheating on his wife, drinking and doing drugs, and then coming home and pretending to be the good Christian man. His wife put his stuff to the curb and said to him that, I don't believe you're man enough to serve God. And that exact phrase hit me like a punch to the back of my head. And I went down and accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior that night. Now, I didn't have a woo moment. The only thing that I really felt when I was on my knees accepting Christ was how small I was compared to this universe. I felt, and I was a very egotistical guy. I came from a gangster lifestyle where I was, I witnessed my mother kill my father. I was in 22 group homes, on the streets, in and out of prison. I was a tough guy, well respected. The coppers in the joint used to leave my phone on all night, all day. My cell door never got locked. I was too respected in the entire system for them to ever do anything to me that would be similar to what they would do to others. So I had a massive ego when I was kneeling in front of 10,000 people at this Promise Keepers meeting when I accepted Christ. But it took me a while, bro. It wasn't like it. And believe me, when I got in the car after the show and was going home with my buddy said to me, Rand, I go, what? He goes, how do you feel? I go, I feel good, man. He goes, well, if you think the enemy was rough before, it's just begun.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what are you talking about? I'm a Christian now. Everybody is going to be great. He goes, it don't work that way. The enemy has just lost one of his greatest representatives. He just lost Rand Campbell. Are you kidding me? Watch the attacks, and I can't even explain to you everything that has happened to me since.
You are so right.
I can tell you this: I used to own a very, very good business. I was making lots of money. I had a beautiful home in Wasaga Beach, Canada, the largest freshwater beach in the world. A nice house on the beach. A beautiful wife that came right out of Penthouse magazine. She was a Bell Canada operator. I met her when I was in jail. I was calling another woman. She was the operator that was placing the call. I started talking to her. She gave me her home phone number. We were together 19 years. Today, I'm alone, sitting in a condo all by myself. My business has crumbled. My family doesn't talk to me. I've lost all of my relationships that I had from those days. I have been humbled down to nothing. But you know what? My love for God is so much greater now than it was then. My love for God is so much greater now than it was a week ago. My love for God is so much greater now that I have nothing than it was when I had everything. Yeah. And the bottom line is this. God is real, bro. God is real. He is absolutely 100% real. You are 100% right when you went down there and accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. That was the right thing to do. But what I would say to you is this. Now you need to get rid of the religion and just seek a relationship with Christ. Get on your knees and just say, you know what, Lord, I get it. I get it. I'm not a religious person because Rand Campbell's not religious. If I had to sign up for a religion, I would have never done it.
May I?
1 second, Audie. You can go to the bathroom, just sector. But for me, it comes down to having a relationship with Christ, and if you can just find a way to do that, I think you're going to be okay. Sorry, Nadia. I didn't mean to not let you speak. Go ahead, dear.
No worries.
I saw your face get all mean, though. You wanted to beat me up. I saw that.
Well, actually, I was hoping to respond to what Von Helton said.
Go ahead.
To the extent that atheists attempt to persuade and such, it is not toward the end that you've proclaimed. People are not trying to take away joy, but rather to guide people toward more genuine joy than or joy at all, as opposed to in a sense lying to themselves. And I mean, granted that assume things within the atheistic well, at least assumes atheism, but regardless, there are quite a number of other issues that are involved that people deem particularly noteworthy. And in some sense, they try to, say, overshoot the target. And they go off for it. For instance, they are concerned with things that are social and political questions. I have not seen someone dedicated to the LGBT issue that one could imagine. Instead of merely persuading regarding that particular issue, they try to persuade the underlying cause for the belief that's causing the negative behavior and such, the religion behind it. They try to take that down as a whole. And I guess one issue might quite a bit of people are dedicated to is the creationism and such. I think that's imposing in the educational system beliefs on children are not being raised in that faith, and also consider it damaging to the children in terms of science education. So in those respects, the atheistic lines of argument on these fronts are well intentioned, and beyond that, even where not motivated by social issue, the intellectual curiosity regarding it as intellectual pursuit in and of itself is also not intended to cause harm. Where the exploration of the philosophical issues surrounding a deity and its various implications and whatnot, that's a matter of actually seeking enlightenment of a sort, and the persuasion and such in those respects is targeted toward both trying to uplift others in terms of deepening their understanding and soliciting a response that might deepen their own. So the intentions of atheists in these cases are not malign, not demonic, not trying to deprive people or of joy or ruin people's lives or take away hope. They are, in some respects, in some cases, I think, maybe misguided. I think, trying to shoot down the entire religion just to deal with education policy might be a bit overkill. But at the same time, well intentioned and done in earnest, out of earnest belief. And I myself, I guess my mission is not really to persuade you there's no God. Rather that atheists are not as horrific as people as rapists, which surveys say Christians in the U.S. think we are. And trying to convince people that LGBT people aren't sexual predators, which various pastors very recently have said we are. So there we go.
Well, okay. First of all, you reached me too late. I've seen way too much supernatural things to ever be an atheist. That's number one. Number two, I was referring to evil spirits, not human beings. I don't give a rip what somebody says. I got people on YouTube right now calling me a homosexual, saying that I'm a child molester and everything else. You think I give two shits what they say? No. All right. Here's the thing, man. When you start a walk, now, for my personal experience, I went from Christianity into paganism. I still acknowledge Christ, but I acknowledge him in a different way than these Christians do. But here's the point. The point is, when you start on a spiritual walk, any spiritual walk, it doesn't matter. First of all, atheism isn't going to be the result, okay? It's just not. Because if you're genuinely seeking the truth, you're going to find out, hey, I got this huge hole in me, like we discussed earlier. There's a need. There's a need for worship. There's a need for supernatural. There's a need for the spiritual. And atheism will never, ever fill that void. It never will. Material things will never fill that void. Now, I'm a computer nut, okay? Look at all these computers I've got around me. I got computers around me. I got a joystick right in my face. Got, all these computer peripherals and stuff. And I got big, expensive electronic stereo system in there, separate stack components. Electronics is my thing. But do you think that electronics will ever fulfill a spiritual void in my life? No, it never will. All right. We are spiritual beings, period. We are. You know, yes, okay, maybe we can't prove it to somebody's satisfaction, but the fact is that when you start on a walk, a spiritual walk, or even a worldly walk for that matter, you're still going to find that there's emptiness in there that cannot be filled with material goods. It just can't. All right, and that spiritual walk is that, you know, if you're on a spiritual walk to seek the truth and find the truth, you will find it eventually. It may take a while, it may take years. You may never fully grasp what it is you're supposed to do, but it's the idea of getting out and starting on that walk and say, okay, you know, whatever's out there, I'm going to start walking, I'm going to try and figure this shit out, and I'm going to try and get my head screwed on straight. That is the thing. That is the point of it. And you know, in all due indifference to the atheists out there, you know, I hope that they start on a walk, you know, whatever that walk may be. If they're genuinely sincere about finding the truth, start walking, you know. Start walking, man. You know, Fats Domino had a song, you know, I'm walking, yes, indeed, I'm talking, you know. Just start walking, man. And, you know, and, you know, eventually you'll figure out where you want to be and how you want to be. You know, maybe Robert isn't meant to be a Christian. Maybe Robert's meant to be a pagan like myself. But it takes starting on that walk and genuinely seeking truth. And, you know, crack open some pagan books if you want to, Robert. It ain't gonna kill you. You know, maybe your destiny isn't to be a Christian. Maybe your destiny is to be a pagan like myself. Maybe your destiny is to be a Druid or a Wiccan or who knows? Who knows? Now I know the Christians are going to disagree with me on that, but that's beside the point. The point is this, okay? There's no way I would ever be an atheist. I've seen too much supernatural stuff to ever be an atheist. Never. It won't ever happen to me. You reached me too late, man. All right.
Well, the Melvin types might, you know, be trying to persuade you like that. I have, well, other purposes, namely the ones I outlined. Essentially, attesting to the character of atheists, trans people like myself, communists, and BDSM practitioners too. So,
Robert, I'd like to get up close and personal with you. If you don't mind, you can always say pass or get out of my face. All of the above is acceptable. You have kids? Robert?
While we're seeing this video, you might have the Hangout muted and be watching a video or something.
Calling Robert. Robert, can you hear me? Absolute atheist. Do you hear me, Robert?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was asking you if I could get up close and personal, but if there's something too personal or you don't want to answer the question, you can say pass, get out of my face, any of the above is acceptable. So I was just asking you, do you have any children?
No.
Do you plan on it?
No.
Okay, just yes or no, was it associated with what you went through as a kid?
My desire not to have children because of how I grew up?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you have to repeat yourself again.
Yeah. Does it have anything to do with the way that you know, you went through this world as a kid? Is that why you don't want to bring any kids into the world? Is because
No.
To do with that?
No. Some people are meant to have children, and some people are not good at it. And the problem is a lot of people don't realize that they're not good at being parents. I happen to be one that understands that. That I don't have the patience or the I know that I wouldn't be good at it, so I'm not going to screw anybody up. I can recognize that within myself that I would not make a good parent, so I'm not going to do it.
You know, I absolutely commend your thoughts. Some people would say that's appalling. Bring them in anyway. They deserve it. But you know what? I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Totally get that.
Well, I see so many, rotten parents out there and screwing up their kids left and right, and only because they didn't have the forethought to realize that they wouldn't make good parents. There's a lot of messed up kids out there that got screwed up by their parents. So I don't feel that would be a good enough parent, so I'm not going to do it.
I absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't see a darn thing wrong with that. Absolutely not. The next question is based on, well, you already said no, but let me approach it from a different angle. So, and again, if this is too personal or whatever, please just say pass. Roy, get out of my face, and I will. Did your parents do a good job raising you?
They did their best.
Okay. Yeah.
They did their best. I mean, it could have been a whole lot better. I wasn't abused. I mean, I wasn't abused or anything like physically. Growing up with a domineering pastor as a father, I could definitely say it could have been a lot better.
Where are you in the birth order of your siblings?
I'm the oldest, and I have a younger sister.
Okay. I'm also the oldest, and I have 3 younger siblings, two sisters in the middle and a brother at the end. So I know what it's like to be an older or the eldest sibling. Are you married? Usually, the oldest child usually ends up marrying, or more times than not, ends up marrying the youngest child in a family dynamic. Would that be your case?
Oh, I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
Yeah, since you're the oldest child, what happens is that you'll usually seek out a marriage partner that's the youngest in their family dynamic. That happened to me twice. I'm now on my second marriage, and both of my wives were the youngest of all their siblings.
No, I was married once, and she was the oldest of her siblings.
Okay. Just trying to find out the dynamic here, just because I'm into personality types and such. So, so I say that love is not a feeling. I say love is a doing. I say love is a good doing. You're always doing good for the other person. That you always have their best interest at heart. Love is unconditional. But since love is not a feeling, you can feel love from the other person, or you can feel an absence of love from the other person. So I'm going to ask you, did you feel love from your parents?
Yes.
Okay.
But I would disagree with you on love is unconditional.
Well, it's supposed to be.
Love is definitely conditional.
It's supposed to be, but some of us human beings haven't caught on yet. One day we will. Right? I mean, if you had kids, wouldn't you just love them because they were your kids? Or would you say, I brought you into this world, and if you don't do exactly what I say, I got these 10 commandments right here, and I want to have a religion with you. You break any one of these 10 commandments, and man, you are going to feel the heavy hand of Papa. Okay, so that's a religion. That's not a relationship. A relationship is, son, daughter, I know you're going to mess up. Do the best you can. When you know better, do better. And Papa will love you no matter what. Got an issue, got a problem, come to me. You understand the difference between the
Roy,
relationship thing?
Can I ask you a question, Roy?
Certainly.
You have children?
I do.
Okay. If you were watching your children play out on the front yard or whatever, close to a street. Now, you love your children, you give your children free will to play however they want to play. But the minute they start to run into the street, don't you suspend that free will to protect them?
Well, the short answer, yes. The long answer.
I mean, I would do the same
never
thing.
make it in the street because I have put a playing field in front of them where they can't do that on their own.
Okay, or you're talking like a fence or something, like you would fence it in so they couldn't get into the street.
Right, if they're not of the age of accountability to that, you know, once they start walking to school and stuff like that, I would think that yeah, they would not play on the freeway, sure, or in the middle of the road.
Right, but I'm just putting it out there that if you saw your children about to do something harmful to themselves, you would stop them. I mean, you wouldn't just be like, oh well, you know, I told you not
Yes.
to touch the stove.
Yes, I would tackle them. I would pull them by their hair. I don't care if I pulled out a big bunch of hair and they were bleeding. Yes, if they were getting ready to get hit by a truck or car or whatever, yes,
Yeah.
as a parent, I would. Yes, I would tackle them.
That goes along with preaching the gospel. Why we're so urgent when we preach the gospel.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly.
Yes, I would save them emotionally, spiritually, physically. Yeah, every which way.
But that's exactly what we're doing right now. It's like the man that was drowning, and he was praying to God to save him. And so God sent a boat, and the men in the boat told the guy to jump in the boat. Come on, we're gonna save you. And he said, no, I'm waiting for God. And so a second boat showed up, and the guys in the boat said, come on, jump in, we're gonna save you. And he said no, so the boat left. And then the third boat, same thing. He refused to get in the boat. He ended up dying when he stood before God. He said, God, I was drowning. I was praying for you to save me. Why didn't you save me? And he said, what, are you kidding me? I sent you 3 boats. We're those boats, brother. The Christians in this community are those boats. You can't act as though God isn't trying to save everybody. There's rules in place for this experience that we have. And he's sending you the boats to get in, to be saved. And you guys keep rejecting, and you keep rejecting.
The way I see, I mean, and this is my view on salvation, and is that God has sent us out to play in the yard, and hell is the street, and He tells us not to go into the street. He tells us not to play in the street, but if we do, and we get hit by a car, it's our own fault. And I look at it as, if I were a father and I love my children more than anything, I would do everything in my power to stop them from getting hurt. I would suspend their free will. I would physically stop them from being hit by a car.
That's what I believe.
And I would think that an all-loving God would not want us to burn in hell, and He would stop us. And some people need more than just some guy reading some scripture to them. Some people like me need more physical restraint.
Let me ask you this, Rob.
Isn't that what we're doing right now? Isn't that what we're doing right now?
But I want to ask you a question, Rob. Do you love your wife? Assuming you're married.
I can't hear you.
Do you love your wife?
I'm not married right now, no.
Okay, so if you were married, right?
Okay, if I was married.
Okay, and your wife chose not to be with you.
Okay.
Would you force her to be? You see, because somebody asked me a long time ago, they go, Rand, I'm a pretty decent person. I, never got into trouble as a kid. I respected my parents. I grew up. I went to school. I did everything correct. I ended up going to college. I got a good job. Blah 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 blah. I've never done anything wrong. Well, why would God want me to go to hell? And I said, but He doesn't want you to go to hell. But He loves you too much to force you to spend eternity with Him. You see, God wants you in heaven. Satan wants you in hell. You've got a tie. And God has left it up to us to be the tiebreaker. This is all about us. We're the ones that are going to make this decision. At the end of the day, if you feel it in your heart that God exists and that Jesus Christ died on that cross for your sins, then I would go back to the cross and experience it again, and I would continuously experience it until it resonated correctly. Somebody also said to me, an atheist said to me a while back, they said, Rand, If you really believe what you're saying, if you truly, truly, honestly, in the depths of your soul believe everything in that Bible is true and that those that do not accept Christ are condemned to hell for eternity, if you can vision that in your mind and truly believe that, then should you not be crawling on broken glass and swimming the largest oceans and climbing the highest mountains to bring this good news to the unbeliever? And I agree, yes, we should be. Because if this is true, of which I believe it is, we should be desperately preaching the gospel. We should be doing everything in our power to bring you people to Christ, because at the end of the day, I couldn't fathom knowing that anybody that I have spoken to since I've accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior, that I haven't at some level brought them the gospel, if I hadn't at some level thrown the passion of my understanding in front of them for us to sit down and look at, to help them resonate with the truth and to get them to the cross so that they can understand that they're wrong. And when you're wrong on this side, there's still hope, but when you're wrong on the other side of Revelation, bro, there is no more hope.
Hey, Rand, I understand that it's in the Bible to preach the gospel, but why do you need to convince me?
I can't hear you, sorry.
Oh, okay. I understand that it's written in the Bible that you must spread the gospel, but I'm just wondering from an outside point of view, why do you? I mean, forget what it says about the Bible. Why do you have to spread the? I mean, why do you have to convince people, or not convince?
I can't convince you, bro. I can't convince you. I can't convince you. You want to know one of the things? You want to know something that I actually believe? And I think this.
He's gonna retract the convince part.
Retract. Okay, yeah, I understand. You don't have to convince me. You just have to tell me the word. Why do you have to do it? And take out the thing that it's in the Bible. I'm just saying, God is an all-powerful, all-knowing being. If he wanted to, he could just do it himself.
Because what if the way that the gospel is written, what if the way that the gospel is that there is a time in your life that you're going to hear it at the exact right time and it's going to resonate with you, that there's something about it that at that exact moment it's exactly what you needed to hear at the exact right time, and it triggers a belief in you that was already set there, and there's something, I don't want to use the word magical, but there's something divine about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had the gospel preached to me hundreds of times, bro, hundreds. When I was in a joint, you know how much time I did behind bars? You know how many times I went to church on Sunday just to get off the block, just to be able to go meet some other guys from the joint that were there, and I could meet them all down at the church on Sunday? I heard the gospel 1,000 times, bro. It did nothing for me. Why all of a sudden did it do something for me the night it did something for me? Because it's God's timing. Somebody said to me as well, they said, Rand, if you could change anything in the world, what would you change? Bro, I picked up a list. I was like, okay, let's start with abusing animals, because I can't stand people that abuse animals. Let's get to abusing children and raping children. Let's get to rape period. Let's get to this. And I started going through a long list of things that I would change. And then it dawned on me, and I said to the guy, I said, hold a second. You've given me God's omnipotence that I could change anything, right? He goes, yeah. I go, do I get his wisdom too? And they said, yeah, well, I guess so. I said, okay, then now that I have his wisdom, I don't change a thing.
Amen.
I don't change a thing, because this is God's wisdom, bro.
This is the best.
It seems so insane what's going on in this world. It makes no sense to us. But that's what's beautiful about it, is that it doesn't make sense to us. That's what allows us to know that whoever created this, the God of the Bible, Yahweh, knows what he's doing. This is incredibly beautiful that we're in. You realize what we're doing? We are the pencils in God's hands. We are outwriting sin for the first time in history. Sin will never occur again when this is all said and done. When he closes this book, when we are done, sin will have been written out of history. Nobody will ever be able to rebel against God again.
Amen.
We are assisting him in outwriting sin. We're writing sin out of history. This is huge what we're doing. Yeah. Honored and privileged to be a pencil in God's hand in this event, bro. This is so miraculously incredible what we're involved in, that for people not to get it and see it and feel it and be it, makes me crazy. That you can't see it, be it, and believe it. It makes me crazy, bro. I'm an old gangster from the streets, and I get it. I understand now. Your life is purposeful because you come from a purposeful God. You come from a purposeful creator. Everything about this is so purposeful. If you had his wisdom, you wouldn't be questioning anything. You would just go, you know what? I get it. And the minute you fill your heart back up with God and stop filling it with the things of the world, bro, I'm telling you, the satisfaction that comes with that is so incredibly divine. It's not even explainable. There's no evidence for it. The evidence is within your own heart. God makes himself real to you. That's all the evidence you need.
Ultimately, our only purpose is to worship God, then.
Well, no, you're a pencil in his hand. You're a pet. Look, there could be other jobs. I mean, I truly believe that I'm a warrior for God. Now, do I worship my Savior? Absolutely. And so will you. But I'm a warrior for God, bro. I'm not a cookies and ice cream Christian. You don't see me standing on the corner offering cupcakes and Kool-Aid to people. I'm waiting for them to turn their back and I give them a shot in the back of the head and get their attention again. I'm a warrior for God. It's a much different part of the body of Christ. Unfortunately, you know, Christianity has gotten a sour taste because fools have been out there representing Christianity backwards. And I believe Jesus Christ himself is shaking his head going, what are you fools doing? The truth of the matter is it's a relationship with Christ, bro. It's you being reconnected to your Father in heaven, your Creator. That's what we're here to do. We're here to reconnect to God. Through all of the deception, through all of the temptation, through all of the evil, through all of the confusion, through all of the logic, and through all of the reasoning, you are somehow in that great big massive 2,000-piece puzzle. You are to find your connection to God. And when you do that, it is unbelievable.
Amen. Here's what I think, Robert, if you don't mind me saying, and even if you do, I'm just going to say it, and then you can shoot me later.
Sure.
So like a doctor, when you go to the doctor, Robert, and you say nothing to the doctor, and you just say, fix me, that doctor won't be able to fix you. He won't be able to do a darn thing. He'll just sit there and look at you and go, well, I'd love to fix you, but first I have to diagnose you. The diagnosis is what we as believers can and should be doing with our friends and our friends-to-be, someone like yourself. So I'm going to diagnose you as best as I can as your friend and as someone who has been enlightened to be able to do so and to say so. Is this scriptural? I'm pretty sure it is. Do I have a single verse that says that? No, I don't. But here's what I'm going to say. I think your disconnect and your issue, challenge, and situation right now, as we speak, because I already knew a little bit about you, and now I know more about you. I've heard you speak. I've heard you share your BS, your backstory, of course. And that helps me to understand you a little bit more. I can pick up on things that you haven't yet said, and you're not even able to say just yet, because it has to be put into you so that you can go, oh, that's right, that's true about me. So I'm going to say that your situation right now is not so much about what you don't yet know about God, but it's what you already know about God that isn't true. And once you unlearn, that's a difficult word for some people. I've been using it in both my business life and my spiritual life. You need to unlearn some things because you are, how do I say this in a nice way? You've been pooped on by certain people and you didn't know it. And you're carrying this poop. It's junk in the trunk. It's stinking thinking. And the Lord says in Romans 12, do not be conformed to the poop of this world. Okay, well, it doesn't say that. I'm paraphrasing. But be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So you've got to take all the junk that's in your trunk out. Don't believe the lie that Satan's planted there, or any of his cohorts, or any of your friends, or your parents, or whomever put it there, and you believe it to be true. Dismiss it, get rid of it, and do a 180 with that thought. When you do, you'll start seeing more and more light. You'll start to feel less and less weight upon your back, this and that upon your heart, and you'll be floating, because pretty soon you'll go, oh, I get it, Lord. Okay. And then the light will be turned on, and you will run to your Lord and Savior, and you will feel and know the same as Rand, myself, Beckel, anybody else in this room. who is a Christian who knows the love of God is in them. Because if you don't feel God's love, guess who moved? I'm done.
When the light, if you will, turned on for me, it was really unexpected because I wasn't really searching. It just hit me. It just came to me. You know, I'm in my apartment one day, just minding my business, cleaning up dishes and stuff like that. The next thing you know, out of the blue, I just had this overwhelming sensation of fear and terror. And the verse that came to me was Matthew 7:21-23, about how Jesus will say to them, you know, Lord, Lord, have we not done these wonderful things? And I have never even read that passage. You know, well, maybe I've kind of breezed through the Bible, but I never actually studied the Bible, never really read it. But for some reason, God brought that verse to me out of the blue. I wasn't watching or listening to anything spiritual. But then all of a sudden that verse came to my mind, and everything, all it was like terror and understanding all at once. And it was at that point where I just dropped to my knees and I literally said, Jesus is Lord. And here I am today.
If I could respond to you a bit earlier about the sort of promise of heaven and such, where I guess you envisioned someone riding at the pearly gates and having, quote-unquote, regretted or whatever, not having, I guess, adhered to your religion and such. That could be turned around. You know, you could say, you know, pretty easily that, well, right at the end of one's life and such, someone would, I suppose, come to a realization that there was thing coming after it. There had not counteracted what suffering they could while they could, and not sought out the joy that they could have when they could have, and their life was wasted. Well, they go on to nothingness. There's you know, a bit more where this trouble about, I guess, seeking out, sound like a bit of a non sequitur, but I'm rewinding, you know, like 20 minutes back. This trying to seek things out and such, you know, raises a serious question of like what you're seeking, and that's not always the kind of spirituality and so on that you have in mind. I mean, to the extent that say I'm seeking anything, you know, your religion's not pertinent to it. I mean, I cannot, for instance, claim to be seeking it out in earnest, and ultimately the things that do drive me are not in the direction of your religion.
Yeah, and
kind of why I never cared in the first place. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just wanted to add in one other thing too. And Rob, I really don't mean any offense by saying this, but based on what I heard from you so far in this hangout, it sounds to me like you were, and again, I don't mean this by any means to offend you, but based on some of the things that you said, it sounds to me like you have very little education with some of the things that are in the Bible. And that could also play a role in your, you know, alleged deconversion there, because a lot of people that claim to have been a Christian and have come out of the faith, you know, 9 times out of 10, I find when I'm talking to them about certain aspects of Scripture, that a lot of them just have stuff that are just backwards, or just a major misunderstanding of what a certain thing in the Bible says. You know, yeah. And also I've noticed too that it seems like the majority of so-called deconversions are people who grew up in a Pentecostal environment where there's a lot of strong emphasis on the gifts. Like the speaking in tongues and stuff. I mean, I was listening to your testimony, and I went through the same thing. Like my first time, like really getting settled down in the church was in a Pentecostal church. They were really, really big in the gifts. They promoted guys like Benny Hinn and all those other guys, and really didn't know who those guys were until later on. I started doing some research through the Lord's grace. But there was one time where I wanted to join this ministry that was in the church. It was a puppet ministry, for kids. I said, oh yeah, I'd like to do that. Play, do the hand puppets and stuff to entertain the children and stuff. So I had to go through this process, because because I'm working directly with kids, so they had to do a background check. And I, definitely didn't have a problem with that. But the one thing I did have a problem with is they started asking me some spiritual questions, and one of the questions they asked me was, when was I saved? I said, well, I don't know exactly the date. And then they asked me if I ever spoke in tongues, and I said, no, I haven't spoken in tongues. They says, and they looked at me and says, how do you know if you're saved? I says, well, where does it say that I have to speak in tongues? And then, like, after that, maybe a few weeks later, another lady comes up to me, totally unrelated incident, and she says the same thing. She asked me, I see you praying at church all the time, and, you seem like you're a real man of God. Have you spoken in tongues yet, son? You're an older lady. And I was like, no, I haven't spoken in tongues. She says, oh, man, you need to get that taken care of.
Yeah.
And I
was raised on that, Veckel, yeah.
Yeah, and so after having that second lady tell me this, I got a little depressed for about a week because I didn't know my scripture. I didn't know that what they were telling me was absolutely false.
You started worrying that they were true and that there was something wrong with you.
Exactly, man. I went through the same thing, man. I started getting desperate. I was like, wait a minute. Maybe I'm not really saved then, because how come I see everybody else speaking in tongues around me? I'm not speaking in tongues. I really, really, really want this gift, because everybody's putting such a strong emphasis on it. But thank God that I had a friend of mine who was on his way to becoming a pastor, and I told him about it. I said, hey, Josh, his name was Josh, and I said to him, hey man, can you please help me out with this speaking in tongues thing? I got two people telling me that I might not be saved because I didn't speak in tongues. And he just got red in the face. And he said, that's absolutely false. Let me show you some scripture. So he took me through the scripture. And then when he showed it to me, then I got furious. So that's why even today I have a personal, and guys, those of you that are Christian in here, you guys got to pray for me, because I have a personal issue with Pentecostals that promote the speaking in tongues thing. I have a,
as well you should.
I have a specific prejudice towards those type of people, so you have to pray for me on that.
Well, Veckel, that's the thing, Veckel. You had an intercessory. You had someone, to take you down what you would call the quote-unquote right path. There are a lot of people in my position that didn't have that.
Well, now you have. That's right. That's right, Robert. But now you do. See, Robert, you didn't give up. You didn't give up, and you didn't go into a cave, and you didn't go into a hole. You knew where the life preservers were, so to speak, spiritually speaking. They're in these rooms. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to say also, I did have that, but then after that, I didn't stop there. Okay, because I actually, after he showed me those verses, I actually went on the internet and went to the library and did some research on the speaking in tongues phenomena, and found even more evidence that the people that called, at least the Pentecostals anyway, that they called the speaking in tongues thing an actual thing of God, was not associated with the Bible at all. So, so it wasn't just God initiated that truth being revealed to me, but then I also took the extra step to further that. It's kind of like what I bring up Isaiah chapter 7. And I'll be brief. King Hezekiah was given this threatening letter from Sennacherib, who was a king of Assyria, saying that he was going to that God had sent Assyria to destroy Israel. So when King Hezekiah got this threatening letter, he was afraid. So the first thing he did was brought it to the prophet Isaiah. Prophet Isaiah read the letter and he said, "It's a hoax. Forget about it. God didn't tell this guy that he's going to send Assyria to destroy Israel. That's a lie. Don't even buy it." So Hezekiah took his word for it. But you know what? Hezekiah didn't stop there. Hezekiah took the letter directly to God himself by going into the temple, rolling out the scroll, and I'm paraphrasing here. He says, God, you see this? You see this nonsense? And then because he brought it directly to God, after bringing it to a man of God, when he wasn't even advised to do it, he did it on his own accord. Then God delivered Israel from the Assyrians. And at the end of chapter 38, you see that God sent one angel to wipe out 185,000 Assyrians. And so what's the moral of the story? The story is that when somebody's telling you a falsehood or something that you think is a falsehood, bring it to another person who is knowledgeable in the scripture, and then bring it to God. That is the function of the church.
Amen.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll stop there.
We should all hop over to the other channel.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
do
going
that.
right now. Becca, I want to talk to you on Skype. Turn your Skype on.
Well,
All right.
let's all click the link, guys.
All right, I'm gonna go over there right now.
Can you see it, Roy, or are you on mobile? Okay, excellent. I was asking Roy, but fingers crossed. We can one over. Did Rancam say he was dropping out? Oh, excellent. Good to have you back on, Rancam. For a minute, I thought you said you were going to drop out. So. Excellent. And I do. Yeah, there's a weird multiple account management issue. Yeah. I was. Yeah. Can't really reach to my phone. Give it until the 4:45 mark. U.S. Pacific. That's less than 30 seconds. Yeah. Less than 30 seconds. Bear with me. Yeah. Got to start on the 4:45 mark. So. Got to start on the 4:45 mark. It's less than a lot less than 30 seconds. Yeah. Well, that was almost 30 seconds ago. Okay. There we go.